Good evening, and welcome to the Quiet Nightmare. This is a space where silence speaks, and shadows tell stories. Every story you hear is completely uninterrupted, no ads, no distractions. If you enjoy this experience, you're always welcome to stay. Before we begin, tell me where you're listening from, and what time it is. Now, get comfortable. The quiet isn't as empty as it seems. I had this story told to me by my fiancé, and before I even get into what happened, I should explain why I took every word of it seriously. I have known him for 15 years. In all that time, I have never known him to be the kind of person who makes things up just to get attention. He is not dramatic, and he is not someone who enjoys telling wild tales just to impress people or make himself sound important. If anything, he is the kind of person who says less than most people, not more. He is steady, serious, and practical, and that is exactly why these stories stayed with me when he told them. When a person like that shares something strange, you listen differently. You do not immediately assume they are exaggerating or trying to entertain you. You pay attention, because if they are talking about something unusual at all, it probably made a strong impression on them. The first story happened when he was much younger, back when he was in his late 20s or maybe early 30s. He is now in his late 60s, so this happened a long time ago, but he still remembers it clearly. At the time, he was working part-time at a gas station. This was back before everything was computerized, back when gas station work involved a lot of things that people no longer think about. He had to go out and manually take readings from the pumps and write the numbers down. It was routine work, simple but necessary, and because it was routine, he was very familiar with the station, the road, the sound of traffic, and the way a normal morning felt there. One morning, the weather was especially strange. It was very foggy, the kind of fog that does not just sit low over the grass but hangs thick in the air and hides the world beyond a short distance. It was so dense that you could barely see the road in front of the station. Everything outside looked muted and pale, and the usual shape of the world was blurred away. Anyone who has ever stood outside in that kind of fog knows how odd it feels. Sound seems different. Distances feel wrong. Familiar places become quietly unsettling, not because anything is obviously frightening, but because you cannot see as far as you should be able to. The whole world feels narrowed down to just the small space immediately around you. That morning, he was outside doing his usual work, taking the readings on the gas pumps. Because it was before the computer age, this was just part of the job. He was focused on what he was doing, likely not expecting anything unusual at all, when he heard a metallic sound coming from up the road. He described it as sounding like a tin can or something similar rolling along. It was a sharp, hollow, metallic kind of noise, the kind that naturally makes you look up because it is distinct from the normal sounds you expect to hear near a road. At first, because of the thick fog, he could not see what was making the sound. He could hear it before he could see it. That alone made it strange, because when visibility is that bad, your ears start working harder. You listen more closely. You try to place things by sound before sight catches up. So he looked toward the road, waiting to see what object would finally appear through the fog. When it did come into view, it turned out to be a metal pie plate. Not a car part. Not a can. Not some piece of scrap metal sliding on the road. A pie plate. It was rolling on its side down the road. Even that by itself would have been odd enough. A pie plate is not the kind of thing you expect to see rolling steadily along a road, especially in thick morning fog with no obvious reason for it to be there. But what happened next is what made the whole thing stay in his mind all these years later. When the pie plate reached the station driveway, it turned in. It did not simply roll straight past the driveway and keep going. It turned, as if guided, and rolled into the station property. It headed toward the front door. Then, once it got there, it flopped down flat. That was the first moment that really caught his attention. Because even in a strange situation, your mind tries to explain things. If an object is rolling in the wind or from momentum, then maybe it goes in a straight line or changes direction slightly because of the slope of the road. But to turn into the driveway in such a deliberate-looking way, and then head right toward the front door felt different. It did not behave the way he would have expected a loose piece of metal to behave. It was not impossible in some absolute scientific sense, maybe, but it did not feel natural in that moment. Still, he had work to do. He finished taking the readings and went inside the station to enter the numbers into the journal. That part of the story always stands out to me because it shows his mindset. He did not immediately jump to some supernatural explanation. He did not run after the plate, or stand there trying to turn the moment into a mystery. He noticed it, thought it was strange, and then went back to his job. That is exactly the kind of thing I would expect from him. He is not the sort of person who dramatizes every little odd event. He set it aside in his mind for the moment, and carried on with what he needed to do. But of course, once something unusual enters your mind, it tends to stay there. At some point after going back inside, he thought of the pie plate again and glanced out the door to where it had been lying. That is when the truly strange part happened. He saw the plate begin to wobble. Then it jumped back up onto its side. And then it rolled away. Not only did it roll away, but it rolled out of the station driveway and headed down the road. By then, the fog had started to lift. Visibility was getting better, enough that he could now see farther in both directions. So when he saw the plate moving again, he went outside to watch it. He was curious now, understandably so. If he had only seen it roll in and fall flat, perhaps the story would have ended there, as a weird little morning memory. But seeing it rise again and start moving on its own was something else. So he watched. And he saw the plate turn onto a dirt road. That dirt road led to an old abandoned house. The same abandoned house that some people said was haunted. Now, I know how that sounds. It sounds almost too fitting, almost like the kind of detail someone would add to make this story more dramatic. But again, this is why I believe him. He was not telling it like a storyteller trying to entertain an audience. He was simply describing what he saw and where the plate went. It turned onto that dirt road and headed toward that old house. Whether the house really was haunted or not is another question. People say all sorts of things about abandoned houses. But the connection is still hard to ignore. That old house already had a reputation. And then here was this metal pie plate moving in a way he could not explain, turning not once but twice in a way that seemed almost purposeful, finally making its way toward that very place. After that, he naturally tried to think it through. That is another reason I trust his account. He did not just decide, right then and there, that it must have been a ghost. He thought through normal explanations first. He wondered if maybe the plate had fallen off a vehicle and rolled away. But he had not heard any cars or trucks go by. On a foggy morning, sound travels oddly, yes, but he was close enough to the road and familiar enough with the station that traffic would have stood out. He wondered if maybe the wind had been pushing it along. But there had been no breeze. The air was still. And even if there had been some light wind, it did not explain how the plate seemed to turn with such precision into not one but two driveways. That is the detail that bothered him most. Not just that it rolled, but that it turned. First into the station driveway. Then later toward the dirt road leading to the abandoned house. That is not the sort of motion you expect from a random object blown by chance. He also said the whole thing reminded him of a game children used to play, where they would roll pans or other objects with a stick down a road or sidewalk. I found that detail interesting too, because it tells you the direction his mind naturally went. He was not necessarily imagining some dark force. Instead, he thought of a child at play. That image came to him because the movement felt almost guided, like an invisible hand was keeping the plate going where it wanted to go. And that, of course, is where the question came in. Was it the ghost of a child playing? Was it something innocent, something repeating an old habit, something making its way back home? That is what he wondered. He did not say it as a dramatic conclusion. He said it as a question. And honestly, I can understand why. Because if you picture the event in your mind, there is something almost eerie but also strangely gentle about it. A foggy morning. A man doing routine work at a gas station. A metal pie plate appearing out of the mist, rolling as though pushed by unseen hands, turning into the driveway, stopping at the door, then later wobbling upright again and heading off toward an old abandoned house. There is something quiet about it, something almost lonely. It is not the kind of haunting people usually talk about. There are no screams, no slamming doors, no shadow figures. Just one small object behaving in a way that does not make sense. And sometimes, to me, those are the most haunting stories of all. Because they feel so ordinary on the surface. A pie plate is such a simple object. That is what makes it memorable. If he had seen a glowing figure floating in the fog, people would either immediately believe it or immediately dismiss it. But a pie plate is different. It sits in that uncomfortable space where you keep trying to make it explainable, yet the details refuse to fully cooperate. It is almost more unsettling because of how small and random it seems. Why that object? Why that path? Why that movement? And then why the abandoned house? Of course, I was curious when he told me all this. I asked him what he personally thought after all these years. Did he truly believe it was supernatural? Did he think maybe there was some explanation he missed? And he was honest, the way he always is. He did not claim certainty. He simply said he never found an explanation that satisfied him. He still remembered how the plate moved, how it turned, how there was no breeze, no visible cause, no traffic to explain its appearance. He remembered the way it seemed to act with intention, and that is what stayed with him. That story by itself would have been enough to make me think. But it was not the only strange experience he had. There was another one, from a later period in his life, and this one is different in tone. The first story has that odd, almost curious feeling to it, mysterious and quiet in the fog. The second story feels heavier. Not louder, not more dramatic exactly, but more personal. It happened after he had moved to Indiana. At that time, he was divorced and working at an appliance store. His boss had made him a place to live in the back of the store, which was practical for the time and likely made life easier in some ways. He had a room there, and the arrangement worked well enough. One night, after having a late dinner, he returned to the store. It was already dark by then. The business was closed, and the place should have been completely still. There is something different about a store at night after closing. In the daytime, it is a place of activity, people, noise, movement, and purpose. At night, especially when it is empty, all of that disappears. The same building becomes another kind of space entirely. It feels larger, quieter, and somehow less friendly. Familiar places can feel strange when they are no longer being used the way they normally are. When he opened the back door and stepped inside, he heard something unexpected. It sounded like someone sweeping the floor. Not casually. Not slowly. He said it sounded fast and furious, as if someone were sweeping with real energy out in the front showroom. That startled him right away. The reason it startled him was not only the sound itself, but also the fact that he knew it should not have been happening. He knew the owner of the store, his boss, well enough to know the man was the sort who went to bed at dark. He was not someone who stayed out late or came back to work at night for no reason. So hearing what sounded like sweeping going on in the showroom that late at night did not fit. Even stranger, they had just installed indoor-outdoor carpeting in the showroom that very day. Before that, the floor had been vinyl, and sweeping made sense. But with the new carpet, there was really no reason for someone to be sweeping the floor in that old way at all. That detail matters because it deepens the oddness of the sound. It was not just that someone seemed to be there when no one should have been. It was that the action itself already belonged to the old version of the room. The sound seemed out of step with the space as it existed now. Still, just to be safe, he called out his boss's name. That is the sensible thing to do. You hear something strange, you assume there must be a person behind it, and you call out. Maybe the owner came back. Maybe someone forgot something. Maybe there is a simple explanation. But there was no reply. The sweeping continued. That, to me, is one of the most unsettling parts. The sound did not stop because someone was caught. No voice answered back. It just kept going, as if whoever or whatever was making it either did not hear him or did not care that he was there. So he decided to investigate. He took a flashlight and walked toward the showroom. Again, that says a lot about him. Some people would have turned around, walked right back out, and come back in daylight. But that was not his way. He wanted to see what was actually there. So he moved toward the sound, flashlight in hand, heading through a closed store at night toward a room where it seemed like someone was sweeping furiously for no reason. As he approached, the sweeping stopped. And when he looked, there was no one there. No one in the showroom. No one holding a broom. No sign that anyone had been sweeping at all. That was the end of that moment. He shrugged it off as best he could and went back to his room. That phrase always gets me a little, when he says he shrugged it off. I admire that about him, but I also think that if it had been me, I would not have been able to shrug it off nearly so easily. I would have been unsettled right away. But he kept going. He went back to his room, probably thinking that maybe he had misheard something, or that maybe the building had simply produced some odd sound. That is how sensible people often cope with strange experiences at first. They resist making them into anything bigger. But the night was not over. A short time later, he began hearing noises from the storage room next to his room. This time, it sounded like someone was taking the boxed appliances that were stored there and slamming them into the wall. Not lightly. Not by accident. He described it as bam. 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 The wall closest to his head shook each time, as if heavy cartons were being thrown or rammed against it one after another. That is the sort of sound that would get anyone's attention. Imagine lying there in your room at night beside a stock room full of appliances, and suddenly it sounds as if someone has started hurling those boxed machines into the wall right beside you. The force of it is strong enough that the wall shakes. Each impact feels deliberate. Each one tells you there should absolutely be visible movement happening on the other side. And yet by the time he could have gotten up to investigate, it stopped. Just like that. Again, he did not find anything right away. Again, the event ended before he could confront it directly. That in itself is something so common in strange stories. The sound is real, the disturbance is strong, but by the time you reach the place it came from, the visible cause is gone. He let that one go too, at least for the moment. I honestly do not know how. If it had been me, as I told him, I would have been out of that building faster than I could think. I probably would not have even packed a bag. I would have just left and figured the rest out later. But he stayed. He stayed because that was his personality. He was practical. He was not quick to panic. He wanted to wait and see if there was anything more to it. And there was. Later that same night, just as he was starting to doze off, he felt something in the room. Not a sound this time. A presence. He said it felt as if someone had walked into the room and was standing there staring at him. That is a very specific kind of fear. Anyone who has ever felt watched in the dark knows how intense it can be, even when there is no proof in front of you. But this was stronger than a vague feeling. He said it truly felt like someone had entered the room. Not just a sense of unease, but the unmistakable impression of another being sharing the space with him. And it did not feel friendly. That matters too. Because not every strange presence feels the same. Some people describe feeling watched but not threatened. Others describe sensing sadness or curiosity. In his case, he specifically said it did not feel friendly. There was hostility in it, or at least something cold and unwelcome. That changed the tone of the whole experience. The pie plate story feels mysterious, maybe even playful in a strange way. This felt darker. He lay there with that feeling for a minute or two. Then it left. And after that, there was no more activity that night. Nothing else happened then or ever again in that place. That, too, is interesting to me. It all happened in one concentrated night. The sweeping in the showroom, the slamming sounds in the storage room, and the hostile presence in his room. Then it was over. No long haunting. No repeated weeks of events. Just that one night, and then silence. The next day, because he is who he is, he went into the stock room to see whether any of the boxed appliances had actually been moved. And this is the detail that really seals it for me. Nothing looked disturbed. Not only were the boxes apparently where they should have been, but the dust did not even look disturbed. Think about that for a moment. He had heard repeated slamming hard enough to shake the wall beside his head. If boxes had really been moved that violently, there should have been visible signs. Things should have shifted. Dust should have been marked. Some trace should have remained. But there was nothing. No evidence at all. That is the kind of detail that makes an experience harder to explain away. If he had found one box slightly crooked, maybe you could say something shifted during the night. If he had found signs of an intruder, at least the event would have had a physical explanation. But there was nothing. No visible cause. No aftermath. Only the memory of the sound and the sensation of the wall shaking. When he told me all this, I remember being amazed that he stayed there and went back to sleep at all. I told him so. I said I could not believe he did not run out of that place and refuse to sleep there ever again. He just gave that calm little reaction of his, as if to say that at the time he did not see much point in making a scene over something he could not explain. I laughed, and told him maybe it is a guy thing, because I truly do not know if I would have ever slept there again if it had been me. But maybe that is part of why stories like his feel so trustworthy. He never tells them like someone who wants a reaction. He tells them plainly. He does not dress them up. He does not push for a conclusion. He just says what happened. And that leaves you to sit with the details. When I think about both stories together, I notice how different they are and yet how much they have in common. In both cases, the strange event centered around ordinary physical things. A pie plate. Sweeping sounds. Boxed appliances. Nothing grand or cinematic. No glowing portals or dramatic apparitions. Just common objects and familiar sounds behaving in ways that made no sense. That, to me, is part of what gives both stories their power. They happen in the middle of ordinary life, which makes them harder to dismiss as fantasy and harder to explain as imagination. The pie plate story has a kind of eerie beauty to it. The fog, the quiet road, the metal plate rolling with strange purpose toward the station and then back toward the old house. It feels almost like an image from another time, the kind of thing a person could carry for decades because it never resolved in their mind. Was it just chance and movement and weather? Or was it something unseen at play? The appliance store story feels less poetic and more oppressive. A closed building at night. Sweeping where there should be no sweeping. Slamming from an untouched storage room. A presence in the dark that feels openly unfriendly. It is more direct in its unease, and yet it shares the same frustrating lack of proof. Sound without source. Force without evidence. Fear without explanation. That is probably why both stories stayed with him. And now they stay with me too. Because when someone you trust completely tells you something strange, it becomes harder to file all such things away as nonsense. I am not saying every unexplained story is proof of ghosts. I am not saying every eerie event has a supernatural answer. Sometimes people are mistaken. Sometimes memory changes things. Sometimes ordinary causes look strange in the moment. I know that. But I also know him. And I know what kind of man he is. He is not careless with the truth. So when he tells me that a pie plate rolled out of fog, turned into a gas station driveway, fell flat at the door, then later rose again and rolled off toward an abandoned house, I believe that he saw exactly what he says he saw. And when he tells me that he heard furious sweeping in a showroom with brand new carpeting, then heard what sounded like appliances being slammed into a wall in a stock room where not even the dust had moved, and finally felt a presence in his room that did not feel friendly, I believe that those things happened exactly as he remembers them. As for what they were, I cannot say for sure. Maybe the pie plate really was some kind of ghostly echo, like a child playing a game no one living could see. Maybe the abandoned house had something to do with it. Maybe the store still held some old energy from another time, some memory of work and movement and anger lingering in its walls. Or maybe the truth is something none of us would even think to guess. That is the trouble with unexplained things. They do not give you closure. They leave you with images and sounds instead of answers. A metal plate rolling through fog. A broom scratching over carpet where no one stands. Invisible boxes slamming a wall that shows no sign of impact. The feeling of an unseen figure standing in your room, watching. All you can really do is hold those moments in your mind and wonder. And maybe that is why people keep telling stories like these, even years later. Not because they want to prove something, but because some experiences do not fade just because there was never an explanation. They stay. They settle in memory. And every now and then, when the moment is right and the listener is someone you trust, you tell them. Then you ask the only honest question left. What do you think? There are some things people go through that they cannot talk about freely in normal life. They try once or twice, maybe with friends, maybe with family, and after a while they realize most people only half listen. Some laugh. Some smile politely. Some act interested for a moment, and then brush it aside. After enough of that, a person starts keeping certain experiences to themselves. Not because the experiences become less real, but because explaining them begins to feel exhausting. That is the feeling this story carries for me. It comes from the kind of person who has things happen often enough that the people around him have grown used to saying, "It's always something new with you." To outsiders that may sound funny, but for the person living through it, that kind of reaction can feel lonely. People hear the story, but they do not feel what you felt. They do not step into your mind and see the event the way you saw it, or carry the same fear home with them afterward. They only get the words. You are the one left with the memory. That is how this story begins. The storyteller lived in Dixon, Illinois, in a house he had moved into a few years earlier. By all normal standards, it was a decent place. It was not some obviously creepy mansion with a dark history hanging over it. It was just a small home, nice enough, with a few things that needed fixing when he first moved in, but nothing major. The sort of place most people would not think twice about. It had an attached garage, and the part meant for a car was a reasonable size, big enough to do what a garage is supposed to do. But beyond that ordinary space, the structure became a little strange. Where the space for the car ended, a large wall of plywood went up, rising maybe 10 or 20 feet. Above the inside of the house there was a large loft-like area. He used it for storage, putting boxes and extra things up there. The furnace was in that space too. It was open and hollow, with 2x4s crossing above the area, the framework visible and exposed in a way that made it feel unfinished even though it was part of the design. It was one of those spaces that is hard to explain perfectly unless you stand in front of it yourself. Not a full room, not exactly an attic in the usual sense, but a dark overhead area tucked above the house and garage, open enough to be seen from below, hollow enough to make sounds travel strangely. He never really understood why it had been designed that way. At first, though, it seemed useful. Strange maybe, but useful. It gave him storage space, and in that early period of living there, it was just another unusual feature of the house. The first year passed without anything strange happening at all. The house was normal. Quiet. Ordinary. Whatever story it held, if it held one at all, it kept it hidden. Then came the second year. It was 2007 when things started to change, though at first not in some obvious dramatic way. It was more like something hidden slowly began to make itself known. Nothing announced itself openly. Nothing said, "Here I am." Instead, a small sound here, a strange feeling there, and then one night something happened that changed the way he saw that space forever. It was a summer night, in the middle of the week. He had work the next day, which meant he probably should have gone to bed early, but like many people do, he decided to spend a little time on the computer first. Just for a bit. Nothing unusual about that. The computer was set up in relation to the garage loft in such a way that where he sat was the farthest point back beneath that open overhead area. In other words, if anything moved up there, it would be almost directly above him. He was doing normal things. Listening to music. Talking to people online. Relaxing. It was an ordinary evening. The kind of night that should have slipped into memory without leaving a mark. But something happened while he sat there, and he would later wonder if maybe something he said had caused a stir, as if words spoken casually into the room had caught the attention of something unseen above him. He began to hear footsteps. Not loud, crashing footsteps from some heavy person walking around, but lighter ones. Even so, they were clear enough to notice. The sound was directly above him. That is what made it impossible to ignore. You might dismiss a random creak from somewhere in an old house. You might tell yourself it is just the building settling. But when the sound comes with the rhythm and weight of footsteps, and it happens right over your head, your body reacts before your mind has even decided what to think. He listened. At first, he tried to reason it away. That is what most people do. The brain wants a safe explanation immediately. It searches for one because the alternative is harder. Maybe it was the house. Maybe it was old wood. Maybe the music was making him think he heard more than he did. But the moment he told himself it was not footsteps, there came a loud thud. Just one. A heavy stomp-like impact in the same spot where the lighter walking sound had been. That changed the mood instantly. He turned off the music and told the people he was talking to online to hold on. Then he just sat there for a moment, staring straight up at the ceiling, waiting. It is amazing how quickly a simple room changes when you begin waiting for something unnatural to happen again. The computer area that had moments earlier just been a spot for passing time suddenly became a place of tension. Every second stretched. Every silence felt loaded. His eyes stayed fixed upward, and his body must have already started bracing itself. Then another thud came. This one was even louder. It startled him so badly that he jumped out of his chair and came to his feet. He would later say that at that time, his curiosity was still very much alive. He made a point of saying, "at the time," because that curiosity did not survive the events that followed. Back then, though, his first instinct was not to lock the door, run away, or pretend it had not happened. He needed to know what was up there. Something had moved over his head, then stomped again, and in that moment curiosity overpowered caution. So he went outside. Or more accurately, his mind seemed to drag his body there. He described it as though his body moved under the force of his own need to understand, almost faster than common sense could interfere. He went through the side door of the garage and into the darkness. The garage at night already felt different from the house. Garages often do. During the day they are useful spaces, full of tools, cars, storage, and practical purpose. At night they can feel hollow. This one especially had that effect because of the large open area above. It must have felt like stepping into the mouth of something dark and unfinished. He noticed the air right away. Inside, it was even more humid than the air outside. Heavy, thick, almost close. That kind of atmosphere alone can make a person uneasy. It makes breathing feel slower. It makes the space feel stale and watchful. He reached for the light switch. The bulb blew immediately. Pop. That alone should have sent him back inside. Most people would take that as a warning. You go into a dark garage after hearing unexplained footsteps overhead, reach for the light, and the bulb blows the second you switch it on. For a lot of us, that would be enough. That would be the sign that the investigation is over. You go back into the house, lock the door, and tell yourself you can deal with it tomorrow in daylight. But he did not do that. He went back inside, got a flashlight, and chose not to take his camera. That detail says a lot. He specifically avoided bringing the camera because he was afraid he might capture something he did not want to see. Even before what happened next, part of him already understood that this might not lead anywhere good. He wanted answers, yes, but he did not want proof if that proof came in a form he could never forget. Armed with only the flashlight, he stepped back into the garage. This time the atmosphere had changed. The thick, humid feeling was gone. In its place was something cooler and clearer. Not freezing cold, but thinner, cleaner, less weighed down. It was as if whatever had been there before had shifted the air itself. He noticed the difference, and in his mind prayed that whatever was up there would not fear him or try to scare him. He even mentioned that he had a weak heart, and whether that was literal or simply his way of saying he knew his own limits, it adds something human to the moment. He was afraid, truly afraid, but still determined enough to go forward. In the middle of the plywood wall was a set of stairs, though calling it stairs might be too generous. It was more like a wooden ladder leading upward into that overhead space. He climbed. I imagine each step must have felt louder than it should. In moments like that, your own movements seem to echo. Your breathing gets louder in your ears. The flashlight beam becomes the only thing you trust, yet it also feels too small for the dark around it. He made it to the top and stood there for a moment, aiming the light straight toward the far back of the loft. There was nothing there. At least nothing visible. And again, most people would have stopped there. No figure. No animal. No intruder. No obvious cause. The smart thing would have been to accept not knowing and go back down. But he did not leave. Instead, something else happened. A powerful smell rose in the air. He struggled to describe it exactly. The best comparison he could make was the smell of a dead animal left in the sun for hours. He even clarified that it was only a comparison, almost embarrassed by how strange it sounded. But the important thing is that it was strong, foul, unmistakable, and it had not been there before. That matters. The furnace was at the front of the loft, and if something in that area had caused the odor, he would have smelled it sooner. But he did not. The further he walked, the stronger it became. That suggests the source was not at the front of the space. It was deeper in. He kept going. At that point there was nothing left in the loft to block his view. If something physical had been standing there, he should have seen it. The flashlight would have found it. The air was cooler, clearer. The beam reached the back. Yet whatever had made the sounds, whatever had changed the atmosphere, remained unseen. He took another step forward. And after that, things became hard for him to describe clearly. He compared what happened next to the sensation of being choked out or passing out. Anyone who has ever lost consciousness suddenly knows the strange separation that can happen, that slipping away feeling where reality loosens its hold, and you are no longer fully anchored in the present moment. That is how he described it. One instant he was there in the loft, and the next something happened that pulled him out of normal awareness. He blacked out. But it was not simple darkness. Instead, he said images of things he did not even want to speak of began flying past his vision in a frantic, chaotic sequence. He would not describe those images in detail, and maybe that silence says more than any description could. Some experiences become worse when fully named. He said they were so unnerving that from that point forward he began having terrible dreams involving some of those same things. That means whatever passed through his mind in that moment did not stay there. It followed him into sleep afterward. It marked him. Imagine how that must feel. You are standing in a dark loft above your garage, following unexplained footsteps. The air changes. A sickening smell grows stronger with every step. Then, without warning, your mind is overwhelmed by images so disturbing you cannot even bring yourself to repeat them. Not later. Not even when trying to explain what happened. At some point in that experience, he began to feel as though nothing was going to bring him out of it. That is the line that unsettles me the most. Not just that he passed out or blacked out, but that inside that state he felt trapped. It was not a quick dizzy spell. It was something that seemed to take him away from himself so completely that he thought there might be no return. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, it ended. Like the snap of a finger, he said. He came fully back to himself, standing on his feet. He had not collapsed. He was upright. His flashlight was on the wooden boards by his right foot, lying there and still pointed toward the same corner where he had first heard the sounds from above the room where he sat at the computer. That image is deeply unsettling. He is standing there as though no time has passed, the flashlight at his feet, the beam fixed on that corner, as if the loft itself had held him in place while something moved through him, or over him, or inside his mind. The shock of that realization must have been overwhelming. You come back to yourself in the same posture, in the same space, but with the strong sense that something has happened that was far more than a dizzy spell or a simple faint. Naturally, he questioned it. He wondered whether it had all been in his mind. That is what many people would ask themselves first. Was it panic? A sudden drop in blood pressure? A moment of fear that spiraled into hallucination? But regardless of what explanation he tried to give himself, the experience had felt real enough to shake him deeply. He picked up the flashlight and went to bed. That detail matters too. He did not stay up analyzing it. He did not call someone immediately. He did not go around the house looking for more proof. He retreated. Whatever had happened in that loft had cut through his curiosity so deeply that the only thing left to do was withdraw from it. He later said that he had never felt another physical sensation exactly like that again. Nothing else afterward struck him in the same bodily way. But the aftermath remained. The terrible dreams came from time to time, carrying pieces of those same unspoken images. And perhaps that is even worse in some ways. A one-time event can be terrifying, but when it leaves behind recurring nightmares, it keeps the door open. It keeps returning. In his own opinion, he believed a spirit had passed through his body. He thought that whatever it was, it might have been so evil that the shock of contact sent his soul into a tailspin. That is the language he used, and whether someone shares that exact belief or not, it communicates how violent and invasive the experience felt to him. Not like something he merely saw. Not like something he merely heard. Something that entered him, or intersected with him in a way that disrupted him on a deeper level. He also made a distinction that is worth noticing. Little creaks and scrapes do not scare him. He knows old houses make noises. He understands that. The house itself is not what frightens him. It is only when the sound resembles what he heard that night, those deliberate footsteps and those heavy thuds, that he becomes intensely nervous of his surroundings. That says a lot. He is not someone spooked by every normal noise. He is someone whose body now recognizes a specific kind of sound as a warning. And strangely, he said this feeling never comes from inside the house itself. Only from that garage loft area. He found that odd, and I do too. Because if something was attached to the house in general, you might expect activity anywhere. But what happened seems tied to that space. That overhead region above the garage. That black area beyond the plywood. That place where even in daytime it felt darker than it should. As summer ended, the madness came to an end too. The season changed, and with it the atmosphere around the loft seemed to quiet down. No more footsteps. No repeat of that blacking out experience. No new direct confrontation. But the peace did not bring comfort the way peace should. Instead, it left behind dread. Because once summer began approaching again, he found himself praying it would not return. That is one of the cruel things about experiences like this. Even when they stop, they do not really stop. They continue in anticipation. They make you watch the calendar. They turn an entire season into a threat. Summer should be a normal time of year, full of open windows, warm evenings, and ordinary routines. But for him, summer became linked to that loft, to those footsteps, to that smell, to that loss of consciousness, and the images that followed. Going up there now became a test of will. Even going out to the garage just to get into his car became hard sometimes. Because the space was open. If you walked into the garage and looked inward, you could see all the way back to that area. It was never hidden. That was almost worse. If a place is sealed off, you can pretend it does not exist. But when it is open and visible, your eyes are drawn to it whether you want them to be or not. And according to him, even during the day, that region remained dark. Not just dim. Black as night. That final image is what lingers. A place inside an ordinary home where daylight does not seem to settle properly. A dark section above the garage that holds itself apart from the rest of the house. A place where footsteps once sounded over a computer desk. A place where a man climbed with a flashlight and came back shaken, carrying dreams he did not want and a fear he never quite lost. What makes this story so effective is not loud chaos or endless haunting activity. It is the slow movement from normal life into one moment that changed everything. The first year in the house was fine. The second year, in summer, something revealed itself. It did not need to do it often. It only needed one night, one set of sounds, one confrontation in that loft, to leave behind a fear powerful enough to shape every summer afterward. There is also something especially unsettling about the design of the place itself. The loft above the garage is not a clean attic with a proper floor and ceiling. It is open, exposed, half-seen. The structure creates the perfect space for imagination, but that alone does not explain footsteps, thuds, changing air, overpowering rot, lost consciousness, and recurring nightmares. Those things go beyond the simple creepiness of architecture. They turn design into stage. The loft becomes more than storage. It becomes a presence in the house. And yet what exactly was there remains unknown. That uncertainty may be the heaviest part of the story. If he had seen a figure, at least the mind would have something specific to focus on. If he had found an animal nest, some practical cause, some sign of rot or decay that could explain the smell, maybe the whole experience could be broken apart and reduced to normal pieces. But there was no clear form, no physical proof, no ordinary answer strong enough to erase what happened. Instead, there was only a sequence: footsteps, thuds, the blown bulb, the changed atmosphere, the smell, the blackout, the images, the flashlight on the floor, the lingering dread. That is how some hauntings work, if hauntings are what they are. They do not give you enough to understand them. They only give you enough to make sure you never feel safe in that place again. And perhaps that is why his curiosity died there. He said plainly that back then curiosity was still alive, but not anymore. That is a quiet line, but an important one. People often talk about wanting to know, wanting proof, wanting to see what is out there. But when a person really gets close to something that feels wrong at a deep level, curiosity can curdle into refusal. He no longer wanted to know what might be standing around him, or next to him. That tells me more than any dramatic conclusion could. He went looking once. And once was enough. The story leaves us with the haunting final condition: the event has passed, but the place remains. The loft is still there. The stairs are still there. The boxes and furnace are still there. The dark region at the back remains black even in daylight. And he still has to live with that fact, still has to glance toward that space when he goes to the garage, still has to carry the memory of what happened when he chose to climb up and investigate. That is, in a way, the real haunting. Not only the footsteps or the blackout, but the lasting change in his relationship to his own home. Because now the garage is no longer just a garage. The loft is no longer just storage. Summer is no longer just summer. Darkness in that part of the house is no longer ordinary shadow. Everything has been altered by that one night, and that is what makes the story linger after it ends. An old house may creak. Boards may shift. Air may change. Those things are easy to explain. But some nights bring something that resists easy explanation, something that does not just make noise but reaches through a person and leaves a mark. This feels like one of those nights. And maybe that is why the image remains so vivid: a man standing alone in a dark loft above his garage, flashlight in hand, following sounds he cannot explain, walking toward a corner that remains black even in daylight, and finding not a figure but something worse, something formless, something that passed through him and stayed behind in dreams. That is the kind of fear people do not easily talk about. Not because it is unbelievable, but because once you say it out loud, you have to admit that something may have been there with you in the dark, and you still do not know what it was. I have always felt strangely blessed whenever I find a place where people talk openly about things most of the world would rather laugh at or ignore. There are some experiences that do not fit neatly into normal conversation. You try to mention them to friends, and they shake their heads, smile, and say something like, "Every time, Sean. It is always something new with you." I understand why they say that. From the outside, I suppose it does sound that way. But what they cannot do is step inside my mind and feel what I felt, or see what I believe I saw, or understand how certain moments stay with a person long after they happen. People hear the words, but they do not feel the weight behind them. That has always been the hardest part. I can tell the story, but I cannot make anyone stand where I stood. I live in Dixon, Illinois. A few years ago I moved into a smaller house that was actually pretty nice. It was not perfect, but no house ever really is. A few things needed to be fixed when I first moved in, but nothing major enough to worry about. The garage was attached to the house, and the space for a car was decent enough to be practical. But the garage had a strange design. Where the car space ended, a tall plywood wall went up maybe 10 or 20 feet, then stopped, opening into a large loft area above the inside of the house. I used that upper space for storage. I put boxes and odds and ends up there. The furnace was in that area too. It was open and hollow, crossed with 2x4s overhead, like exposed framing. It was a strange space, not really finished, not exactly unfinished either, and I never understood why it had been designed that way. At first, though, I actually liked it. It seemed useful, even kind of interesting. During the first year I lived there, nothing happened at all. Everything was normal. There were no strange noises that stood out, no bad feelings, no obvious reason to think anything unusual was waiting there. If someone had told me then that the place would eventually fill me with dread, I probably would have laughed. I was comfortable. I was settled. It was just my house. Then came the second year. It was 2007 when things I had no clue were happening slowly began to reveal themselves. It did not begin in some loud, dramatic way. It started like many strange things do, with one moment that at first seems small but later becomes impossible to forget. The first time I truly noticed anything was on a summer night that year. It was the middle of the week, and I had to work the next day, so I should have just gone to bed. But I decided to sit at the computer for a little while. Just for a bit. That was how it always starts, ordinary and harmless. The way my computer was set up in relation to that loft above the garage, I was sitting at the farthest point back beneath that open overhead area. I was listening to music, talking to people, doing normal things. It was just another night. Then I heard footsteps. They were directly above me. Not heavy stomping at first, not loud crashing sounds, but lighter footsteps. Still, they were clear enough that I noticed them right away. When you live in an old house, you get used to creaks and settling noises. You learn which sounds belong to wood, pipes, and age. But this was different. It had rhythm. It had movement. It sounded like someone walking. I remember telling myself that it was not footsteps. My mind did that thing it always does when fear starts to wake up. It tried to protect me with logic. It is the house. It is old wood. It is nothing. But the instant I had that thought, there came a loud thud. One hard, solid impact, as if someone had stomped exactly where the lighter walking had been. That got my full attention. I turned the music off immediately, and told everyone online to hold on. Then I just sat there in silence, staring straight up at the ceiling, waiting. I can still picture that moment. The room was quiet except for my own breathing, and I was frozen in that strange place between curiosity and fear. I was trying to convince myself there had to be a reason for it, but another part of me already knew the sound had not been normal. Then another thud came. This one was even louder. It hit with enough force that I jumped out of my chair and came to my feet. At that time, I was still very curious about things like this. I say at that time because that curiosity does not really live in me anymore, not in the same way. Back then, though, my first instinct was not to hide from whatever might be up there. My first instinct was to find out. My body seemed to move before my mind had fully decided anything. I went outside through the side door of the garage and stepped into the darkness. The air inside the garage felt thick, even more humid than the air outside. It had that stale, heavy feeling that old enclosed places can have in summer. I reached for the light switch and flipped it. Pop. The bulb blew instantly. That should have been enough. Honestly, that should have been the moment I went right back inside and decided the mystery could stay a mystery. But no, I had to know what was up there. I went back inside, grabbed a flashlight, and made a deliberate decision not to bring my camera. I did not want to capture something I would later wish I had never seen. When I stepped back into the darkness of the garage, the atmosphere had changed. The thick, humid air I noticed before was gone. It had given way to something cooler and clearer. Not cold, exactly, just thinner, less heavy, less dead. I remember thinking as I stood there that whatever was up there, I hoped it would not fear me and would not try to scare me. I even prayed in my mind not to be frightened. I have a weak heart, and whether people understand that fear or not, I did not want to push myself too far. In the middle of the plywood wall there was a set of stairs. Those stairs might be too generous a word. It was more like a wooden ladder built into the wall. I climbed it slowly, flashlight in hand. When I reached the top, I stopped and aimed the beam all the way toward the back of the loft. Nothing. At least nothing visible. There was no person, no animal, no obvious source of the sounds. If I had been smarter, I would have left right then. I should have just accepted that I could not see anything and gone back down. But instead I stayed and took a few steps forward. That is when the smell hit me. It was strong and foul, and I still struggled to name it properly. The closest comparison I can make is a dead animal left in the sun for hours, rotting in the heat. It sounds disgusting because it was disgusting. I do not go around smelling dead animals, obviously, but that is the nearest thing I can compare it to. The strange part was that the smell seemed to get stronger the farther I walked. The furnace was near the front of the loft, and if something connected to it had caused the odor, I should have smelled it immediately. But I did not. I passed the furnace first, and only then did the stench begin to grow. The further I walked, the worse it became. By then there was nothing left to block my view. The flashlight beam reached all the way ahead of me. If there had been anything physical standing there, I should have seen it. Yet there was nothing. Only that smell, growing stronger, thicker, more intense, wrapping around me until it seemed to fill my nose, throat, and head. I remember taking one more step. After that, things become difficult to explain clearly. Anyone who has ever passed out or been choked out knows there is a strange moment where you begin to separate from normal reality. That is the best way I can describe what happened to me. I did not simply feel dizzy. I did not just lose my balance. It was like something took hold of my awareness itself. I blacked out, but even saying it that way is not enough. Because it was not darkness. It was images. Images of things I do not want to speak about, flying past my vision in a frantic sequence, one after another, too fast and too horrible to settle into words. Even now, I do not like to think about them directly. They were so deeply disturbing that since that night I have had terrible dreams involving some of the same things. Whatever those images were, they got into me. They did not stay in that loft. They came back later in sleep and fear. At some point inside that experience, I became aware of another kind of terror. It was not only the horror of what I was seeing. It was the feeling that I was not going to come out of it. I actually felt, for at least a moment, that nothing was going to bring me back. That this was it. That I had stepped into something and it had me. Then, just like that, it stopped. Like snapping a finger. I came completely back to myself standing on my feet. I had not fallen over. I had not collapsed. I was upright, and my flashlight was lying on the boards by my right foot. The beam was still pointed toward the same corner where I had first heard the sounds, above the place where I had been sitting inside the house. The shock of it was unreal. I stood there trying to make sense of what had just happened. Part of me wanted to say it had all been in my mind. Maybe I got overwhelmed, maybe I fainted, maybe fear created some kind of vision. But whether my mind caused it or not, it happened, and it left me shaken in a way I have never fully gotten over. I picked up the flashlight and went to bed. That night changed the way I felt about that loft forever. I have never had that exact physical sensation again. Nothing since then has hit me in quite the same way. But as I said, the dreams remained. They still come sometimes, terrible dreams tied to some of the same things I saw in that frantic sequence. In my own opinion, and people can think what they want, I believe a spirit passed through my body that night. I think whatever it was had such an evil force to it that the shock sent my soul into a kind of tailspin. That is the only way I know how to say it. Little creaks and random scrapes do not scare me. This is an old house. Old houses speak. But when a sound comes with that same weight, that same intention, the same feeling as those footsteps and those thuds, then I get intensely nervous about my surroundings. Strangely, I have never felt that kind of fear inside the main part of the house itself. It has always been connected to that loft area over the garage. I find that odd. It is as if whatever energy is there belongs to that place, and only reaches outward from there. By the end of that summer, the madness seemed to stop. Things quieted down. The loft returned to seeming empty. No more footsteps like that. No more physical attack, or whatever that experience truly was. But the peace did not heal anything. It only made the memory sharper. Because once summer began coming around again, I found myself praying that none of it would return. That is the problem with one truly bad experience. It does not end when the event ends. It stays with you in anticipation. It changes the way you move through your own life. You start bracing for a season, a time of day, a room, a sound. You begin measuring the world against that one terrible moment. Even now, going up there is a test of will. Sometimes even walking out into the garage just to get in my car feels difficult. The area is open, which means if you walk into the garage, you can see all the way back into that loft space. It is not hidden. It is there, every time, waiting to be looked at whether I want to look or not. And the thing that still unsettles me most is this: even in broad daylight, that region where it happened remains black as night. That is not just me being poetic. It really feels that way. During the day, sunlight reaches the rest of the garage. But that far back section of the loft still seems wrong, dark in a way that does not match the rest of the place. Maybe there is some natural explanation for the lighting. Maybe the angle is just strange. But once something has happened to you in a spot like that, it is impossible to see it in innocent terms again. There are moments when I try to go back over the night logically, piece by piece. Maybe the footsteps were wood shifting in summer humidity. Maybe the thuds were part of the house settling. Maybe the smell came from something trapped up there, some dead animal hidden in the walls or beneath insulation. Maybe I got overwhelmed by panic and passed out. Maybe my mind supplied the rest. I have thought through every normal explanation I can find. But none of them satisfy me completely. Because if it had only been the footsteps, maybe I could live with that. If it had only been the smell, maybe I could explain that. If it had only been fear in the dark, maybe that too. But all of it together, the sounds, the blown bulb, the changed air, the rising stench, the blackout, the flood of horrifying images, the standing recovery, the dreams afterward, it all forms something larger than a single bad moment. It felt like contact. And I know how that sounds. I know people reading or hearing this will decide what kind of person I am. Some will think I am imaginative. Some will think I am dramatic. Some will think stress, old house, summer heat, and fear made me see more than there was. But I also know what that experience did to me. Whatever was in that loft, whatever I walked toward with that flashlight, it changed me. Before that night, I wanted to know. After that night, I did not. That may be the clearest truth in the whole story. People often talk about wanting proof of the paranormal, wanting to see something, wanting to know what is really out there. They romanticize it. They picture a thrilling ghost story they can tell later. What they do not think about is the possibility that the answer, if it comes, may not feel exciting at all. It may feel invasive. It may feel filthy. It may reach through you and leave something behind. That is what I believe happened to me. And that is why curiosity died in me up there. I no longer want to know what stands next to me, around me, or behind me in the dark. I no longer feel the same urge to investigate every strange sound. Once, I climbed those stairs because I thought the truth, whatever it was, would make me feel better. Instead, the truth became the thing I fear. What makes it worse is how ordinary the story sounds at the beginning. A man sitting at his computer late at night. A strange sound overhead. A flashlight. A loft over a garage. Nothing about that setup sounds unusual enough to warn you where it is going. That is often how these things happen. They begin in places you know well. in your own home, in spaces you have walked through dozens of times. Then suddenly one night those places stop belonging to you in the same way. That loft never felt like simple storage after that. It became a place with memory. A place with intention. A place where the air itself seemed to change its mind about what it wanted to be. Thick one moment, clear the next. Empty one moment, full the next. A place where I could stand with a flashlight and see nothing, yet still know I was not alone. People sometimes ask what scares me now. It is not random noises. It is not old wood creaking in winter. It is not the occasional scrape or pop from a house settling into itself. What scares me is recognition. The moment a sound reminds me of that night. The moment the atmosphere shifts in a way I cannot explain. The moment a part of the house feels less like a structure and more like a presence. That is when fear wakes up again. Every summer I notice it more. I catch myself thinking about whether that season brought it on before, whether heat, humidity, or some cycle in the house has anything to do with it. Then I hate myself a little for even letting the thought take shape, because giving attention to it feels dangerous. As if being aware of it might wake it up. That may sound irrational, but fear is rarely rational when it comes from something you cannot define. I have wondered too whether anything else happened around that loft before I noticed it. Whether there were smaller signs I ignored. Whether the house had been trying to say something all along. The first year was normal as far as I knew, but maybe that only means I was not listening in the right way. Or maybe whatever was there lay dormant until that summer, and for reasons I will never understand decided to stir. Sometimes I imagine what would have happened if I had stayed inside that night and never climbed up. Would the mystery have stayed a mystery? Would I still have my curiosity? Would I have avoided those dreams? Or would something else eventually have forced the issue anyway? There is no way to know. What happened happened because I could not leave it alone. I heard footsteps over my head and decided I had to follow them. And I did. That is the part of the story I return to most often. Not only what I saw or felt, but the simple fact that I chose to go toward it. That is the bitter thing about fear. Sometimes it does not trap you because you ran from it. Sometimes it traps you because you stepped closer. So now I live with this strange arrangement in my own home. The house itself does not frighten me in general. I can move through the rooms. I can sleep. I can work. I can live. But the garage loft remains its own territory. Even in daylight, it feels removed from the rest of the place. Even in silence, it carries an echo of those sounds. Even when nothing happens, it feels like something could. That may be the real haunting. Not objects flying or voices speaking plainly. Not repeated dramatic attacks every night. But the fact that one space in your own home no longer feels neutral, and may never again. The fact that one terrible encounter turned ordinary darkness into something loaded. The fact that every time you step into the garage, some part of you looks back there whether you want to or not. And still, I cannot prove anything. I cannot show anyone the images that pass through me. I would not want to if I could. I cannot bottle the smell. I cannot replay the exact weight of the air or reproduce the feeling of standing upright after losing myself for who knows how long. I only have the memory, and the dreams, and the way my body still reacts to that place. That is why stories like this are so hard to tell. You want people to understand, but you know they only get a shadow of it. They hear footsteps in the loft, and bad smell and maybe passed out, and they fit it into whatever box feels easiest for them. But that is not what it was like in the moment. In the moment it felt like walking toward a point where the world had thinned out, where something unseen had been waiting, and where my own mind stopped belonging entirely to me for a time. I do not need everyone to believe me. At this point, I mostly just want people to understand why certain places can change for a person forever. Why a loft can stop being a loft. Why darkness in one corner can become heavier than darkness anywhere else. Why someone who once wanted to investigate every strange thing can lose that urge entirely. I learned something in that garage. Not what was there. Not why it was there. Only this: some doors should maybe stay closed, even if they are not literal doors. Some spaces are better left unexplored. Some sounds are warnings, not invitations. And once you ignore one of those warnings, you may come back from it standing on your own feet, flashlight by your boot, apparently unharmed, yet still never be quite the same again. That is what happened to me. And to this day, even under the brightest afternoon light, that back region of the loft still looks black as midnight. I am 14 now, and for years I have been trying to understand whether the things that have happened to me were real or not. Sometimes I tell myself there has to be a normal explanation. Other times I think about everything that happened, all the different moments in different places, and I cannot explain any of it. I have to admit that I think I may have seen a ghost once. I am not completely sure, because some things happened so fast that I could not stop and study them. But even if I put that one sighting aside, I have heard and felt things that I still cannot explain. That is what makes it so hard to ignore. If it had only happened one time, maybe I could have convinced myself that it was just my imagination. But it did not happen only once. It kept happening, and the strangest part is that it never seemed tied to just one house. It felt like whatever this was kept showing up around me. It all started when I was around 9 or 10 years old. I remember one night very clearly because it felt so normal at first. It was just one of those nights when I could not get to sleep. I was lying in bed awake, not really thinking about anything important, just staring into the dark the way people do when they are too tired to stay awake but somehow cannot actually fall asleep. Everything was quiet, and I should have just drifted off after a while, but for some reason I turned my head and looked in another direction. That was when I saw what looked like a little girl. She was curled up, almost in a ball, leaning against the wall. Even now I can still picture the shape of her in that spot. I did not sit there and stare for a long time. I did not get some perfect look at her face. The second I saw her, I completely freaked out. I shut my eyes right away, turned the other direction, and pulled the blankets over my head as fast as I could. I felt that same kind of fear kids feel when they think something is in the room with them, except this did not feel like a bad dream because I had not been asleep. I had been lying there awake. I remember my heart beating so hard that it almost hurt. Under the blanket, I tried not to move, tried not to think, tried not to imagine that if I opened my eyes again she would still be there. After a while, I slowly started getting sleepy. Maybe fear finally wore me out. Maybe part of my brain tried to protect me by making me shut down and fall asleep. I do not know. But I never looked again that night. I never checked whether anything was really there. I did what a lot of scared kids do. I hid, waited, and hoped morning would fix everything. The next day, I did not talk about it. I did not tell anyone. I think part of me wanted to act like it never happened. If I stayed quiet, maybe I could pretend it was nothing. Maybe I could tell myself later that I had only imagined it in the dark. So that is what I did. I pushed it away and kept going. For a while, I managed not to think about it much. Then something else happened. Another time, I was in the bathroom washing my feet. It was such a simple moment, just a normal part of being at home, the kind of thing you never expect to turn scary. I was bent down, focused on what I was doing, and then I looked up. When I did, it looked like someone was peeking through the window. The shock of that moment hit me hard. It was sudden, and it felt so wrong that my body reacted before my mind could even catch up. I got scared and ran out of the bathroom right away. My feet were still wet, so I slipped while trying to get away, which only made the whole thing worse. I was already scared, and then suddenly I was almost falling too. It felt chaotic and embarrassing at the same time. I told my mom about it, hoping maybe she would take me seriously and help me understand what I saw. But like a lot of parents do when kids talk about strange things, she did not believe me. Or maybe she did not want to believe me. Either way, nothing came of it. After that, I tried to forget about it too. That seems to be a pattern in my life whenever something strange happens. It scares me badly in the moment, then afterward I try to bury it and move on. That worked for a while again, until the same thing happened another time. And honestly, it was even worse because this time I was using the bathroom when it happened, which made the whole thing more embarrassing on top of being terrifying. You already feel vulnerable in a bathroom. It is supposed to be private. So seeing someone, or something, at the window at a moment like that made me panic. This time, I ran out and told my dad instead of my mom. He actually believed me, or at least believed that I had seen something. That made a huge difference. He did not laugh it off or tell me I was being silly. He grabbed a flashlight, and I followed him to the back of the house. I remember that part clearly too, because even though I was scared, I also felt a little safer with him checking things out. Part of me hoped he would find somebody back there so at least there would be an answer. Even if it was something creepy like a real person, that would still be easier to understand than a ghost. But when we got there was nobody there. There were no footprints either. That was what bothered me most. If it had been some person peeking in, there should have been something. Some sign. Some tracks. Some proof that someone had been standing there. But there was nothing. So I was left not knowing what to think. Was it some pervert who somehow hid all evidence and covered up the ground? Or was it something else, something not human at all? I still do not know. That is one of the worst parts of these experiences. You never get closure. The moment ends, and all you are left with is fear and questions. After that, we moved. You would think moving would have made everything stop. I thought maybe if the strange things were tied to that place, then leaving the house would fix it. For a while, maybe I even believed that. But then something happened in the new place too, and that was when I started feeling like this might not be about one house. It might be following me. One day, my family and I had gone to my grandma's house for about 3 hours. I do not remember exactly why we were there, only that we were gone for a while and then came back home. It should have been a completely normal return. But as soon as we got inside, we heard a whirring sound coming from the kitchen. My dad went in first. We followed behind him, and it turned out the blender was on. That sounds simple when written down, but in the moment it was really strange. The sound of a blender running in an empty house is not just some little unexplained noise. It is loud, mechanical, obvious. It should have had a clear cause. We turned it off quickly, and then we checked to see if it was hot, because if it was, then maybe one of us had somehow left it on, and it had been running. But it was not hot. That meant it had not been on long, or at least not long enough to heat up in the way you would expect. And nobody had been home except the dog. But our dog could barely reach the chair, let alone do something like turn on a blender. So again, there was no answer that made sense. If no one was home, and the blender had not been left running for a long time, then how did it come on? We tried to make sense of it, but there was nothing there to explain it. It was just another thing added to the growing pile of weird moments I could not understand. Then there was another time involving the bathroom door. My mom was trying to open it, and suddenly the door shut hard from the inside. It was forceful enough to scare her. This stood out to me because until then a lot of the strange things seemed to happen mainly to me. But this time something happened right in front of her, something she could feel physically. Still, we tried to excuse it as the wind. That is what people do when they do not want to believe something strange is going on. They reach for the safest explanation, even when it does not fully work. The problem was that the wind should not have been strong enough to slam the door shut against my mom. That did not really make sense. But people are often more comfortable with a weak explanation than no explanation at all, so that is what we did. We called it wind and left it there, even though deep down I do not think I really believed that. When I was 13, things were still happening. At one point my mom was in Mexico, and I had to stay at my grandma's house. I did not even like staying there, but I had to. One night around 3 in the morning, I was awake because I could not get to sleep. That seems to happen to me a lot in these stories. I am awake at the wrong hour, in that strange quiet time when everything feels heavier and more isolated than it does during the day. That night, I heard footsteps in the kitchen. But they did not sound like normal footsteps. They sounded more like someone wearing high heels. That detail is what really got to me. High heels make a sharp, distinct kind of sound. Even if you are half asleep, you know the difference between that and ordinary shoes or bare feet. Hearing that in the middle of the night at my grandma's house made me panic. Once again, I freaked out and then basically did what I always do when I am terrified and do not know what else to do. I tried to go to sleep. It sounds strange now, but that is how fear worked for me back then. If I could just get myself under the covers, close my eyes, and somehow shut down, then maybe morning would come and the world would feel normal again. Not long after that, maybe a couple of months later, something similar happened at around 2 in the morning. I got up to use the bathroom. While I was in there, I heard footsteps in the kitchen again. That sound instantly brought back the fear from before. As soon as I finished, I went to look. There was no one there. That is always how it goes. The sound comes, the fear comes, I go look, and by the time I get there the place is empty. Nothing visible. Nothing I can point to and say, there, that is what caused it. Just silence, and my own nerves, and the feeling that something had been there 1 second before I arrived. Then there was the time I was lying on my bed. I was not asleep. I was just lying there, probably relaxing, maybe thinking, maybe doing nothing at all. And suddenly I felt what seemed like fingers rubbing across my back. That creeped me out more than almost anything else, because sounds are one thing. Seeing shapes is one thing. But feeling physical touch is different. When you feel fingers on your skin, you know right away whether someone is there or not supposed to be there. It was such a personal, invasive thing, and it happened out of nowhere. I do not remember jumping up and finding somebody. There was nobody there to find. It was just that sensation, that horrifying brief contact, and then fear flooding through me all over again. By that point, I had started to feel like this was not random anymore. It was not just one weird sighting or one weird sound in one house. It was a pattern. A scary, confusing pattern that had followed me from place to place and year to year. Then came the most recent one. This happened about a week ago, and now I am 14. I was at my aunt's house. I was closing a bedroom door when, out of nowhere, the door seemed to push itself shut. Not just drift closed naturally, not lightly swing in place, but push itself in a way that felt deliberate. That is what got me. The force of it did not feel like normal movement. It felt like something else was involved, something I could not see. That really shook me because, again, it was another different place. Not my old house. Not my grandma's house. My aunt's house. By then it was impossible not to notice the pattern. These things were not staying behind when I left somewhere. They kept showing up again. Sometimes it was a figure. Sometimes it was someone at a window. Sometimes it was footsteps. Sometimes it was an object acting strangely. Sometimes it was a touch. Sometimes it was a door moving on its own. But whatever it was, it did not seem tied to one location. That is why I keep thinking it follows me everywhere I go. When I look back over everything, the fear in each moment feels different, but there is also a thread connecting all of it. The first thing I saw was that little girl shape curled up by the wall. Then someone peeking in the bathroom window. Then the same kind of thing again. Then the blender turning on by itself. Then the bathroom door slamming. Then the high-heel footsteps in the kitchen. Then more footsteps in the night. Then fingers rubbing my back. Then the bedroom door at my aunt's house pushing itself closed. If it had only been one or two of these things, I could probably live with the idea that I just got scared and misunderstood normal events. But all of them together are harder to explain away. Some of them could maybe have ordinary explanations by themselves. A shadow in a dark room. Someone outside a window. A blender somehow left switched on. A draft closing a door. Sounds in an old house. But when strange things keep happening in a row, over years, in different places, you start running out of easy answers. One thing I think about a lot is how alone I felt during most of this. When I first saw that little girl's shape, I did not tell anyone. When I told my mom about seeing someone at the window, she did not believe me. When my dad came out with the flashlight, part of me felt better because at least someone was taking me seriously. Even though we found nothing, That moment mattered to me because it showed I was not completely alone with my fear. But a lot of the time, these things happen when nobody else was right there with me. That makes it easier for people to doubt you. It also makes it easier for you to doubt yourself later. You replay it in your head and wonder whether fear exaggerated everything. Maybe the sound was not as clear as you remember. Maybe the shape was not what you thought it was. Maybe the touch was something else. Maybe the door just moved strangely. But then another thing happens, and all the doubt comes crashing into the wall of the next experience. I also think about how young I was when this started. 9 or 10 is not very old. At that age, you are still trying to understand the world in a basic way. You rely on adults to tell you what is real and what is not. So when something happens that makes no sense, and the adults around you either do not believe you or do not know what to say, it leaves you stuck in a strange place. You know what you felt. You know what you saw or heard. But you also know other people think kids imagine things. So you start questioning yourself even when your own body remembers the fear clearly. That is another reason these experiences stayed with me. They did not just scare me in the moment. They changed how I felt in ordinary situations. Bathrooms stopped feeling fully safe, because 2 of the strangest moments happened there. Nighttime became heavier, because so many things happened when the house was dark and quiet. Hearing footsteps in another room, especially late at night, became the kind of thing that instantly made my heart beat faster. Even lying in bed, which should be one of the safest and most normal things in the world, stopped feeling completely normal after the first sighting and later after I felt fingers on my back. And it is not just fear. There is embarrassment mixed in too. I was embarrassed when I ran out of the bathroom. I was embarrassed when I slipped because my feet were wet. I was embarrassed when things happened while I was doing something private or simple and normal. That embarrassment makes it even harder to talk about, because then you are not only admitting you were scared, you are also admitting the awkwardness of the moment. And still, the fear was stronger than the embarrassment every single time. Another thing I keep thinking about is whether all these experiences are connected in some way. Was that little girl's shape in the bedroom the same thing behind the footsteps later? Was the window person connected to the sounds in the kitchen? Was the thing that touched my back the same thing that pushed the door at my aunt's house? Or were these all separate weird events that only feel connected because they happened to me? I do not know. Part of me wants to believe there is one answer, because one answer would at least make the world feel more organized. But another part of me knows that maybe there is no clean explanation waiting. Maybe life is just messy and strange sometimes. And maybe I have had more than my share of weird moments for reasons I cannot understand. Sometimes I try to imagine what other people would say if they read or heard this story. Some would probably say it is all imagination, stress, darkness, being half asleep, hearing normal house noises and turning them into something scarier. Some would say kids notice weird things and get themselves worked up. Some would say there must have been real people outside the windows. Some would say old appliances do odd things and doors move because of pressure and air. Some would say the rubbing on my back could have been my blanket, my hair, a nerve feeling, anything. And maybe 1 or 2 of those explanations could fit 1 or 2 events. But not all of them. That is what I come back to every time. Not all of them. Because once you start trying to explain the whole chain, it gets harder. You are left with too many moments, too many places, too many different kinds of experiences. A figure. A person at a window. Missing footprints. A blender turned on. A door slamming. High heel footsteps. More footsteps. A hand on my back. A door pushing itself closed at my aunt's house. There is just too much there for me to shrug it off completely. And the biggest thing of all is that feeling that it follows me. That is the part that scares me the most. If this was only tied to one room, one house, one yard, then maybe the solution would be simple. You leave. You avoid it. You move on. But what happens when you do leave and it still shows up somewhere else? What do you do with that? How do you feel safe if every new place carries the chance that something strange might happen there too? That feeling changes how you enter places. It changes how you move through the dark. It changes how quickly you react to sounds. It makes you more alert, more nervous, more aware of windows, doors, hallways, and empty rooms. Even when nothing is happening, you are waiting a little. And waiting can be its own kind of fear. There are nights when I think back to that first little girl shaped by the wall and wonder if that was where it all started, or just the first time I noticed it. Maybe something had already been around me before that, and I just had no reason to suspect it. Maybe that was the first moment it became visible enough to scare me into paying attention. Or maybe it really did start then. Maybe something saw me, or chose me, or attached itself to me in some way I will never understand. That thought is scary, but it is also hard to avoid once you have had enough strange experiences. I also wonder sometimes whether fear makes things stronger. The reason I think about that is because almost every time something happened, I reacted with intense fear. I freaked out. I ran. I hid. I went to sleep. I avoided thinking about it. I never stayed calm enough to test the moment. Of course, I was a kid for most of this, and even now I am still young, so I do not blame myself for reacting that way. But I do wonder whether whatever this is feeds on being noticed, or whether it gets closer when it knows I am scared. I do not like that thought, but it crosses my mind. At the same time, there is a part of me that is just tired. Tired of not knowing. Tired of wondering. Tired of trying to decide whether I am crazy, unlucky, sensitive, haunted, or just always in the wrong place at the wrong time. That confusion is part of the story too. It is not only fear. It is also the constant uncertainty afterward. The way a normal day can suddenly turn strange, and then leave you carrying the memory around for weeks, months, or years. The way one weird moment can make you doubt your own senses and then the next moment comes along and tells you that maybe you were right to be scared all along. And even now, when I tell myself maybe it is over, I do not fully believe it. Because I remember how many times I thought something was over before, only for a new thing to happen later. I remember forgetting the first sighting until something else happened. I remember forgetting the bathroom window until it happened again. I remember moving and thinking maybe that was the end, then hearing the blender. I remember thinking maybe things were slowing down, then hearing high heels in the kitchen. I remember thinking maybe I was safe in bed, then feeling fingers on my back. I remember going to my aunt's house and watching a door move on its own. That is why I cannot say with confidence that it is done. Maybe it is. Maybe it is not. I just know that from around the age of 9 or 10 until now at 14, strange things have happened around me often enough that I cannot completely dismiss them anymore. I know what fear feels like in those moments. I know what it feels like to shut your eyes and pull the blanket over your head because you do not want to see what is in the room. I know what it feels like to look up and think someone is watching you through a bathroom window. I know what it feels like to hear footsteps where no one should be, and then find nothing. I know what it feels like to be touched when no one is there. I know what it feels like to watch a door move in a way that does not seem natural. And most of all, I know what it feels like to start believing that whatever this is does not stay in one place. Maybe one day I will understand it. Maybe one day I will find some explanation that finally ties all these moments together and makes them feel smaller and less frightening. Or maybe I will look back years from now and still not know what was happening. Maybe I will only know that my life had these strange interruptions, these brief moments where normal reality seemed to slip and show me something I could not explain. For now, all I can really say is this. I do not know what is going on. I do not know if I saw a ghost that first night, or if I have been dealing with something else all these years. I do not know if it is one thing or many things. I do not know if it wants attention, if it enjoys scaring me, or if it is simply there and crossing into my life in ways I cannot control. I only know that these things happened. And the reason they still stay with me is because they never fully stopped long enough for me to call them imagination. That is why I believe something strange has been around me. Because it keeps returning. Because it keeps showing up in different forms. Because every time I try to tell myself it was nothing, another moment arrives and reminds me that maybe it was something after all. And because deep down, no matter how much I try to be rational, There is still a part of me that believes whatever this is has been following me for years. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. In the summer of 1996, I was living in an apartment in Huntington, West Virginia, and at the time I had no idea that place would end up giving me one of the most terrifying experiences of my life. Looking back now, I can see that strange things had already started happening before the main incident, but at the time I did not fully understand that something bigger might be building in the background. Sometimes that is how these experiences happen. They do not begin with one huge shocking moment. They begin quietly, with little things that seem strange but not important enough to stop your life over. You notice them, you feel uneasy, but you keep going. Then one day something happens that makes all the earlier pieces suddenly fit together in a much darker way. That is exactly what happened to me. At that time, I was sharing the apartment with a roommate. We were both having odd experiences, but strangely enough, we were not really talking to each other about them right away. That sounds strange now, but it made sense back then. When weird things happen, a lot of people do not rush to tell someone else immediately. First, they try to explain it away in their own minds. Then they wonder whether it is worth bringing up. Then they worry they will sound ridiculous. So even though my roommate and I were both living in the same place and both experiencing something unsettling, we were not yet sitting down and saying, "Something is wrong here." It took a much more direct and much more frightening event to force the subject into the open. Before that happened, there had already been the issue with our feet. That sounds small when you put it that way, almost silly, but at the time it was not silly at all. It was deeply creepy because it kept happening at night, when you are asleep or just barely drifting into sleep, which is already a vulnerable time. I remember sleeping on the couch downstairs one night after falling asleep while watching a late-night movie. That kind of thing was not unusual for me. Sometimes you sit there intending to stay awake, maybe finishing a film, or just relaxing, and before you know it the TV is still on, and you are half asleep on the couch. That night, I was lying there with my feet near the end of the couch. At some point, I kept feeling a thud. It was not a random bump from my own body shifting. It felt like something was hitting the end of the couch, right where my feet were. It was just enough to wake my attention without fully waking my whole body at first. A thud. Then again. It was not constant, but it was enough to disturb me and make me aware that something was happening. I remember that odd confused feeling of lying there, sleepy and disoriented, trying to figure out what I was feeling. Was I imagining it? Was my foot moving against the couch? Was something settling in the room? But the feeling kept coming back in a way that made it hard to dismiss. And it did not happen only once. This same sort of thing happened on different late nights. Not every single night, but enough times that I noticed a pattern. Something seemed to be interacting with the area around my feet while I slept or rested on that couch. I did not know what to make of it, and at the time I do not remember framing it immediately as supernatural. It just felt odd and uncomfortable, like some invisible interruption invading those quiet late-night hours. Then later, my roommate told me that she had been experiencing something similar. She said that while she was asleep, something had smacked her bare feet. That was the moment the strange feeling of my own experience changed shape in my mind. When something happens to you once, maybe twice, you can tell yourself it is nothing. But when another person in the same apartment tells you they are also having something mess with their feet at night, it stops feeling like coincidence. It starts feeling shared. And once something is shared, it becomes harder to deny. My roommate was not just describing some vague unease. She was describing physical contact, something hitting her bare feet while she slept. That matched the strange thuds at the end of the couch too closely to ignore. Still, as strange as that was, it was not yet the worst part. Those experiences were unsettling, yes, but they still belonged to the category of things you might nervously laugh off in daylight. They felt weird, but not impossible. They frightened us, But they did not yet fully force us to face the idea that something truly dark might be in that apartment. That came later, and when it came, it erased any comfort I still had. One evening after work, I came home to the apartment alone. At the time, I worked as a secretary at a local pawn shop, so it had been a normal workday, the kind of day that should have ended in an ordinary quiet return home. I remember coming in and finding that no one else was there. The apartment was empty, at least physically empty. There were no sounds of another person moving around, no voices, nothing that would suggest someone had arrived before me. So I walked through the kitchen toward the answering machine to check the messages. That was just habit, something normal people did before cell phones replaced that whole little ritual. But as soon as I entered the apartment, I felt something was off. That is the best word I can use for it. Off. The room felt weird. There was something in the atmosphere, something wrong, something that made the place feel occupied even though I knew there was no one physically there. It is hard to explain that kind of feeling to people who have never had it. It is not the same as simply being nervous because you are alone. It is not even exactly fear at first. It is more like your body senses that the space has changed in some invisible way. The air feels different. The room feels watched. You become aware of the silence in a new way. It is like stepping into a place and instantly knowing you are not as alone as you should be, even though you cannot see a reason for that feeling. That is exactly how it felt. I remember standing at the answering machine with my back turned, checking the messages, trying to move through the moment normally even though I already felt uneasy. Maybe part of me hoped that if I just stayed calm and kept doing ordinary things, the strange feeling would pass. Maybe I thought once I was inside for a few minutes the room would stop feeling so wrong. It did not. Without warning, something tapped me on my right shoulder. Not lightly. Not in a vague maybe I felt something way. It tapped me very hard 3 times. That is one of the details that has stayed with me the clearest all these years later. It was not a gentle touch that might have been mistaken for a shift in clothing or an accidental bump. It was 3 hard taps, firm and deliberate, like someone standing behind me wanted to make absolutely certain I knew they were there. I froze. I was frightened immediately, but I also did not dare turn around. That is the kind of fear I do not think everyone understands unless they have felt it themselves. Sometimes terror does not make you scream or run. Sometimes it makes you absolutely still. Your body knows something is wrong, but it also knows that turning too quickly or reacting too wildly somehow feels dangerous. In that moment, I did not want to see what was behind me, yet I was already horribly aware that something was there. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw part of it. What I saw looked like a long, bony finger. It had 3 raised, bony knuckles, and it was not natural looking at all. The strangest part was the color. The apparition looked kind of cartoonish in a way, not because it looked fake, but because it was blue and green and very bright. That makes it sound less scary when written down, but in person it was deeply frightening. Bright, unnatural color does not make something less real when it is right next to you. In some ways it made it worse, because it pushed the whole thing beyond anything I could explain. I stood there, not knowing what to do. Then I heard the voice. Even now, after all this time, that voice is what haunts me most. It was not just that something touched me. It was not just that I caught sight of that finger from the corner of my eye. It was the voice that turned the whole experience into something I can still feel in my chest when I remember it. It said, "Nobody's home." The voice was deep, guttural, and angry. I can still hear that tone in my mind. It was not casual. It was not playful. It was not some whisper from the edge of the room. It was close, direct, and filled with an energy that felt hostile. The words themselves are disturbing enough, but it was the way they were said that really lodged inside me. There was menace in that voice. There was something dark in it. It did not feel like a harmless trick or some random spirit making noise. It felt like something deeply unpleasant had chosen to reveal itself to me. And yet, for all the terror I felt, I did something strange. I stayed calm on the outside. Inside, the hair on the back of my neck was standing up. My whole body was lit up with fear. but I did not run screaming. I did not spin around. I did not collapse. Instead, I calmly walked away, through the living room, up the stairs, into the bedroom, and locked the door. That memory still feels unreal to me. I do not know whether that calmness was strength, shock, or some instinct for survival. Maybe if I had panicked, I would have felt even worse afterward. Maybe my body knew the safest thing was to leave without reacting too much. All I know is that I walked away from that thing as calmly as I could manage, even though everything inside me was screaming. Once I got upstairs and locked the door, I waited. I do not know exactly what I thought would happen next. Maybe I expected footsteps. Maybe I expected another voice. Maybe I expected something to come after me. Fear makes the imagination very active. Every second after something like that feels stretched thin and sharp. You listen for every sound in the house. You replay the moment in your mind again and again, trying to understand what just happened. Part of you hopes you imagined it, yet you know you did not. That is one of the worst feelings in the world, wanting something to be unreal while knowing with total certainty that it was not. About an hour later, my roommate came home. I called down to her right away, and I know my voice must have sounded strange, frightened and excited at the same time. That mix makes sense now. I was terrified, yes, but I was also desperate to tell someone, desperate to get the experience outside of myself so I did not have to sit alone with it anymore. She came in, and I told her what had happened. To her credit, she believed me. That mattered more than I can fully explain. After an experience like that, the last thing you want is to be laughed at or dismissed. My roommate was the accepting, ghostly kind of person. She did not roll her eyes or act like I had lost my mind. Instead, she listened, and then she brought up the strange foot experiences we had both been having. That was the evening we really connected the pieces. We talked about how something had been tapping or smacking our feet while we slept. We talked about the weird pattern. We talked about what might be in that apartment. Suddenly, the earlier strange moments no longer felt separate or minor. They felt like warnings. They felt like the lead up to something larger. And now that the larger thing had happened to me, the apartment itself no longer felt neutral. It felt inhabited in a way that went beyond normal life. To this day, I still think about what happened there, and it still scares me badly. That is the truth. Time has passed. Life has moved on. I have had plenty of ordinary days and ordinary years since then. But that one encounter has stayed with me in a way that some memories never fade. Certain experiences settle into your body, not just your mind. The image of that finger. The weight of those 3 taps on my shoulder. The way the apartment felt, off, before anything even happened. And above all, that voice. Nobody's home. It still echoes in me. And one of the strangest things about the whole experience is that whatever it was never bothered me again. Not in that direct way. That almost makes it worse in some ways, because it left no pattern I could study, no repeated event I could get used to, no second confrontation that might have told me more. It came, it revealed itself in the worst possible way, and then it stopped. That left me with one huge terrifying moment, and no clear explanation. I try not to think about it too much because a part of me honestly fears giving it energy. Maybe that sounds irrational to some people, but when something feels that evil, you do not want to invite it back into your thoughts more than necessary. What I felt standing behind me that day was not small. I truly felt it was very large and very tall. Even though I did not fully turn around and see the whole form, I had a powerful sense of its size. In my mind it felt around 7 feet tall, standing behind me, black in presence even if part of what I glimpsed had those bright blue and green colors. That may sound contradictory, but it is the best way I can explain it. The energy of it felt dark, looming, massive. The image that has always come to my mind afterward is something Grim Reaper-like, not literally with a robe and scythe, but in that same category of presence. Tall, black, evil. Something that overshadowed the room just by existing in it. And that is the word I always come back to. Evil. Not sad. Not curious. Not playful. Not lost. Evil. There are some ghost stories people tell that have a strange sweetness to them, or at least a softer sadness. This was not that. There was hostility in it. Anger. A feeling that what stood behind me was not simply making itself known, but intruding in a way meant to unsettle and dominate. The 3 hard taps were not friendly. The voice was not casual. The whole moment felt like a display of power, as if it wanted me to know that it was there and that it could step right into my space anytime it wanted. That is why even now it frightens me so much. When I think back to that apartment in Huntington, I also think about how ordinary life can look right before something extraordinary happens. That day I had come home from work like any other day. I had gone through the kitchen like I had probably done countless times before. I had walked toward the answering machine like it was just another routine action in an ordinary evening. There was no warning sign other than that strange feeling that the room was off. There was no lightning, no dramatic shift in temperature that I remember, no obvious clue that the next few seconds would stay with me for years. That is part of what makes such experiences so disturbing. They step into the most normal parts of life. A couch where you fall asleep after a movie. A kitchen where you check the messages. A shoulder tap, one of the most ordinary human gestures in the world. A voice speaking plain words. Nothing about those things should belong to horror. And yet when something unnatural uses familiar human actions, it becomes even more unsettling. A hard tap on the shoulder is what a person might do if they were trying to get your attention. A voice saying words is what a person does. That is what made the whole thing so violating. It was not some distant shadow across the room. It was intimate. Close. Personal. I have replayed the moment many times over the years. What if I had turned around? That question comes up often, and I honestly do not know the answer. Part of me is glad I did not. Part of me fears what I might have seen if I had faced it directly. Maybe I only survived the moment as well as I did because I did not fully turn and engage with it. Maybe seeing only that finger and hearing only that voice was already more than enough. On the other hand, human beings crave answers, and a piece of me always wonders whether turning around would have given me one. But then I think about the pure fear in that moment, the deep animal sense that it was dangerous to look, and I trust that instinct. Something in me knew not to turn. The fact that my roommate had her own experiences also matters a lot to me. If everything had only happened to me, I might have doubted myself more over the years. I might have asked whether stress, exhaustion, or imagination had shaped it somehow. But the foot-smacking and couch-thudding incidents were shared territory. We were both dealing with something in that apartment before the big event ever happened. That gives the story a foundation that makes it harder for me to write off later. And yet, strangely, the main direct encounter was mine alone. Maybe that is why it feels so personal even now. It did not just happen in my environment. It happened to me. It chose my shoulder. It spoke into my space. It addressed me. Even the words, "Nobody's home," had a deeply violating feeling, as if it was not merely announcing emptiness but claiming the apartment, or trying to tell me that I was somehow alone in a way that made me vulnerable. Those words have a strange power in that context. They sound simple, but when spoken in a deep, angry, guttural voice by something unseen behind you, they become chilling. I have also thought a lot about what might have been behind that phrase. Did it mean literally that no one was home besides me? Did it mean something darker, like that the place belonged to it in that moment? Did it mean something about me, my spirit, my state of mind? I do not know. And maybe that uncertainty is part of why the words still haunt me. They are clear enough to remember exactly, but vague enough to mean many things. That leaves them rattling around in memory without ever settling into one safe explanation. When people talk about feeling a place is haunted, sometimes they mean they sense something in the atmosphere. Sometimes they mean they heard noises or saw shadows. But for me, that apartment crossed the line. It was not just a creepy place. It was a place where something physically interacted with us and then directly confronted me. That changes the whole category of the experience. It becomes less about wondering if there was energy there and more about knowing there was some kind of presence with intent. And that intent did not feel good. over the years, I have tried not to feed the memory too much. That may sound odd, but it is true. I have a strong instinct not to dwell on it in a way that feels like invitation. I can tell the story. I can acknowledge what happened. But I do not like rolling it around in my mind for long periods of time because some part of me fears that whatever it was might somehow notice the attention. Whether that makes logical sense or not, it is how I feel. Fear is not always rational. It often comes from the body long before the mind can explain anything. I also think about the feeling of its size. That may be one of the hardest parts to explain to anyone who was not there. I did not turn and see a full 7-foot figure standing behind me, and yet I knew. Or at least I felt with total certainty that it was huge. Some presences carry that kind of weight. Their scale enters the room before your eyes ever confirm it. I felt that behind me, towering, black, immense, and wrong. That impression has never left me. Even the finger I saw seemed elongated and unnatural, bony in a way that felt less human than symbolic, like a detail from a nightmare given just enough brightness to burn into memory. There is something almost insulting about how ordinary life continued after that. The world does not stop just because you have had a horrifying supernatural experience. You still go on. You still work. You still live. The apartment still has walls and a kitchen and stairs and ordinary furniture. The days continue. But inside you, something has shifted. You know that in one of the most normal places in your life, something impossible and terrible touched you and spoke to you. That knowledge does not vanish just because the room looks ordinary in daylight. Maybe that is why certain places never feel fully normal again once something happens there. Even if nothing more occurs, the memory itself changes the space forever. I can still picture walking into that apartment after work. I can still feel the strange, off sensation in the kitchen. I can still see the answering machine in my mind. I can still feel the hard 3 taps on my shoulder. I can still hear the voice. And I can still remember the strange mixture of terror and control that carried me through the living room and up the stairs to lock myself in the bedroom. Some memories stay detailed because they were important. Others stay detailed because they were traumatic. This one is both. I sometimes wonder what would have happened if my roommate had not believed me. That might have made the whole thing even worse. Instead, she listened, accepted it, and then shared her own experiences. That did not solve anything, but it gave shape to the fear. It told me I had not just suddenly gone crazy in that kitchen. It confirmed that something had already been active in the apartment. That mattered. Shared experience does not reduce fear, but it does reduce the loneliness of it. Even so, the central terror remains mine. I was the one touched. I was the one who saw that finger. I was the one who heard that voice. And because of that, I carry the emotional weight of the encounter in a very personal way. When I describe it now, I still feel the same shiver when I reach the part where it says, "Nobody's home." I still feel that deep instinctive recoil when I remember the tone. That is how I know the fear was real and lasting. It did not fade like a dream. It did not soften into a funny old story. It stayed sharp, even if the years have wrapped it in distance. And maybe the strangest part is that I still do not know what it was. Not truly. I can call it an apparition, a spirit, an entity, something evil. I can compare it to a grim reaper type of presence. I can say it felt 7 feet tall and black. I can say its finger looked bright blue and green, cartoonish yet real. I can describe every physical and emotional detail I remember. But I still cannot name it in a way that explains it. I do not know where it came from. I do not know why it focused on us, or on me. I do not know whether the foot tapping was connected in some meaningful way, or whether that was just the first level of contact before something stronger showed itself. I only know how it felt. It felt ancient in a way that had nothing to do with age. It felt wrong in a way that had nothing to do with simple fear of the unknown. It felt evil. That is the word I trust most because it is the one that comes from the deepest place in me when I remember it. Not spooky. Not creepy. Not mysterious. Evil. And that is why, even though it never bothered me again directly, the experience never fully left me. It changed how I understand certain kinds of silence, certain feelings in a room, certain instincts in my body. If a place suddenly feels off, now I notice. If the air in a room seems strangely occupied even when it is empty, I pay attention. Once something like that has happened to you, your body learns a language your mind may never fully decode. I have no interest in giving that thing a reason to return. That is the truth. So I tell the story, but carefully. I remember it, but not too long. I acknowledge it, but I do not feed it. Because whatever was behind me in that kitchen in the summer of 1996 was not something I ever want near me again. It touched me once. It spoke once. And once was enough to stay with me for the rest of my life. A few years ago, my parents moved us to a small town, and ever since then, my room has never felt completely right to me. Before we came here, I used to sleep normally. I was never one of those people who needed every light on just to fall asleep. I could sleep in the dark without a problem. But that changed after we moved, and the strange part is that it only changed in this house, and more specifically in my room. My room is very small. It was not even really made to be a bedroom. It used to be a home office, and I have been sleeping in there for around 4 years now. Because it is so small, there is not much space between the bed and the walls, and everything feels close to me all the time. During the day it is not as bad, or at least I can usually manage it better then. But at night, when everything is quiet and I am getting ready to go to sleep, the whole room feels different. It feels smaller, darker, heavier, and somehow more alive in the worst possible way. Sometime after my 13th birthday, I started getting this feeling that something was watching me. It was not just a quick nervous feeling that came and went. It was stronger than that. It felt focused, like attention. Like something was standing there only about a foot away from my bed, staring down at me in the dark. I have always believed in ghosts, at least enough to think they might be real, but this feeling made everything different. It stopped being some interesting idea and started feeling personal. It started feeling like if ghosts were real, then maybe one of them had decided to stay in my room. That is the hardest part to explain. It is not like I always see something. Most of the time, I do not see anything at all. But I feel it. I feel that presence in the room with me, especially when I am trying to fall asleep. It feels as if something is there, very close, just standing beside my bed and looking down at me. Sometimes it feels patient. Sometimes it feels creepy. Sometimes it feels almost like it is enjoying the fact that I know it is there. That thought alone is enough to make my whole body tense up under the blankets. Because of that, I cannot sleep in the dark anymore. I used to be able to turn off my night light and rest without thinking about it. Now I always need some kind of light in the room. I cannot stand complete darkness in there. These days I usually sleep with the TV on, because I need that glow, that movement, that sound, something to make the room feel less still. When the TV is on, it helps a little. It gives me something else to focus on. It makes the room feel a little more normal, a little more occupied by something safe. But even then, the feeling does not always go away. Sometimes it is still there, just further back, like whatever is in the room does not mind the light at all. It is not only when I am in bed either. I also feel like something is watching me when I am home alone. And again, it is always strongest in my room. It can happen during the day or at night, but it is worse when the house is quiet and I know I am the only person there. Sometimes it gets so bad that I cannot even make myself go into my room when I am alone. I will stand there outside the door and feel this wave of fear, like the room itself is warning me not to enter. Other times I will go in, and the second I step inside I feel it again. That same attention. That same heavy feeling that something in there knows I came in. It scares me because it happens so often. If it had only happened 1 or 2 times, I might have told myself I was just imagining things. I might have blamed stress, or shadows, or the fact that the room is small and strange. But it happens enough that my room has started to feel different from every other room in the house. The rest of the house can feel normal. I can walk around, do normal things, and feel fine. Then I go into my room, and something changes. The air feels wrong. The silence feels wrong. Even when nothing is happening, it feels like something could happen at any second. That is what really scares me. It is not always some loud noise or moving object. A lot of the fear comes from expectation. The feeling that something is there, and that it is only a matter of time before it finally does something more than watch. Sometimes when I am in my room, I get the feeling that whatever is there wants me to leave. It does not always feel angry, but it can feel unfriendly, like I am in its space instead of mine. Other times the feeling is different. It feels like it is just watching me with some kind of creepy smile, standing in the corner of my room and waiting. Waiting for what, I do not know. Maybe for me to look. Maybe for me to get scared. Maybe for the right moment. That uncertainty makes everything worse, because my imagination starts filling in the blanks. And that is another thing I struggle with a lot, my imagination. There are times when I know that part of what scares me is in my own head. I know fear can make you picture horrible things. But even knowing that does not make it stop. In fact, sometimes it almost makes it worse, because then I am dealing with two kinds of fear at the same time. One is the feeling that something is really there in my room. The other is the terrifying images my mind creates whenever I am already nervous. One of the biggest examples of that happens at night when I am in my room and need to leave it. Once I am inside my room at night, I hate opening the door. The reason sounds simple, but to me it has become a huge problem. When I open the door, I can see the window that looks outside. And sadly, we do not have blinds for it. So every time I open my door at night, I cannot help picturing some guy outside staring in at me, holding a shotgun. I know that sounds extreme, and I know it is probably just my mind doing what it always does when I am scared. But that image comes so strongly and so quickly that I cannot stop it. No matter how much I tell myself it is not real, I still picture him there. And the thing that makes it even harder to shake is the fact that around this town, people do shoot guns. It is not some completely impossible thought. That is what gives the image extra power. I know I am probably imagining it, but because the town is like that, the fear does not feel completely disconnected from real life. So every time I open my bedroom door at night and see that window, I feel like I am about to see someone standing there looking in. That fear has trapped me in my room more than once. There have been nights when I needed to leave the room, maybe for something simple, and I delayed it because I did not want to open the door. I would sit there trying to make myself do it, knowing it sounded ridiculous, and knowing the image was probably not real, but still feeling that same panic rise up. It is exhausting to be scared of your own room and then scared of what is outside your room too. It makes nighttime feel like a challenge instead of something normal. My dogs are one of the only reasons I can handle it at all. I have 2 dogs, and I tell myself they protect me. Maybe that sounds silly to some people, but having them around makes me feel less alone. If something were really wrong, if something were really in the room or near the house, I want to believe they would know. I want to believe they would react and warn me. That is one of the things I hold on to when I feel really scared. But even with the dogs, there are moments that make everything more unsettling. Sometimes my dog will be playing with me normally, acting happy and fine, and then all of a sudden he will stop and run out of the house barking like crazy. He does not just casually walk off. He reacts like something caught his attention instantly. He turns, barks, and runs through the doggy door for no reason I can see. It is always strange when it happens, because it is so sudden. 1 second he is completely normal, and the next second he seems to be reacting to something outside or maybe something I cannot hear or see. That always gets to me. When animals react to nothing visible, it makes scary feelings much harder to ignore. If I were the only one ever feeling something strange, I could always blame myself. But when a dog suddenly changes behavior for no reason, it makes me wonder if he is sensing something I cannot. I know dogs bark at all kinds of things, and maybe there is always some normal explanation. Maybe he hears another animal. Maybe he smells something. Maybe he notices movement outside. But when you already live with this constant feeling that your room is being watched, every one of those moments starts to feel important. Then there is the attic. At night, sometimes it sounds like something might be in there. I will admit that one could easily have a normal explanation. It could just be rats. I know that. I tell myself that all the time. Old houses and attics make noises, and animals get in places they should not. But the problem is that when you are already on edge, every unexplained sound seems connected to everything else. So when I hear something in the attic at night, even if it might just be rats, my mind immediately links it to the feeling in my room. It makes the whole house feel more active, more alive in a bad way, as if there are hidden things moving around above me while I am lying there trying to sleep. That is another reason the TV helps. Without the TV, every tiny sound becomes too clear. The house creaks. The attic shifts. The dog moves. The wind does something outside. And each one feels like a possible sign that something is there again. The TV noise gives me something normal to hold onto. It breaks up the silence. It makes it easier to pretend my room is just a room. But even then, the feeling never completely leaves. There are nights when I lie there staring toward the corner of the room, convinced that if I look long enough I am going to see something. Not because I want to, but because I feel like one day it is actually going to happen. I get this horrible sense that one night I will turn around, or glance into the wrong corner, and it will finally be there. Just standing there, staring at me. Not moving. Not hiding. Just there. And I know if that happens, I will scream and run out of the room. Sometimes I try to imagine what I think I would even see. A shadow? A face? A person? Something human looking but wrong? And every time I think about that possibility, the fear grows worse. Because when you are waiting for something you cannot define, your mind creates its own version of it. And those made-up versions can be almost as terrifying as anything real. Sometimes I think that is why I can no longer sleep normally in there. It is not only the feeling of being watched. It is the fear of what that watcher might look like if it ever decides to show itself. There is also something very lonely about it. When you are scared in a room that everyone else thinks is normal, you start to feel like the fear belongs only to you. Maybe that is true, maybe it is not. But it feels that way. My room has become a place where I am always aware of myself, always aware of what might be in there, always wondering whether I am being dramatic or whether something really is wrong. That kind of constant uncertainty wears you down. It makes you dread bedtime. It makes you hesitate before going into your own room. It makes a space that should feel private and safe become the opposite. And it is strange because I have slept there for 4 years. That is a long time to live in one room, to know its walls and its shadows and the way it looks in daylight and at night. You would think that over time I would have gotten used to it. But instead, after my 13th birthday, it started feeling less familiar, not more. The room itself did not change, but my experience of it did. That is one of the scariest things about all of this. The place stayed the same, yet something about it started feeling wrong. Or maybe I only became old enough to notice it clearly then. I do not know. I just know that before, I could sleep there with the light off. Now I cannot. Before I could walk into the room without thinking twice. Now there are times when I stop at the door. Before, nighttime was just nighttime. Now nighttime feels like the part of the day when my room becomes someone else's territory. I have wondered many times if this is all just fear feeding on itself. Maybe the first bad feeling made me nervous, the nervousness made me more alert, and then every little thing started feeling worse because I was already expecting it. I try to think about that, because I do want a normal explanation. I would honestly rather believe my mind is making things bigger than they are than believe there is really something standing in the corner of my room every night. But then I get that feeling again. That very specific feeling. Like something is standing just 1 foot from my bed, staring down at me. And it is hard to explain away a feeling that clear. What scares me most is how personal it feels. It does not feel random, like just a spooky room or a creepy house. It feels directed at me. It feels as if whatever is there knows I can feel it, and keeps coming close on purpose. That is what gives me the sense sometimes that it might want to hurt me, or at least frighten me. Other times it feels different, almost like it is not angry at all. It is just there, watching, maybe amused by my fear. In some ways that is even worse. Anger is easier to understand than calm, smiling attention from something you cannot see. The smiling feeling really creeps me out. I know that sounds odd, because it is not like I actually see a face smiling in the room. It is more like an impression. A sense of attitude. Like whatever is there is enjoying itself, standing back and waiting, almost entertained. There is something so disturbing about that kind of patience. It makes me feel weak in my own room, like I am the one being observed and judged while it just stands there comfortably in the darkness. I have tried different ways of dealing with it. Keeping the TV on. Not looking into the corners of the room. Staying under the blankets. Talking to myself in my head and telling myself it is not real. Keeping the dogs near me. Trying to think about normal things before sleeping. Sometimes those things help a little. Sometimes they do not help much at all. Fear is not always easy to talk yourself out of, especially when it has become part of a routine. Once your body learns to expect something in a certain place, it reacts before logic can catch up. I think that is what has happened to me. My room has become associated with being watched, so now even the act of entering it can make my body tense up automatically. And because it happens mostly in my room, that somehow makes it worse, not better. If I felt watched everywhere, maybe I would think I just had a general anxiety problem. But because it is concentrated in one place, the fear feels more tied to something external, something in the room itself. It is as if the room has its own mood, its own hidden life, and I just happen to be forced to sleep inside it every night. I also keep wondering if one day there will be some proof. Not because I want proof. Actually, I think part of me is terrified of proof. But I do wonder if one day something bigger will happen. A clear sighting. A noise too loud to ignore. My dogs reacting to the same spot at the same time. Something moving. Some moment where the fear stops being just a feeling and turns into something I can point to. That thought scares me because once something like that happens, there is no going back to pretending. Right now, there is still a small part of me that can say maybe it is only a feeling, maybe it is my imagination, maybe it is because I already believe in ghosts. But if I ever really see it, that will be over. And I truly feel like that could happen. That is one of the darkest parts of this whole thing. I feel like one day, I may turn around and it will simply be there. Standing. Watching. Close enough that I will know it is real. I hate that I even think this way, but it has become part of how I experience my room now. It is not just a place where I sleep. It is a place where I wait for something I hope never actually appears. The only reason I get through it at all is because of my dogs. I keep coming back to that because it matters to me. Their presence gives me something solid, something living, something protective. Even if they do weird things sometimes, even if one of them suddenly runs out barking for no reason, I still feel safer having them nearby than being completely alone with that room. If I did not have them, I think the nights would feel much worse. They are like the last normal part of the room, the last thing grounding me in reality when everything else feels wrong. And maybe that is why the scariest moments are when I am alone. When no one else is home, the room feels more powerful somehow. There is no distraction, no voices elsewhere in the house, no movement except mine. That is when it becomes hardest to enter. That is when every shadow feels more serious. That is when the feeling of being watched gets stronger and harder to dismiss. Loneliness makes fear louder. It gives it more space to grow. I wish I knew why it started after my 13th birthday. I think about that sometimes too. Why then? Why not right away when we moved? Why after years of sleeping there did it suddenly become a problem? Did something change? Did I change? Did I become more aware? Or did something in the room become more active? There are no answers, only more questions. But I always go back to that point in time because that is when the room stopped being normal for me. Before that, it was just a tiny room. After that, it became something else. Sometimes I even get angry about it. It is my room. It is supposed to be my space. I am supposed to be able to close the door and feel safe there. Instead, it feels like the one place in the house where I am least at peace. That is not fair, and maybe that is part of what makes the fear so intense. It is not just fear of the unknown. It is also the frustration of not being able to relax in a place that should belong entirely to me. And yet, every night I still have to go back in there. Every night I still have to lie in that bed. Every night I still have to wonder whether tonight will just be another creepy feeling, or whether tonight will be the night I finally see something. That is how I live with it. One night at a time. One light left on. One hand near the remote. One ear listening for attic noises, dog sounds, and anything else unusual. One eye always aware of the corner of the room. One part of my mind trying to stay rational. And another part completely convinced that something is already there, standing a foot away, staring down at me in the dark. Even now, to this very day, the feeling has not gone away. Sometimes it is weaker. Sometimes it is so strong I can barely stand being in the room. Sometimes it feels dangerous. Sometimes it feels like it just wants to watch. Sometimes it feels like it wants me gone. Sometimes it feels like it is smiling. And every time it comes back, I feel the same mix of fear and helplessness, because I still do not know what it is, why it is there, or why it has chosen my room. All I know is that I feel it. I feel it when I am trying to sleep. I feel it when I am home alone. I feel it when I enter the room and suddenly do not want to stay there anymore. I feel it when I lie in bed and imagine turning around. I feel it when I open the door at night and picture terrible things outside. I feel it in the way my room has stopped being just a room. Maybe one day it will stop. Maybe one day I will move, or grow out of the fear, or discover some completely normal reason for all of this. But right now, it still feels like something is watching me. And the worst part is that deep down, I do not think it is just my imagination. This happened when I was in 6th grade, last year, and even now it is one of the most terrifying things that has ever happened to me. I know a lot of people hear scary stories and think maybe the person was alone, maybe they imagined it, maybe they were half asleep, or maybe they just got scared and misunderstood what was happening. But this was not like that. I was not alone. 2 of my best friends were there with me, and they experienced it too. That is one of the reasons this memory has stayed with me so strongly. If it had only happened to me, maybe by now I would have talked myself into thinking I had imagined some of it. Maybe I would have told myself that I was tired, emotional, or just letting my fear take over. But all 3 of us were there. We all saw enough, felt enough, and reacted enough that I know something truly strange happened that day. It was almost the last day of school, which should have made everything feel exciting and light. That time of year always has a different atmosphere. Everyone is restless. Classes do not feel as serious anymore. Students are already half thinking about summer. Even the teachers seem a little more relaxed because the school year is almost over. On top of that, I had just come back from a field trip. A field trip day already feels different from a normal school day. You are out of your routine. You are moving around more. You are talking with your friends more than usual. Everything feels a little freer, a little less strict. So there was nothing about that day that should have turned scary. If anything, it should have been a happy memory. After the field trip was over, I was with 2 of my best friends. I will call them A and B. We were doing what we usually did, just standing around and talking. It was normal, casual, ordinary. There was no warning that something was about to happen. No creepy sound, no dark room, no feeling in the air that told us to be careful. That is one of the worst things about frightening experiences sometimes. They begin right in the middle of completely normal moments, and that makes them even harder to process when they happen. A and B were talking to each other like usual. I was there, listening, probably half joining in and half just standing with them the way friends do. Then suddenly A said that her arms were hurting. At first it did not sound serious. When someone says something hurts, you usually assume it is something small. Maybe she bumped into something. maybe she had a cramp. Maybe it was nothing. But the way she reacted made it clear this was different. She said it felt like someone was pinching her. That was strange right away. I looked at her, and I looked around her too, because the first normal thought was obvious. Maybe someone near her was messing with her. Kids joke around all the time. Maybe someone had reached over or brushed against her in a weird way. But no one was doing anything to her. There was no one around her causing it. She kept reacting like she was being pinched, and I remember how odd it looked because her movements did not match anything visible. It was like she was fighting off hands that were not there. Then it got worse. She started saying that it was hurting on her legs too. Now it was no longer something easy to ignore. She was clearly uncomfortable, and the pain did not seem random. It was happening in different places, like whatever was bothering her was moving. I was watching closely at that point because the whole thing felt wrong. I was right there. I could see that nobody was touching her. There was no person crowding around her, no one sneaking in and pinching her as a joke. Yet, she kept reacting like something physical was happening to her body. Before I could even make sense of that, B suddenly started feeling the same thing. That was the moment when the fear really started. If it had only been A, maybe I could still have thought there was some explanation I was not seeing. But when B started jumping and reacting too, it became much harder to think normally. Now both of my friends were being affected. They would jump, scream, slap at the places where it hurt, and move around trying to catch whatever was doing it. But there was nothing there. That was the most awful part. They were reacting to pain as if something invisible was attacking them, and all I could do was stand there and watch because I could not see a cause. Then it happened to me too. I suddenly felt a pinch on my arm. It was not imagined. It was quick, sharp, and real enough to make me react right away. It startled me badly because up until then I had been the one watching it happen to them. The second I felt it myself, the whole thing became much more real in a way that is hard to explain. It is one thing to see your friends panicking and not understand why. It is another thing entirely to feel the same thing hit your own body. I knew then that whatever was happening was not just in their heads. I had felt it too. Still, even when I got pinched, I saw no one. That is what made it so horrible. You expect pain to have a source. If someone pinches you, you see the hand. If you get scratched, you see what scratched you. If someone pushes you, you know where they are standing. But this was just pain appearing out of nowhere, hitting us one by one, and leaving no visible explanation behind. Eventually, after what felt like much longer than it probably really was, the pinching stopped. There was this short moment where everything seemed to pause, and maybe part of me hoped that was the end of it. Maybe part of me thought we were about to laugh nervously, try to explain it away, and move on. But when I looked at my friends, I realized this had left actual signs behind. They were covered in red marks. Not just random red spots either. There were clear marks on them. Nail marks. On B's arm there was even a bite mark. On A's leg there was a hand mark. That was the kind of thing that made your stomach drop because now it was not only a weird feeling or a shared panic. There was physical evidence right there on their skin. They looked like something had really grabbed them, scratched them, bitten them, and held on to them. I had only one pinch mark on my arm, but seeing what had happened to them scared me even more. The three of us were standing there in shock, and I do not think any of us fully knew what to say. There is a kind of silence that comes after fear when the mind cannot catch up. You are still there in the moment, but your thoughts have not arranged themselves yet. Everything feels unreal, but the marks on their skin proved it was real enough. Then something even worse happened. I suddenly started moaning and said, "My back feels heavy." At first that might not sound too terrible, but the way she said it, and what happened next, made it terrifying. She began leaning down like something was pushing on her. Not like she was tired, not like she was pretending, but like there was actual weight forcing her lower. I could see it happening. It looked as if something had climbed onto her or was pressing her down with force. And then I saw him. For just a second, I saw that boy from the Magic Kingdom. Even now that part is hard to explain, because it happened so fast and felt so unbelievable that if I had been alone I might have doubted myself forever. But in that moment, I saw him clearly enough to remember. He was laughing. He was on A's back, pushing her down with great force. That sight was so shocking that I screamed immediately. It was like my mind had been trying to survive everything up to that point by staying focused on the physical things around me, the marks, the pinches, the panic. But seeing that boy there, actually seeing something connected to all of it, broke whatever control I had left. I screamed because there was no way to hold it in anymore. The whole thing had crossed from strange to unbearable. Before anything else could happen, the bell rang. It is such a strange detail, but I remember it because it felt so wrong for something as ordinary as a school bell to cut through a moment like that. 1 second everything around us felt like a nightmare, and the next there was that normal sound from regular school life, as if the world outside our terror was still continuing like nothing strange was happening. The bell did not calm us down. If anything, it shocked us into movement. A, B, and I ran down the stairs screaming. As we ran, all three of us felt something cold touch our necks. That sensation made us panic even more. It was like whatever had been attacking us had not stopped. It was following us, touching us, staying close as we tried to get away. I started crying. B was screaming in pure terror. I was scared too, but I think in that moment I shifted into action because I grabbed them and pulled them outside. It felt like the only thing to do. Get out. Get away from wherever it was. Just move. Once we made it outside, the feeling stopped. That sudden stop almost made everything worse because it meant there really was some sort of boundary to it, or at least it felt that way. Inside, things were attacking us, pressing on us, touching us. Outside, suddenly nothing. The pain, the pressure, the cold touches were gone. That gave the whole experience a kind of shape that made it harder to dismiss later. It did not feel random anymore. It felt like we had escaped something. A and B were shaking. They were in real terror, the kind that stays in the body after the event ends. I was crying, B looked completely panicked, and I remember staring off into space for a while trying to understand what had just happened. My thoughts would not settle. It was like my mind kept reaching for the memory, and then slipping away from it. Everything had happened so fast, and then all of a sudden the world went back to normal around us. That sudden return to normal is one of the strangest things about traumatic moments. You expect the world to reflect what just happened, but instead the sky looks the same, the air feels the same, people go on with their lives, and only you are left feeling like reality just broke open. For a moment I almost lost my train of thought completely. That happens sometimes after a huge shock. Your mind blanks, not because nothing happened, but because too much happened too fast. I stood there trying to piece it together while A and B tried to calm themselves. It felt as though we had walked right out of some nightmare and into an ordinary afternoon, and my brain could not accept both things at once. Then B said, crying, that we should go. I understood. None of us wanted to stay there. None of us wanted to stand around and think about it more while still being close to where it happened. So she waved goodbye, and I did too. But then something happened that chilled me all over again. I stopped in horror. That same boy was staring at me. And he was waving from A's back. That image is burned into me. It was like he had not left at all. He was still there, attached to her somehow, looking right at me and waving as if he knew exactly how frightened I was. There was something so awful about that gesture. Waving is such a normal, friendly action when a real person does it. But when something terrifying does it after attacking your friends, it becomes twisted and mocking. It felt like he was telling me that he was still there, and that I could see him, even if no one else could. I was too scared to tell A. I could not do it. She was already terrified and crying, and the last thing I wanted was to send her into even worse panic by saying there was still something on her. So I kept it to myself in that moment, even though keeping it inside made me feel sick. Later, I told B on the phone. I had to tell someone. I could not hold that image alone. And B, having been there through everything else, understood why it scared me so much. That was one of the most terrifying experiences of my life. Even now, when I think about it, the fear comes back in pieces. Not always all at once, but in flashes. The marks on their skin. The bite mark on B's arm. The hand mark on A's leg. A leaning forward under invisible weight. That boy laughing. The freezing touch on our necks as we ran. The waving from A's back. None of those details have ever left me. The strangest part is that after that, the boy never appeared again. At least not in the same way. And for that, I am truly thankful. I do not know what I would have done if I had kept seeing him after that day. That one experience was more than enough. But even though he did not show up again, the aftermath of what happened still stayed with us in ways that made everything feel even more disturbing. B became very sick. She says it is kind of like cancer. That frightens me deeply, and I know it may sound irrational to connect those things, but when something so awful happens and then someone gets seriously ill later, it is hard not to wonder. I keep asking myself whether it could possibly be related. Was it just a horrible coincidence? Was it completely separate, and only feels connected because of how scared we all were that day? Or did that thing, that boy, somehow leave something behind? I do not know. And I am careful even saying it because I know illness has real medical causes, and I do not want to pretend I understand things I do not. But fear makes the mind connect things, especially when the original event was so strong and so physical. The fact that B got that sick later has stayed in my thoughts because part of me cannot help wondering if that boy had something to do with it. Then there is A. The very next day after everything happened, she missed school because she got sick. That is another detail that bothered me right away. Again, maybe it was coincidence. Maybe stress, fear, or something else entirely made her unwell. But after what happened, it did not feel small. It felt like yet another shadow left behind by that day. It is hard not to notice patterns when something horrible happens and then people around you start getting sick right after. What scares me even now is how real everything felt. The reason I say this is because some scary experiences feel dreamlike even while they are happening. They feel blurry, like panic or confusion is making everything slippery. But certain moments from that day were frighteningly sharp. I remember the sounds my friends made when the pinching started. I remember how they slapped at the spots where it hurt, trying to catch something that was not there. I remember looking and seeing empty space where hands should have been. I remember the scream that came out of me when I saw that boy on A's back. I remember how cold the touch on my neck felt when we ran. Those are not blurry pieces to me. They are clear enough to still disturb me. I also remember the feeling of helplessness. That may have been the worst part before the running started. My friends were being hurt, I was watching it happen, and I could not do anything because there was nothing visible to fight, push away, or stop. If someone attacks your friend, you know where to look. You know where to reach. You know what to do. But what do you do when the pain is real and the attacker is invisible? That helplessness creates a different kind of panic. You feel trapped in a situation you cannot control because there is no clear way to respond to it. And then once it touched me too, the helplessness became shared. It was not just my friends. It was all of us. That is why I can never reduce it to a story I heard or a weird thing I watched happen from the side. I was in it. I felt it. Even if my part was less severe physically, the fear hit me just as hard because I was living through it with them. There is also something deeply unsettling about the fact that the three of us experienced the same event but in slightly different ways. A seemed to get hit hardest in that moment, especially when it felt like something was forcing her down. B had a bite mark and was in terror. I only had one pinch on my arm, but I was the one who clearly saw that boy from the Magic Kingdom. I do not know why it happened like that. I do not know why he showed himself to me in that second, and not more openly to all of us. But because of that, I ended up carrying an extra part of the fear. Not only did I believe something invisible was attacking us, I actually saw a face connected to it. His laughter made it worse. If I had only seen a dark shape or some shadow, maybe that would have been one thing. But seeing him laughing while hurting my friend made it feel cruel. Deliberate. Enjoyed. There was no sadness in it, no confusion, nothing human and sympathetic. It looked like he liked what he was doing. That is what still creeps me out the most. Not just that something was there, but that it seemed to take pleasure in our fear. I have thought many times about why it happened that day. Was it the place? Was it something attached to one of us? Was there some reason all three of us were targeted right then? Did the field trip matter? Did the timing matter? Was it already around before, and that was just the first day it acted openly? Or was there something about nearly being the last day of school, when emotions, excitement, and energy were all high? I do not have answers. I only have questions. But because the event was so intense, it naturally makes me search for some kind of explanation. Sometimes I also think about how quickly it ended once we got outside. That detail has always stayed with me because it gave the whole thing an eerie shape. Inside, we were being pinched, scratched, weighed down, and touched. Outside, nothing. It was like crossing some invisible line. Maybe that is why I still connect the event so strongly to that exact place and that exact moment. It felt contained somehow, yet strong enough to hurt us and then follow just enough to touch our necks as we escaped. The cold on my neck is another thing I cannot forget. It was not like a normal breeze. It felt personal. Like fingers, or breath, or something deliberately reaching for us one last time as we ran. It felt like a final reminder that whatever was inside had not been done with us yet. That sensation made the whole run downstairs and outside even more desperate. We were not just scared children running from panic. We were trying to get away from something that still seemed close enough to touch us. Afterward, when everything went quiet, I remember how wrong normal life felt. The school bell had rung. The air outside was ordinary. The world had not visibly changed. Yet all of us had. Fear had changed us in that moment. And then just like that, people could go on walking, talking, laughing, doing school day things as if nothing had happened. That contrast made me feel strange and disconnected. It is hard to understand how the world can stay so normal after something horrifying has just happened right in the middle of it. Maybe that is why the memory has stayed frozen the way it has. Some experiences feel like they keep happening inside you long after the real event ends. This one is like that for me. It is not just a memory I visit. It is more like a room in my mind I can accidentally walk into, and when I do, all the feelings come back. The confusion, the helplessness, the shock, the terror, the image of that waving boy. Even if I am calm before I think about it, once I step into that memory the same old cold fear rises up again. What makes it even harder is not knowing what to do with the later sicknesses. Being very sick now frightens me deeply. A missing school the next day because she got sick frightened me back then too. I know I cannot prove any connection, and I know people would probably say those are unrelated things. Maybe they are. But when something so strange and violent happens, you do not stop wondering easily. It is natural to look for patterns after trauma. It is natural to ask whether the event ended when we ran outside or whether some part of it continued in unseen ways afterward. That is what I still wrestle with. I also wonder why I only had one pinch while my friends were marked up much worse. Was I less affected? Was I being made to watch more than be hurt? Was that why I saw the boy so clearly? Did whatever this was need someone to witness it? That thought scares me too, because sometimes being the witness can feel like carrying a different kind of burden. My friends had the pain and the marks. I had the image. And sometimes the image can follow you just as long as the pain. I still feel guilty sometimes for not telling her right away that I saw him on her back. Even though I know why I stayed quiet, some part of me still wonders if I should have said something. Maybe she had a right to know. Maybe it would have changed nothing. Maybe it would only have made her more terrified. I think in that moment I made the best choice I could while scared out of my mind, but the question still lingers. That is another thing frightening events do. They leave you replaying your own choices afterward. Would I have done anything differently if I had known what was about to happen? Of course. I would have gotten away sooner. I would have taken my friends out of there the moment the first strange thing started. I would have told a teacher, an adult, somebody. But in the moment, everything unfolded too fast. Each new thing kept changing the situation before we had time to process the last one. That is why we stayed in it as long as we did. Not because we were foolish, but because fear was arriving in waves and we were trying to understand each one while the next one was already hitting. The image of B waving goodbye while crying, and me waving back, and then seeing that same boy waving from A's back, is maybe the creepiest final moment of all. Why wave? Why mimic us like that? Why show himself again right then? That small gesture made it feel mocking and aware in a way that I still cannot shake. It was as if he knew we were leaving, knew we were frightened, and wanted one last moment of power over me. That wave said more than words could have. It said, I am still here. I am not finished being remembered. And it worked, because I have never forgotten. Now, even though he has not appeared again, I still think of him as something unfinished. Not because I expect him to return every day, but because nothing about that event ever found a proper ending. We ran. We got outside. Time moved on. But there was no explanation, no apology from reality, no moment later where somebody said, this is what it was and why it happened. Without that, the memory stays open. Open memories can be the hardest kind to carry. I am grateful he never popped up again. Truly grateful. But that gratitude sits beside fear, worry, and confusion. Worry for B. Worry over A's sickness right after. Confusion about why it happened. Fear that maybe some things can touch people and leave more behind than anyone realizes. I do not know whether that boy had anything to do with B's illness. I cannot say that fairly or with certainty. But I understand why the thought comes to me. Because once you have seen something cruel and impossible, you stop feeling fully safe inside the ordinary explanations of life. A crack opens in reality, and through that crack 1,000 questions start coming in. This was one of the most terrifying things I have ever experienced because it was not just fear in my head. It happened in front of my eyes, to people I loved, and even on my own skin. It left marks. It caused panic. It followed us long enough to touch us as we fled. It showed itself to me in a shape I can still see in memory. That is more than enough to stay with a person. Sometimes I wish I could forget the whole thing. But I do not think I ever will. Too much of it was too vivid. Too many people were involved. Too many details still feel sharp. And the moment I think of A leaning down and that laughing boy on her back, everything inside me still tightens the same way it did back then. That day should have been just another almost last day of school. Instead, it became something I will probably remember for the rest of my life. When I think back on the strange stories from my childhood, one of the clearest ones in my mind is the story of the house we all called House 300. Even now, just thinking about it brings back that same cold, uneasy feeling, the kind that starts in your stomach before it rises into your chest. The funny thing is, at the beginning, I was not the scared one. Not even close. If anything, I was the exact opposite. I loved scary things, but only the harmless kind. I loved ghost stories, creepy rumors, abandoned houses, and anything that gave me a thrill without actually hurting anyone. I was the kind of kid who liked being spooked, as long as there was still some safe explanation waiting underneath it all. My friend Ashlyn, who everyone called Ash, was completely different. She scared easily. Very easily. Loud noises startled her. Strange shadows bothered her. A weird story was enough to keep her nervous for days. We balanced each other out that way. She was cautious. I was curious. She wanted to stay away from creepy places. I wanted to step closer and look inside. Ash was the one who lived close to that house, not me. But I spent so much time at her place that in a way the whole block started to feel familiar to me too. I knew the houses, the yards, the sidewalks, the trees, and especially that one house that never seemed to fit in with the rest. We all had different names for it depending on the mood we were in. Sometimes we called it House 300. Sometimes we called it the creepy house on Ash's block. Sometimes the haunted hazard. We joked about it the way kids often joke about things that secretly make them uncomfortable. Giving something a nickname can make it feel smaller, easier to handle. But no matter what we called it, the truth was always the same. That house felt wrong. This all started in the middle of the school year when I was in 6th grade, around 12 years old. My older brother had just started driving, and that changed my afternoon routine. Before that, I used to ride the bus home, but once he could drive, he started picking me up from school instead. At first that sounded great. No bus, no crowded ride home, no long routes stopping everywhere. But there was one problem. My brother did not get there right when school ended. I had to wait for him, and not just for a little while either. It was around 43 minutes every day. 43 minutes feels very long when you are 12 and just got out of school. At first I dealt with it, but after a while it got old fast. That was when Ash and I came up with our little plan. Since she lived within walking distance from the school, we decided that after school ended, I would walk with her to her house, hang out there for a little bit, and then walk back to the school in time for my brother to pick me up. That way, instead of waiting around at school the whole time, I would only have to wait about 13 minutes when I got back. To me, that sounded perfect. I agreed right away. It felt like a much better way to spend the afternoon. So that became our routine. Every day after school, we would walk together down to Ash's house. And every single day, on that walk, we had to pass house 300. At first, I did not think much about it. To me, it was just an old abandoned house with a reputation people had built up over time. Every neighborhood has one place like that. A house no one seems to live in anymore, windows dirty or broken, yard overgrown, porch sagging a little, and a bunch of stories attached to it because kids love to turn anything mysterious into something haunted. That was how I saw it in the beginning. Just an old place with too many rumors hanging around it. Nothing more. I thought the ghost stories were made up, or at least stretched way beyond the truth. Then came the winter day that changed things. It was one of those cold afternoons where everything feels sharp. The air stings your face, your hands stay half numb inside your gloves, and every step on gravel or dry ground seems louder because the whole world feels stripped down and still. Ash and I were walking toward her house like we always did. House 300 was there ahead of us on the block, silent and dull-looking, the same as always. But for whatever reason, maybe boredom, maybe curiosity, maybe that reckless confidence kids sometimes have, I decided that day to do something I had never done before. I went up onto the porch. Not just onto the property, but right up the gravel driveway and onto the porch to look inside the windows. Ash followed me, but only reluctantly. I still remember that. She was not happily joining the adventure. She came because I was going, and maybe because she did not want to let me do something stupid alone. But I could tell she hated every second of it. We walked up the gravel drive, climbed the steps, and stood there close enough to the broken windows to peer inside. The house looked dead from the outside, but there was still that feeling around it that made you lower your voice without meaning to. I leaned in and looked through one of the broken windows. At first I was only taking in pieces of the inside. Dust. Shadows. Broken shapes. The kind of things you expect to see in an abandoned house. Then I saw movement. I jumped back and yelled, "Dude! Ash! Look, look! There's something in there!" That got her attention immediately, though not in a good way. She looked where I was pointing, and a cat came out through the window. Just a cat. Or at least that is what I thought in that first moment. Ash nearly fainted from fear, and I laughed because to me it was funny. The tension broke from me instantly. Of course there was no ghost. Of course it was just some cat inside the abandoned house. That seemed like exactly the kind of thing I had expected to find if there was anything living around there at all. I thought the whole thing was hilarious, especially because of how badly it scared Ash. So I told her we could leave, and we headed back down. When we got to the very edge of the lot, I looked back. There was the cat again, just standing there, watching us. I laughed one more time and then the two of us continued on to Ash's house. Inside her place, once we had settled down a bit, I finally asked her the question I had been wanting to ask ever since she reacted so strongly. Why were you so scared? I expected her to say something simple, like she just thought the house was creepy or that I had surprised her by yelling. Instead, she turned to me with this serious look and said something that made all the color drain out of my face. Don't you see? She said. No cats live around here. There are way too many dogs. And that cat. I remember one just like it starved to death on that porch. The second she said that, my whole mood changed. I had been laughing a few moments earlier. Now I felt cold in a completely different way, not from the weather, but from inside. There is something about hearing a sentence like that when you are 12 that lodges in your mind instantly. A dead cat on that exact porch. One that looked just like the one we had just seen. Even if there was some normal explanation, my imagination had already grabbed hold of it. I asked her, "So what are you saying?" That was when she told me her story. She said that when she was younger, before she ever met me, she used to ride her bike around the block all the time. One day her bike chain came off right in front of house 300, so she got off to fix it. While she was standing there, she looked up at the front door and saw an old man. He had a cane. He was standing there smiling and waving at her in a kind way. Since he did not look scary and seemed almost friendly, she smiled and waved back. Then she got back on her bike. But when she looked again, he was gone. Not slowly walking back inside. Not turning away. Gone. And according to her, there was no way he could have moved that fast. She had gotten back on the bike in less than a second. It was impossible for an old man with a cane to disappear that quickly unless he had never been normal in the first place. After hearing that, I was a lot less brave about walking back past house 300 on my way to school pickup. Suddenly it did not feel like an old building with silly rumors anymore. It felt like a place that might really hold something strange. But I still had to go back the same way, because that was the route. So I bundled up in my coat and left Ash's house. That walk back felt completely different from usual. I moved faster than normal, like I could somehow shorten the stretch of sidewalk just by walking harder. The closer I got to the house, the more aware I became of it. I did not want to look, but I also could not stop myself from looking. That is how fear often works. It pulls your eyes toward the exact thing you most wish to avoid. As I passed, I glanced in one of the windows. Inside, I saw a black mass. That is the only way I know how to describe it. It was darker than everything around it, darker than the shadows already inside the house. It did not look like normal darkness. It looked like something standing within darkness, something dense and wrong and heavy. The second I saw it, every bit of nervousness inside me turned into full panic. I ran. Not the kind of run where you are trying to save face or move quickly without looking scared. I mean, I truly sprinted. I ran as hard as I could all the way away from house 300 and back toward the school. I do not think I slowed down until I had put enough distance between myself and that window that I felt I could breathe again. The weekend came after that, and for those 2 days I could not stop thinking about what I had seen. The cat. Ash's story. The black mass in the window. Part of me wanted badly for there to be some ordinary explanation. Maybe the cat had just been a stray. Maybe the old man's story had been something Ash misunderstood as a kid. Maybe the black shape had been a trick of light or shadow. But another part of me was excited in that scared, fascinated way that makes you want to know more even when you know you might regret it. By Monday, I was desperate to tell someone. So I told one of my good friends, Tristan. He was fearless, or at least he acted like he was. The kind of guy who would hear a creepy story and immediately want to test it for himself. I told him everything. About House 300. About the cat. About the old man Ash had seen. About the black mass in the window that made me run back to school. He listened, and instead of laughing or calling me dramatic, he said he would check it out that weekend and find out what was really going on. That sounded exactly like him. The rest of the week was boring and uneventful, at least compared to what House 300 had already stirred up in my head. I kept waiting for Monday, because I wanted to know if he had gone, what he saw, and most importantly, whether he would come back making fun of us for being scared of nothing. When Monday finally came, I asked him as soon as I had the chance. He told me he had gone into the house. Not just onto the porch. Not just up the driveway. Actually inside, through one of the broken windows. That already made me feel a mix of admiration and dread. Part of me thought he was brave. Another part thought he was crazy. But once he started describing what he saw, I forgot all about that because the story itself pulled me in. He said the inside was really dusty. That made sense. An abandoned house should be dusty. He said the furniture inside was covered in white cloths, which gave the whole place a strange, dead feeling, like time had stopped there and someone had just left everything to sit under sheets forever. He told me he looked around and at first saw no reason why we girls were so afraid. To him it just looked like an old abandoned house, exactly the kind of place kids turn into ghost stories because their imaginations need something to do. He even chuckled to himself, according to him. That part irritated me a little when he first said it, because I had been so genuinely terrified. But then his story changed. He gave the inside one more scan and then saw a pair of glowing yellow eyes. He told me he thought at first that maybe it was just a cat, or maybe rats. That was when I interrupted him. "Tristan," I said, "cat's eyes and rat's eyes don't glow." And I remember saying it because in that moment I felt something shift again. The story was no longer only mine or Ash's. Now Tristan had gone in mocking the whole idea and come back with a detail he could not laugh off so easily either. From there, everything about House 300 became bigger in my mind. The house was no longer just a place we passed after school. It became a point of tension every time Ash and I walked by. Even when nothing happened, we were aware of it. We felt it before we reached it. We talked quieter near it. We looked too long at its windows and then hated ourselves for doing it. The broken glass, the porch, the gravel driveway, the dark shapes inside, all of it became loaded with meaning. It is strange how one place can gather so much fear around itself. And yet I think what made House 300 so powerful in our minds was not one single event. It was the layering of things. Ash's story of the old man with the cane. The cat that should not have been there. Her memory of a similar cat starving to death on the porch. The black mass in the window. Tristan finding white-covered furniture, and then those yellow glowing eyes. None of those things by itself proves anything, maybe. But together they built an atmosphere that was impossible to ignore. I remember after that, any time we talked about the house, it was never in a joking way for long. Even if one of us started off trying to laugh about it, the laughter always faded. There was something about the place that resisted being turned into a harmless story. It had a way of pulling the seriousness back in. I also remember how my own attitude changed. At the beginning, I was the brave one. The curious one. The one willing to walk right up onto the porch and peek through broken windows. But after that winter day, after hearing Ash's story and seeing that black mass, and then listening to what Tristan found inside, my confidence was no longer simple. Curiosity remained, but now it mixed with caution in a way it had not before. House 300 taught me that it is one thing to like harmless, scary things, and another thing entirely to stand near something that may actually be wrong. That difference matters. Because before House 300, ghost stories were fun to me. I liked the thrill, the harmless rush, the idea of mystery. But this was the first time a place made me feel that the mystery might not stay harmless if pushed too far. It was the first time I truly understood that fear can feel personal, local, tied to a physical space in a way that changes how you move around it. And there was something else too. The more we talked about House 300, the more it felt like the house wanted to be noticed. I know that sounds strange, but that is honestly how it felt. Not in some dramatic movie way. Not like it was constantly throwing things or slamming doors. More in the way it seemed to offer little pieces of itself to whoever looked too closely. A cat. A waving old man. A black mass. Glowing eyes. It was like the house never gave enough at one time to explain itself fully, but it gave enough to keep the fear alive. That kind of haunting is almost worse than something obvious. If a place is openly terrifying, you stay away and that is that. But when it shows you only fragments, you keep thinking about those fragments. You replay them. You compare them. You wonder if they connect. You ask yourself if you imagined it, then hear someone else saw something different but equally strange. That is how House 300 got into us. Not all at once, but piece by piece. And even though Tristan's story seemed to stop right there with the glowing yellow eyes, that unfinished feeling made it more powerful, not less. Because what happened after he saw them? Did he run? Did he stay longer? Did the eyes move? Did they belong to something living, something dead, something trapped, something watching? Those questions stayed around us, unanswered. That is how fear grows in a small town, especially among kids. Not from one clear answer, but from a dozen unclear moments that pile up until the whole place feels cursed. House 300 became that kind of place for us. The kind of house you point at without wanting to point too obviously. The kind you watch from the corner of your eye as you pass. The kind you swear you are not thinking about until you find yourself dreaming about it or telling the story again weeks later. I still remember the details of the walk after school because they became tied to all of this. The routine itself made the haunting stronger in a way. If we had only passed the house once in a while, maybe it would not have mattered so much. But because Ash and I walked by it every day, the house became part of our rhythm. It was there in winter light, in cold afternoons, in quiet after-school stretches when the neighborhood felt half empty. The repetition made it feel less like a random abandoned house and more like a waiting thing in our path. And maybe that is why I remember the season so clearly too. The cold mattered. The way the porch looked in winter mattered. The broken windows looked harsher in that weather. The gravel sounded louder under our shoes. The lot seemed emptier, the trees barer, the shadows inside more obvious. If all this had happened in spring or summer, maybe it would still have been scary, but winter gave it another layer. The house looked like something cut off from life. Something old and left behind. Even the cat seemed wrong in that setting, standing there so still at the edge of the lot watching us go. Sometimes I think back to the exact moment Ash told me about the cat starving to death on that porch, and I still feel that drop inside me. It was such a small detail, but it changed everything because it took what had felt like an ordinary scare and attached death to it. Death changes the way you look at an animal, a house, a porch, a block, a whole story. It made the place sad in a way, not just frightening. And sadness mixed with fear often creates the most unforgettable kinds of stories. Then there was the old man. I have thought about him a lot over the years too. There is something uniquely chilling about a figure that appears kind. If Ash had told me she saw some horrible face in the doorway, that would have been scary in an obvious way. But instead she saw an old man with a cane smiling and waving kindly, and that may be worse. Because it means the house did not need to frighten her to be strange. It could appear normal just long enough to lower your guard, and then vanish in a way that no normal person could. That kind of thing unsettles you because it blurs the line between safe and unsafe. The black mass I saw in the window still stays with me too. I have tried many times to explain it as shadow. Light. Dirt on the glass. Something about the angle. But the memory does not settle that way. It felt like something looking out, something darker than the darkness around it, and the speed with which I ran tells me what my body believed even if my mind still tries to argue afterward. The body knows fear in ways the mind later edits. Mind believed enough to sprint. And then there are those glowing yellow eyes Tristan saw. That image became the final piece that convinced me the house could not simply be brushed aside as neighborhood nonsense. Whatever those eyes belonged to, they lived in my imagination afterward with a life of their own. I would picture him inside among those dust-covered rooms, giving the place one final scan, feeling smug that he had proved us silly, and then suddenly seeing that pair of glowing yellow eyes looking back. That moment always got me. Because it meant even someone who went in doubting the whole story came back with something he could not easily explain either. House 300 taught me something strange at a very young age. It taught me that fear does not always arrive all at once, and that some places gather stories because something in them really does feel unfinished. Maybe all abandoned houses attract rumors. Maybe children and teenagers feed those rumors with imagination and nerves. I know that is true sometimes. But I also believe there are places where too many things happen, too many strange little moments line up, and the weight of them becomes harder to dismiss. For us, House 300 was one of those places. We gave it names because naming it helped. We told stories because stories helped us carry it. We passed it daily because routine forced us to. And each new detail, instead of solving the mystery, only deepened it. Even now, if I picture that block, I do not think first of school or sidewalks or afternoons at Ash's house. I think first of the gravel drive, the porch steps, the broken window, the cat, the old man, the black mass, the white cloth-covered furniture, and those yellow eyes inside the dark. That is what House 300 became. Not just a building. A collection of fear. A place that turned a normal after-school walk into something charged and unforgettable. A house that made me understand that the line between harmless scary things and something truly unsettling can be crossed in a single winter afternoon. And maybe the strangest thing of all is that I still cannot say exactly what was in there. Maybe it was all connected. Maybe none of it was. Maybe the cat was real and everything else grew out of that. Maybe the old man was a ghost. Maybe the black mass was something heavier and darker than a ghost. Maybe the glowing eyes belonged to some animal, though even now I still hear myself saying, "Tristan, cat's eyes and rat's eyes don't glow." And perhaps that line matters because it captures the moment I stopped being the fearless one in the story and became part of the mystery too. Before that, House 300 was just Ash's scary house on her block. After that, it was ours. A place tied to all of us. A place where something was seen, something was remembered, something was watched, and nothing was ever fully explained. When I was 13, my mother remarried, and the three of us moved into a large old house in Columbus, Ohio. At the time, it felt like the beginning of a brand new life. We were not just moving into another building. We were moving into the idea of becoming a new family, of building something together. There was excitement in that. Everything felt fresh, uncertain, and full of possibility. I remember that house very clearly even now, partly because it was so unusual, and partly because something happened there on the very first day that I never forgot. The house itself was big, much bigger than anywhere I had lived before. It had 3 stories, and it was built in the early 1900s. It had around 2,400 square feet of living space, and that did not even include the full basement. To me, as a 13-year-old, it felt huge. Not only huge, but old in a way that made you notice it immediately. It had character, the kind people like to talk about when they mean a house has history. You could tell it had been standing there for a long time. The style of it had some of the influence of the larger Victorian homes in that part of the west side of the city. The part one remember most clearly from the outside was the porch. It wrapped around about a quarter of the house and had decorative wooden slats in the banister, carefully carved in a way you do not see often anymore. The whole place was made of wood and covered in white wooden siding. It looked like the kind of house that had watched many years go by. On the side of the wraparound porch there were 2 entrances. The first one opened into the living room. Just a few feet down from that was the second entrance, which led into the foyer. Once you were inside, you could reach the biggest room in the whole house from either side, and that was the kitchen. It was a huge kitchen, much larger than any kitchen I had known before. From there, a back door opened to an oversized backyard, almost double lot-sized, and on the opposite side of that back door was another door that led down into the basement. The basement itself was old, cold, and damp, made of stone in a way that made it feel more like part of the earth than part of the house. The living room had its own memorable feature too. That was where the stairway stood, a narrow and slightly rickety staircase leading up to the bedrooms. At the top of the stairs there was a small landing, maybe about 48 inches by 48 inches, just enough room to shift your direction. The first door to the left was my parents' room. And inside their room, there was yet another door that led up to the attic. That attic is where everything happened. It happened on the very first day we moved in. By then, the furniture had already been brought inside. The beds had been set up. The house was full of boxes, the usual moving day mess, but it was livable enough for us to sleep there that night. My stepfather had gone out to pick up pizza, and while he was gone, I was helping my mother unpack boxes in her room. It was normal moving day work. We were tired, but still running on the strange energy that comes with a big change. I remember standing there among the boxes, probably wanting the work to be over already, when I came to a stack of 3 boxes near the attic door. My mother told me not to unpack those. Instead, she said I could carry them upstairs into the attic. I was 13, so of course I was not thrilled. I had the usual teenage attitude about doing extra work. I remember picking up the smallest of the boxes, about 2 feet by 2 feet, and heading toward the attic stairs with all the reluctance you would expect. At that point, I was not afraid of anything. I was just annoyed that I had another trip to make. But I did notice something right away. Those attic stairs were strange. They felt smaller than normal stairs, like the steps had less depth than any others I had used before. Even climbing them felt a little awkward. Then the moment I stepped onto the attic landing, everything changed. I felt a presence. That is the only way I know how to say it, even now. It was not like hearing a noise or seeing a movement first. It was a feeling. A very strong feeling. The instant my foot reached that landing, the air around me seemed to shift. I got chills, the kind people call goosebumps, but these were sharper, stronger. My whole body reacted before my mind even knew what to think. It felt eerie in a way that was impossible to ignore. Setting the box down, I realized that the fear was getting stronger, not weaker. It was not just that I felt nervous because I was in a new attic in an old house. It was more specific than that. It felt like something was there. And more than that, it felt like whatever was there did not want me there. That is the part that has always stayed with me the most. It was not just an instinct telling me to run because I was scared. It felt like something external was urging me away, but I was feeling it internally. It was as if someone or something was pushing the message directly into me. Leave. Go away. Do not be here. The feeling was so strong that it was almost like an invisible warning, not spoken with words, but somehow understood anyway. I was bewildered by it. I had no explanation for what I was feeling. All I knew was that every part of me suddenly wanted to get out of there. So I did. I rushed back down the stairs and told my mother something weird was up there. She did not believe me. At least not at first. She thought I was just trying to get out of helping. And honestly, I can understand why she thought that. We had just moved in. I was a teenager. We were unpacking. It probably sounded like an excuse. She told me to take the other boxes up first, and then she would listen to me afterward. That was the worst thing she could have said from my point of view, because I already knew I did not want to go back. Still, she insisted. So with even more reluctance than before, I picked up the second box. This one was bigger and heavier, and this time I was not slowly climbing the stairs out of boredom. I was moving fast because I wanted to get the trip over with as quickly as possible. As I was heading up, I heard my mother call after me, telling me to set the box farther back from the stairs so there would be a walkway left for other things to be stored up there later. When I reached the landing again, the feeling hit me all over. The chills came back instantly, and this time they felt even deeper, almost down into my bones. The presence was still there. Whatever had been in that attic had not left. And again I could feel it urging me away, warning me, pressing against me in that invisible way. It was like stepping into an invisible force field of dread. I remember feeling almost like I was invading someone else's space. That sounds strange, but it is true. It felt personal. It did not feel like random fear. It felt like I was somewhere I was not welcome. But because I was trying to be rational, and because my mother was downstairs expecting me to finish the job, I told myself there was nothing there. I took 2 steps into the attic room. I set the box down and pushed it back a little, just as my mother had asked. And then it happened. I heard a loud swoop. At the exact same instant, I felt what I can only describe as an apparition breeze pass by me. It was not normal air movement. It was not a gentle draft. It was like something had moved through the space beside me with force. My reaction was immediate and completely instinctive. I threw my arms up over my head and shut my eyes, the way people do when they feel something suddenly rush at them. Then I opened my eyes. I looked wildly around the attic. And in the far corner, I saw it. There was an entity there. The best description I have ever been able to give is that it looked like a shadow, but a shadow with form. Not flat. Not just darkness. It had shape to it, yet it still seemed phantom-like at the same time. It began swooping around the attic in fast movements, crossing from one end to the other in just a couple of passes. It was not fluttering like a bird and it was not flapping like a bat. It moved with this unnatural sweeping motion that did not match anything ordinary. I did not stay to study it. The second I understood that I was looking at something not normal, I was gone. If it swooped, I swooped too. I made it down those stairs in what felt like one leap, screaming for my mother the entire way. I slammed the attic door shut as hard as I could. The second I got back down, my mother asked me what was wrong. I told her exactly what had happened. She tried to explain it away. First she said maybe it was a bird. I told her there had been no sound of feathers, no fluttering the way a bird makes. Then she suggested it was probably a bat. But I knew what I had seen did not move like that. It was not an animal. It was not normal. I could tell that even though she was trying to stay practical, she was at least somewhat concerned now. Still, she told me that I was probably letting my mind play tricks on me. I refused to go back up there. Absolutely refused. I did not care if I got grounded. I did not care how much trouble I got into. There was no chance I was going back into that attic. When she kept trying to tell me to go, I begged her not to make me. In that moment, I remembered something from when I was little, and I told her it looked a little like the boogeyman I used to say I saw as a small child. That stopped her. I saw it on her face the second I said it. She remembered. Whatever that earlier event had been, she remembered it clearly enough that my words changed the situation immediately. She did not keep arguing. Instead, she said she would have my stepfather go up there when he got back with the pizza. He did. But I never went back up there myself. Not once. We lived in that house for 2 years, and during all that time I never climbed those attic stairs again. I did not care what anyone thought about it. I did not care whether people believed I had really seen something or whether they thought I had just scared myself in a dark, unfamiliar attic. I knew what I felt, and I knew what I saw. The memory was too strong, too immediate, and too physical to dismiss. Even now, what stands out to me most is not just the sight of that shadow-like thing moving across the attic. It is the feeling that came before it. That warning. That absolute certainty that something up there wanted me gone. It was almost as if the attic had a living boundary around it, and the second I crossed into that space, whatever was there pushed back. That is what still makes the experience feel real to me all these years later. If I had only seen some quick dark movement after climbing into an old attic, maybe I could have convinced myself it was a bird, or a bat, or a trick of the light. But the fear began before I saw anything. It began the instant I stepped onto the landing. The presence was already there. The warning was already there. The swoop and the shadow only confirmed what I had already been feeling in my body. I have often thought about that house since then. Because in so many ways, it should have been a happy beginning. A new family, a big old house, a fresh start. That is how moving days should have felt. And in some ways it did. But for me, that attic changed the whole emotional shape of the place right from the start. Even though I did not have to go up there again, the knowledge that something had happened over my parents' room, on the very first day we moved in, stayed with me the whole time we lived there. Old houses have a way of holding atmosphere. Even people who do not believe in ghosts will say that sometimes. They will walk into a room and say it feels strange, heavy, or different. This house had that kind of age to it already, with its old porch, wooden siding, narrow staircase, full stone basement, and hidden attic space above the bedrooms. But after my experience, it was more than atmosphere to me. It became personal. That attic was no longer just a storage space. It was a place where something had made itself known in a way I could not deny. There is also something about the attic itself that matters. Attics are already unsettling places for many people. They are tucked away, half-finished, full of forgotten things, and often harder to access than the rest of the house. They belong to the house, but they also feel removed from it, as if they exist in their own small world above everything else. This attic especially felt that way because of the way you had to reach it. It was not off a hallway or at the end of a normal staircase. You had to go through my parents' room and then climb those small, steep stairs. That made it feel even more private, almost hidden. And hidden spaces have a way of gathering fear. But what happened to me there was not ordinary attic fear. It was not just nerves. It was not just darkness and imagination. It was a layered experience. First the presence. Then the warning. Then the physical feeling of being unwelcome. Then the swoop of air. Then the sight of that shadow-like figure moving unnaturally fast across the room. Any one of those by itself might be easier to explain. Together, they form something much harder to dismiss. Sometimes people ask why certain events stay with you more than others. For me, I think it is because the body remembers first. My body still remembers the chills from stepping onto that landing. It remembers the panic of carrying the second box up while already knowing I should not be going back. It remembers the instinctive way my arms flew up over my head when that thing rushed past me. It remembers the desperate leap back down the stairs. Memory is not only pictures in your head. Sometimes it is the exact fear your body once felt, still stored somewhere inside you. And that day left a lot stored inside me. My mother's reaction is something I think about too. At first she did what many parents do. She assumed I was trying to avoid work. Then she tried to explain it away as something normal. A bird. A bat. My imagination. But when I mentioned that old childhood, boogeyman memory, something changed in her. It was as if two pieces clicked together for her in a way I could not fully understand then. She did not say much about it after that, at least not to me in a way I can clearly remember. But the look on her face told me enough. Somewhere inside her, she knew this was not just me being dramatic. Still, even with that, the attic remained off limits to me. Not because anyone made a rule. Because I made one for myself. There are some places fear marks so deeply that even if the world around you moves on, you do not. You may keep living in the same house. You may walk past the same door every day. You may hear other people talk about the space casually. But for you, that place is different forever. That attic was that kind of place for me. 2 years is a long time to live in a house and never once go into one part of it. But that is exactly what happened. And I never regretted it. Some people might say I should have faced it, or that if I had gone back later in daylight maybe I would have found a normal explanation. Maybe. But I do not think so. The experience was too immediate and too complete. I did not need to return to prove anything to myself. I already knew enough. I knew that when I stepped into that attic, something had noticed me. I knew it had not wanted me there. And I knew I had seen something move in a way that did not belong to anything normal. That was enough. Even now, when I picture the house, I do not first think of the porch, or the kitchen, or the basement, or the backyard, though I remember all of those clearly. What I think of first is that small landing, that uneasy air, that second box in my hands, that sudden swooping rush, and the dark shape in the corner of the attic. That is how strongly it stayed with me. The attic became the emotional center of the house in my mind, whether anyone else living there understood that or not. It is strange how one moment can change a whole place. Before I climbed those stairs, it was just our new home. Afterward, it was the house with the attic. And once a house gains a place like that in your memory, it never fully loses it. My friend Amy lived across the street from me, And just like strange things happened around my house, strange things happened at hers too. That was one of the reasons everything felt so unsettling back then. It was not only one house, one room, or one person having creepy experiences. It felt like the whole area carried something heavy and uneasy in it, something that moved from yard to yard, window to window, and home to home. When you are young, you try hard to make sense of things like that. You tell yourself there has to be an explanation. You look for one over and over again. But after a while, when enough odd things happen, you stop feeling curious and start feeling watched. That is how those days felt to me. One afternoon I was over at Amy's house. It was a normal day, or at least it seemed that way at first. We were sitting in her living room watching TV, just doing what kids do when they are relaxing and not really thinking about anything important. I do not remember exactly what we were watching, but I remember the feeling of the room very clearly. It was calm. Nothing seemed wrong. There was no reason to be scared. We were just sitting there, probably talking through the show and not paying full attention the way kids usually do. The window across from us was just part of the room, something ordinary that we did not think about. Then all of a sudden something that looked like a hand slammed into that window. It happened so fast that for a second my brain did not know what I had seen. But my body reacted before my mind caught up. Amy and I both screamed at exactly the same time. It was not one of those delayed screams where one person reacts and the other joins in. We both saw it, and we both screamed instantly. That alone stayed with me, because it told me right away that I had not imagined it. Whatever hit that window was seen by both of us in the same moment. The fear that shot through me was sharp and immediate, the kind that takes over completely and makes you move without thinking. We ran straight out the door. We did not stop to think, did not stay to inspect the glass up close, did not try to act brave. We just ran. We got outside into the front yard and stopped there, breathing hard, hearts pounding, trying to understand what had just happened. Once we were standing out there in the open air, we started trying to talk ourselves down. That is what people do after a shock like that. They start searching for the easiest explanation because the other possibilities are too uncomfortable. So we said maybe it was just a bird. That seemed possible enough. Birds fly into windows all the time. It would still be scary, but it would at least be normal. So we checked. We looked around the area in front of the window, expecting to find something. A bird on the ground. Feathers. Some sign that a real animal had struck the glass. But there was nothing there. No bird. No feathers. Nothing at all. That is what made the whole thing feel so wrong afterward. If it had really been just a bird, there should have been some evidence. Instead, there was only that moment burned into our minds, the shape of what looked like a hand hitting the glass, and then the empty ground beneath it. That was how so many things felt on Kimberly Street. Something strange would happen in a quick, violent moment, and then when you tried to prove it afterward, there was nothing to find. As I said before in another story, there were a lot of kids in our neighborhood. We always had people to play with, and there were also a lot of teenage boys around too. It was the kind of street where people knew each other, kids moved from yard to yard, and everyone was outside as much as possible. In some ways it was a fun place to grow up. There was noise, activity, and people everywhere. You would think that kind of neighborhood would feel safe, and in a lot of ways it did during the daytime. But even with all those people around, strange things still happened. Sometimes I think that almost made it worse, because when weird things happen in a busy neighborhood, they feel less like private imagination and more like something real moving through shared space. At one point, we put up a volleyball net in our yard, and almost every Sunday the whole neighborhood would come over to play. Those Sundays are actually some of my best memories from that time, at least on the surface. People would grill outside, and different families or neighbors would bring food. There would be laughter, shouting, the sound of the ball being hit back and forth, and kids running around from one side of the yard to the other. It felt like a little community gathering every week. For a while, if you focused only on those moments, you could almost believe that nothing bad or strange could really exist in a place so full of life. But even those good days got interrupted sometimes. One Sunday, during one of those neighborhood volleyball afternoons, Amy ran home to get something from her room. It was no big deal. She lived across the street, so it was common for us to go back and forth quickly like that. No one thought anything of it. The rest of us stayed outside, still talking and moving around the yard. Then suddenly we heard her scream. It was a sharp, frightened scream, the kind that makes everyone stop what they are doing right away. At the exact same moment that she screamed, her basement light turned on. That detail has always stayed with me because of how perfectly the two things happened together. It was as if the house itself reacted at the same time she did. The scream came from inside, and then there was that light turning on, which only made everything feel more wrong. About 5 of the teenage boys who had been out there immediately ran across the street to make sure she was okay. They moved fast, because her scream had been serious enough that nobody thought she was just fooling around. But by the time they got over there, Amy had already come running from upstairs and was halfway through her yard. She looked terrified. Not upset. Not startled. Truly terrified. When they asked her what was wrong, all she could say was that someone was in her house. That was enough to send them inside right away. The boys searched the whole place immediately, expecting to find some person, some intruder, some reason behind her fear. But they found nothing. No one was there. The only strange thing they found was the basement light on. Again, that was the kind of thing that left everyone unsettled. If Amy had screamed because she heard someone and then the boys found a person inside, the story would have ended there as something frightening but explainable. If the light alone had come on without her being there, maybe it could have been a wiring issue or some ordinary problem. But together, her terror, her insistence that someone was in the house, and the basement light turning on at the exact moment she screamed made it feel like another piece of a larger pattern we could never quite understand. That is one thing I remember so clearly from those years. It was never just one strange thing. It was always layers. A sound plus a feeling. A sight plus an empty room. A scream plus a light. A hand on a window plus no bird or feathers. Each event came with another detail that made it harder to dismiss. Then there was the night I stayed with my friend Wendy. My parents had gone out of town for the night, and instead of staying by myself, I decided to stay over at Wendy's house. She lived on the main street, the one you turned off of to get to my street. It was not far, but it was far enough that her house felt like a slightly different world from mine. I thought spending the night there would be fun, maybe even a break from some of the uneasy feelings I had gotten used to around home. That day had been normal too. Wendy and I played all day the way kids do when they know they are having a sleepover. We spent time together, talked, laughed, ate that evening, and later took a bath and started getting ready for bed. It should have ended as one of those harmless childhood nights you remember fondly, full of little details that have nothing to do with fear. But somewhere in the middle of all that, things shifted. Out of nowhere, I got this terrible pain in my stomach. It was not just a little discomfort. It came on hard and fast, and with it came a wave of nausea so strong that I felt miserable almost immediately. It is strange how the body can suddenly betray you like that. One minute you are fine, and the next you feel sick enough that nothing else matters. Wendy's dad tried everything they had in the house to help me. They did what people always do when a child gets sick during the night. They tried whatever simple things were available, hoping something would settle my stomach. But nothing worked. The hours dragged, and by around 2 in the morning I was still feeling awful. I finally called my next-door neighbor, Donna, because I felt so sick that I just wanted to be somewhere familiar. I asked if I could come stay at her house for the rest of the night. She agreed right away and told me she would open the kitchen door and turn on the light for me so I could get there easily. Knowing that helped a little. At least I had somewhere to go, somewhere close, and someone waiting for me. So off I went through the yard. It was the middle of the night, and everything outside had that quiet, empty feeling nighttime always has in a neighborhood. The world looks different then, even places you know well. The houses are darker. The yards seem bigger. Bushes and trees become shapes more than plants. And when you are already sick and uncomfortable, everything feels a little unreal anyway. When I got beside Wendy's house, there was a big butterfly bush there. And suddenly it started shaking violently. I do not mean a little rustling. I do not mean the kind of movement you would expect from a bird landing in it or a squirrel moving around inside. I mean it shook so hard that the blooms and leaves were falling to the ground in handfuls. It looked like something much larger was inside it, or like the whole bush had been grabbed and was being shaken. The violence of that movement terrified me instantly, especially because it happened right as I was passing it in the dark. I ran. I ran as fast as I could through the yard and across the street to Donna's house. By the time I got through her kitchen door, I was out of breath. She was standing there waiting for me in the light just like she said she would be, which is probably the only reason I did not completely lose it right then. She asked me what was wrong, and I told her what had happened. But like so many adults did whenever kids described something they could not explain, she told me it was just my imagination. Then she told me to lie down on the sofa and go to sleep. I did. And the strangest thing was that once I was there, once I had caught my breath and settled down, my stomach was no longer hurting the way it had been before. I have thought about that so many times since then. I do not know whether the shock of the bush somehow knocked my mind away from the nausea, or if being out of Wendy's house changed something, or if it was all coincidence. But the timing was so strange. I had felt so sick that nothing anyone tried could help me, and then after that frightening run through the yard, I was suddenly no longer sick to my stomach. It was as if whatever had been wrong was gone as quickly as it had come. That too became just another thing I could not explain. When I look back on all of these events together, what stands out to me most is how ordinary everything was before the strange thing happened. That is the part people often miss when they hear stories like this. They imagine a creepy setting from the start, like everyone was already nervous and expecting something bad. But that is not how it was. Amy and I were just watching TV. The neighborhood was just having one of its Sunday volleyball days. Wendy and I were just having a normal sleepover. Nothing in those moments suggested that something was about to happen that would stay in my memory for years. And yet, time after time, something did. Amy's house always seemed to hold its own kind of tension. The hand at the window was one thing. Her screaming from upstairs and saying someone was in the house was another. The basement light switching on at that exact second made everything feel worse, because it was so specific. It felt timed, deliberate somehow. Even though no one ever found a person there, the fear in her voice was real. You could hear when someone had been truly frightened and not just startled, and Amy had been truly frightened. The same was true of that butterfly bush by Wendy's house. If it had only moved a little, maybe I could laugh it off now. I could say some animal was in there, or maybe the wind hit it strangely. But the way it shook, hard enough to send blooms and leaves showering down, did not feel like a normal movement to me. It felt violent and purposeful, and that is why it scared me so much. It felt as if something had waited until I was beside it, and then let itself be known. I also think a lot about how often adults dismiss things when we told them. Donna said it was my imagination. People looked for birds or intruders or broken switches or any other reasonable answer first. And I understand why they did that. Adults want the world to stay safe and explainable, especially when kids are involved. They do not want to believe there might be something darker happening in the places where children play, sleep, and walk through at night. But just because they did not have an answer did not mean the experiences were not real to us. We felt them, saw them, heard them, and carried the fear afterward. That is what made Kimberly Street feel so strange to me for such a long time. It was not just one event. It was not even just one house. It was a whole stretch of life where weird things kept happening around people I knew and in places that should have felt ordinary. A hand on a window with no bird or feathers. A terrified girl running from her own house while a basement light came on by itself. A sickness that would not go away until after a midnight run through a violently shaking bush. None of those things fit neatly together, and yet in my memory they all belonged to the same feeling, the same atmosphere, the same uneasy world of that neighborhood. Even now, years later, I can still picture the front yard where Amy and I stopped after running from the window. I can still picture us standing there trying to convince ourselves it had only been a bird. I can still picture the ground below the glass, empty, silent, offering us nothing to explain away what we had seen. I can still imagine the boys running toward Amy's house while she was already fleeing from it, scared enough that all she could say was that someone was inside. And I can still feel the terror of that butterfly bush erupting beside me in the dark while I was already weak and sick. These memories stayed with me because they did not give me answers. They only gave me moments. Sharp, frightening moments that ended too quickly to understand and left too little evidence behind to prove to anyone else. And maybe that is the worst kind of haunting, if that is what it was. Not the kind that openly throws things or shows itself clearly and leaves no doubt, but the kind that keeps brushing against normal life just enough to disturb it. Just enough to make you question what you saw. Just enough to make you carry the fear but not the proof. That was Kimberly Street for me. A place where ordinary afternoons and evenings could shift without warning into something strange. A place where even when people were together, laughing, playing volleyball, grilling food, and living their lives, something else still seemed to move nearby. A place where explanations always almost existed but never quite held together. And that is why I still remember it the way I do. Not as one single ghost story, but as a collection of unsettling moments, each one small enough to be doubted by outsiders, yet all of them together too heavy for me to ever fully dismiss. So there you have it. Another experience on Kimberly Street. Another day that should have been normal, and was not. Another memory of fear mixed with confusion. And another reminder that in that neighborhood, strange things never seemed very far away. On Christmas Day in 2006, I got a phone call that hit me in a way I will never forget. It was one of those calls that changes the entire shape of a day in a single moment. Before that call, it had been Christmas morning, the kind of morning that comes with its own familiar rhythm. There is usually warmth in the air, even if the weather is cold. There is routine. There is family. There are plans. There is that feeling people carry on holidays, the feeling that the day already has a shape and that you more or less know how it will unfold. But grief does not care about holidays, traditions, or plans. It does not wait for a better time. It simply arrives, and when it does, it changes everything around it. The person on the phone was my mother, and the moment I heard her voice, I knew something was wrong. There is a certain tone people have when they are about to tell you bad news, and even before the words are fully spoken, part of you already begins to sink. She told me that my grandmother had passed away early that morning in her home in Henderson, Nevada. Even now, when I think back on that call, I remember the feeling before I remember the exact words. It felt as if something inside me dropped all at once. My heart sank so deeply that for a second everything around me seemed to go quiet. At that time, I was living in Southern California, only about 2.5 hours away from where my grandmother lived. 2.5 hours is close enough to feel near, yet far enough that you cannot do anything in the moment except stand there with the news and let it settle into you. My wife was there with me, and even though the day had instantly changed, we still moved through the first part of Christmas morning almost in a kind of haze. We went through our usual rituals. Breakfast first. Then presents. It sounds strange now, almost wrong in a way, to think about opening presents on the same morning I learned my grandmother had died. But life sometimes becomes painfully split like that. One part of the day still belongs to the world's schedule. The other part belongs to your grief. They overlap in a way that feels unreal, and you move through it because there is nothing else you can do. So we had breakfast. We opened the presents. We tried to keep the day steady for the children as much as we could. Then, after everything was opened, my wife and I left the kids with my mother-in-law and headed for Nevada. That drive felt longer than it should have. Grief can do that to time. Even a drive you could normally handle without much thought starts to feel stretched out, quiet, and heavy. I do not remember every detail of the road, but I remember the emotional atmosphere of that trip very clearly. There was sorrow sitting between us in the car. There was that strange numbness that comes after bad news, when you are moving physically towards something your mind still cannot fully accept. A person can know someone has died and still not believe it in the deepest part of themselves, not until they are standing in the place where that absence becomes real. When we got to my grandmother's home in Henderson, the mood there was exactly what you would expect, and yet somehow still more painful than I was prepared for. Everyone was trying to hold themselves together. People were talking, telling stories, making efforts to be upbeat, because that is what families often do when someone beloved has just died. They reach for memory. They tell funny stories. They try to soften the blow for one another with warmth and shared history. But beneath all of it, the sadness was everywhere. It sat in the room. It shaped every pause in conversation. It lived in everyone's face, even when they smiled for a moment, while remembering something good. We were all very down. My grandmother was the kind of person whose absence could be felt immediately. Some people fill a home with more than just their physical presence. They create an atmosphere, a center of gravity for the family. My grandmother was that kind of person to me, and not only to me, but for me specifically, the closeness was very deep. We were extremely close, and that matters in this story because what happened afterward only makes sense in the full context of that bond. She was not just a relative I saw occasionally. She was someone I loved with genuine depth, someone whose place in my life mattered tremendously. All that day, while everyone was grieving in their own way, I had this overpowering feeling that I needed to see her one last time. It was not a passing thought. It was not just curiosity, or some vague idea about closure. It was strong. Strong enough that it kept returning no matter what else was happening around me. I could not shake it. It felt important in a way I could not fully explain. I knew she was going to be cremated the next day, and once that happened, there would be no chance to look at her again, no final moment, no physical goodbye. That knowledge kept pressing harder and harder on me throughout the day until it became something I could no longer ignore. The problem was that my grandfather had already made his wishes very clear. He did not want anyone to bother her, as he put it. I understood where he was coming from. People grieve differently, and I know some people feel very strongly that once the person has died, there is no reason to keep returning to the body. I respect that. But for me, that was not enough. The need I felt to see her one last time had gone beyond preference. It felt necessary. It felt like something in me would remain painfully unfinished if I did not do it. So I asked my mother to arrange a special viewing for me before the cremation. She did. The next day, December 26th, I went to the funeral home. I got there around 4 in the afternoon. There was something about arriving there alone that made the whole thing hit differently. Up until then, grief had been surrounded by family, conversation, movement, and practical matters. But when you walk into a funeral home by yourself, your grief becomes quieter and more focused. The reality of why you are there sits right in front of you. It is no longer shared in the same way. It becomes personal, direct, and impossible to avoid. A very nice man greeted me when I arrived. He was respectful in that quiet professional way that people in those places often are. He did not intrude too much, did not say anything unnecessary. He simply led me where I needed to go. He took me to a small chapel on the property. When I walked into that chapel, it was completely empty except for my grandmother's body lying on a stretcher at the foot of the pulpit. I know that may sound strange to some people. Even now, I know there are people who would not understand why I needed to do that. Why I needed to be there in that room and see her body one final time. But anyone who has lost someone they truly loved in a deep and personal way may understand it instantly. Sometimes grief is not only about saying goodbye emotionally. Sometimes you need a physical last moment. You need your eyes and your heart to meet the reality at the same time. You need one final encounter, even if it is silent. For me, that was what I needed. Not because I believed she was still in her body, but because my heart needed one last act of connection before I could move forward at all. The man who had brought me there walked with me toward the pews and then stopped respectfully at the end of them. He put his head down and crossed his arms. I have always remembered that detail because of how respectful it felt. He gave me privacy without physically leaving the room. He understood, without needing explanation, that I was entering a sacred moment for myself. From there, I moved toward my grandmother, and I truly felt as if I floated. That is the best way I can describe it. It was almost dreamlike, almost detached from ordinary physical movement. I remember feeling as if none of it could really be happening, as if my body was doing what it needed to do while my mind was still lagging behind, unable to fully believe the reality of the moment. I walked to her in that strange state grief creates, where everything is painfully clear and yet slightly unreal at the same time. I remember crying. Not sobbing loudly, not falling apart dramatically, just those tears that come because there is no way to hold them back. I remember leaning down and kissing her forehead. That act felt so natural, so automatic, like the final continuation of every loving moment that had come before. And then, while I was there, while I was in that small chapel with her body and that silent, respectful man standing behind me, I heard my name. It was called from behind me, as clear as day. There was nothing vague about it. It was not a feeling. It was not some uncertain impression. I heard my name in a way that was direct, unmistakable, and real. It came from behind me, and because of that I turned to look over my right shoulder. And there she was. My grandmother was sitting on the first pew. She was smiling at me. Even now, writing or speaking those words feels surreal because I know how impossible they sound. But that is what I saw. I do not mean I saw a shadow or a blur or something half-formed that my mind later turned into her. I saw my grandmother, sitting there on the pew, smiling at me. The shock of that moment was so complete that for a second I could not speak at all. It was not only surprise. It was all. It was disbelief and comfort and emotional shock all at once. My first instinct was not even to speak to her. It was to look at the man who had brought me there. I wanted desperately for him to be seeing what I was seeing. I think that is a very human reaction. When something impossible happens, part of you wants confirmation instantly. You want someone else's face to tell you that what is happening is real. So I looked over at him, hoping he would be staring too, hoping his expression would show me that this was not only in my own mind. But he was exactly as he had been before, standing respectfully with his head lowered and his arms crossed. He gave no sign at all that anything unusual was happening. So I looked back at her. She was still there, still smiling. And in that moment, a sudden feeling of love and warmth came over me so strongly that it seemed to replace every other feeling in the room. The grief was still there, but it changed shape. The fear, the disbelief, the sorrow, all of it was suddenly held inside something larger and gentler. Tears streamed down my face, not only because I missed her, but because I understood in that moment, or at least felt with total certainty, that she was okay. More than okay. She was in a better place. She was at peace. And more than that, I felt deeply that she would be watching over me. That feeling was not abstract. It was immediate and complete. It was not something I reasoned out in my head. It was simply known. I do not know how long that moment lasted. It felt like a very long time, and yet when I think about it logically, it could only have been a short span. Time behaves strangely in moments like that. It stretches and folds. A few seconds can feel enormous. A minute can contain more emotional truth than an entire day. All I know is that I stood there, crying, looking at her, held in that feeling of love and peace. And then suddenly, she was gone. No dramatic fading that I remember. No slow dissolving. Just there, and then not there. The moment ended. The chapel was once again what it had been before. My grandmother's body on the stretcher, the pews, the pulpit, the quiet man standing respectfully in the room. But I was not the same as I had been when I walked in. Something had happened. Whether anyone else could ever confirm it or understand it, something had happened, and it had changed me in that moment. I thanked the gentleman and left. I remember walking out of there with a strange combination of emotions. I was still grieving. Of course I was. Seeing an apparition, if that is what it was, does not erase loss. It does not make you stop missing the person. But it did something else. It softened the despair in a way I had not expected. It gave me peace where there had only been ache. It gave me warmth where there had been cold finality. It gave me the sense that death had not ended everything that mattered between us. To this day, I still do not know with complete certainty what happened in that chapel. That is the honest truth. I do not know if it was all somehow a figment of my imagination, created by grief, love, exhaustion, and that overpowering need to see her one last time. I do not know if my heart, needing comfort so badly, somehow formed that moment for me in a way that felt entirely real. People can say many things about the mind and grief, and I know enough about human emotion to understand that loss can do powerful things. But I also know this. What I experienced did not feel like imagination. It felt clear. It felt real. It felt loving. And it felt like her. That matters to me more than any argument about whether it can be proven. I like to believe she was really there. Actually, like may be too weak a word. I believe, in the deepest quiet place in myself, that she was there. Not because I need a comforting story, but because of how complete that moment felt. There was nothing chaotic or dreamlike about the apparition itself. The dreamlike part had been my grief, my movement toward her, the surreal quality of the chapel and the stretcher, and the unreality of loss. But when I saw her on that pew smiling, there was clarity. There was warmth. There was recognition. There was presence. And if I ask myself what kind of imagination would create exactly the thing I most needed and place it there with such simple grace, then even that thought seems meaningful to me. Because whether she came to me in a truly supernatural way or whether my heart and mind were somehow opened by grief into a moment of deep inner truth, the result was the same. I received what I needed. I received a goodbye that did not feel like an ending. I received a final look that did not leave me crushed. I received assurance, not through words, but through presence. That has stayed with me ever since. There are some memories that fade in detail as the years go by. You remember the outline, but the exact feeling becomes harder to hold. This is not one of those memories. This one has stayed astonishingly vivid. I can still picture the little chapel. I can still picture the stretcher at the foot of the pulpit. I can still see the respectful man with his head bowed. I can still feel the strange floating quality of walking toward her body. And above all, I can still see my grandmother sitting on that first pew, smiling. It is strange what the soul chooses to keep. I have thought over the years about why I felt so strongly that I needed to see her one last time. That feeling had been with me all day, and it had not let go. Maybe part of me was already sensing that something more would happen. Maybe that is too romantic a way to think about it. Maybe I was simply so close to her that my grief demanded that final act. But in hindsight, I cannot help noticing how insistent that need was. It was as if something in me knew the moment had not yet fully arrived, as if my goodbye was waiting somewhere ahead and would not let me rest until I reached it. There is also something deeply meaningful to me about the timing of it all. She had died on Christmas morning. That alone gave the whole experience a kind of emotional intensity that is hard to describe. Christmas is supposed to be a day of birth, family, gathering, warmth, and joy. To lose someone that day feels cruel in a very particular way. It marks the holiday forever. It places grief inside a day that people expect to be bright. And yet the visitation, if that is what it was, came the very next afternoon. It was as if in the middle of all that holiday grief, I was given something back. Not the person herself in the physical sense, of course, but a moment. A gift of reassurance. A final touch of her love in a place where I had gone searching for one last contact. And maybe that is why the memory has never frightened me, not even once. A lot of ghost stories, apparitions, and supernatural experiences are told with fear at the center of them. Mine is not. The beginning of it is grief, yes. There is shock, disbelief, and deep sadness. But when I think of what I saw, I do not feel fear. I feel tenderness. I feel sorrow still, because loss is always part of the memory. But I also feel gratitude. It was one of the gentlest and most loving experiences of my life, and that matters. I do not talk about it with everyone. Not because I am ashamed of it, but because I know how people are. Some would dismiss it immediately. Some would nod politely while clearly deciding for themselves that grief made me imagine it. Some would want to analyze it until all the life was taken out of it. I do not need that. I am not trying to prove anything. I am only telling what happened. And what happened is this. I went to see my grandmother one last time before she was cremated, and in a small empty chapel, after kissing her forehead, I heard my name, turned, and saw her sitting on the first pew smiling at me. I was overcome by love, warmth, and peace. Then she was gone. That is the truth as I know it. Whether another person chooses to call it a visitation, a grief vision, a spiritual experience, or something else entirely does not really change what it means to me. The meaning is already fixed. That moment became part of how I carry her memory. It became part of how I understand death, and closeness, and the possibility that love may still reach us in ways we do not fully understand. Because I really did feel that she would be watching over me. And over the years, I have returned to that feeling many times. In difficult moments. In quiet moments. In moments when I have missed her. In moments when life has felt uncertain. I do not always think of the entire scene in the chapel, but I do return to the feeling that came with it. That warmth. That certainty. That sense that she was not lost in some terrible emptiness, but safe and loving and still connected somehow. Maybe that is what people really mean when they say someone is in a better place. Not only that they have gone somewhere beyond suffering, but that love itself has become clearer. I cannot prove any of this. I cannot prove she was there in the way I believe she was. I cannot produce evidence for anyone. All I have is the memory, the feeling, and the change it made in me. But sometimes that is enough. Sometimes the most meaningful moments in a life are the ones that do not submit to proof, only to remembrance. And I remember this clearly. The phone call on Christmas morning. The drive from Southern California to Nevada. The heavy sadness in my grandmother's home. That powerful need to see her one last time. The special viewing arranged just for me. The small chapel. The kiss on her forehead. My name being called. My grandmother smiling from the first pew. The love and warmth that followed. And the peace I carried out with me when I left. I still miss her. That never changed. But because of what happened that day, my grief has never felt entirely empty. There is a brightness inside it, a single warm light I can still turn toward. And even now, all these years later, when I ask myself whether it was real, the answer that rises in me is simple. Yes. I believe she was really there. For about a week, the house had been quiet. That alone felt strange, because by that point we had gotten so used to little things happening that silence almost felt unnatural. No strange noises from the main floor bathroom. No electronics turning themselves on or off. No little tricks, no odd sounds. No signs that our ghost girl was still moving around the house the way she usually did. After everything that had happened before, that kind of stillness felt almost too good to be true. The house seemed calmer, lighter somehow, and for a few days I actually let myself believe that maybe it was over. The week before, I had spoken to the spirit in a serious way. I had told her that she could not stay in the house anymore. I told her that she needed to be with Jesus, and that if she asked for forgiveness and asked Jesus to save her, she would be free. I did not say it in anger. I was not trying to fight with her or scare her away. I said it gently, almost the way you would speak to someone you cared about but knew could not stay where they were any longer. And because the house had gone quiet after that, I truly started to think I had helped her cross over. I wanted to believe that. I really did. After all the little things she had done, all the pranks, all the strange moments, and all the times it felt like she only wanted attention, the quiet made me think maybe she had finally found peace. I thought maybe she had listened. Maybe she had moved on. Maybe she had gone where she was supposed to go. There was something comforting in that idea. Sad too, in a strange way, but comforting. But then my brother started telling me what had been happening to him at night. Chris said that for the past few nights, He had been waking up and seeing a little girl standing in the doorway of his room. That was enough to make me pause. He was not completely sure what he was seeing, and to be fair, he admitted that himself. He said he had been so tired that he could not always tell whether he was fully awake or caught somewhere between sleep and dreaming. It was one of those things that is hard to explain properly, because when you first wake up in the middle of the night, your mind does not always settle right away. You can still feel part of a dream hanging around you. But even with that uncertainty, he knew one thing for sure. It was creepy. Very creepy. And he had seen it more than once. That mattered. If it had happened only a single time, maybe I would have brushed it off as sleep confusion. But because it had happened over several nights, I started thinking maybe the girl had not left after all. Maybe the quiet in the house did not mean she was gone. Maybe it only meant she had become quieter in a different way. Maybe she was still there, only showing herself differently now. I found the whole thing interesting enough, and honestly unsettling enough, that I asked Chris if I could bunk in his room for the night, and see if I experienced the same thing. He agreed. And that decision led to one of the strangest nights I have ever had in that house. It is the kind of night that stays in your memory in sharp little pieces. Not just the big moment, but the small details too. The feeling in the room before anything happened. The strange timing. The exact hour. The dream. The drop in temperature. The open basement door. The flowers. The cross. The girl. Even now, I can still walk through it step by step in my mind and feel the same mix of confusion, fear, wonder, and sadness that I felt then. That night, I slept on Chris's floor. I remember settling down in the sleeping bag and thinking that maybe nothing would happen at all. Maybe I would get a bad night of sleep for no reason, wake up with a sore back, and that would be the end of it. Part of me hoped that would happen. Part of me hoped it was all just Chris being half asleep and seeing things in the dark. But another part of me, the part that had already lived through enough strange events in that house, knew there was a real chance something would happen. At around 2:40 in the morning, my eyes snapped open. I was instantly awake. Not slowly waking. Not drifting up from sleep in confusion. Just fully awake, right away, the way people wake when something pulls them out of sleep all at once. For a few seconds, I lay there still, not moving, just staring into the dark and trying to understand why I had woken up so suddenly. Then I heard Chris say my name. But the way he said it was strange. It was hesitant, almost questioning, like he somehow knew I was awake but was not completely sure. That may sound like a small detail, but it really stayed with me. It was as if we had both been pulled awake by the same thing, and he was checking to see if I had felt it too. His voice had that uncertain edge people get when they already suspect something odd is happening but do not want to say it out loud too quickly. I told him I was awake. For a moment, we just lay there in the dark, both of us fully alert, and both of us realizing how strange it was that we had woken up at the exact same time. It was not impossible, of course, but in that house, under those circumstances, it did not feel random. It felt connected to something. Then we started talking about what we had been dreaming before we woke up. That was when things became even stranger. I told him that before my eyes opened, I had a dream that I was standing in the basement. I was not doing anything in the dream. I was not running, hiding, talking, or looking for anything. I was just there, standing in the basement, as if the place itself had been enough for the dream. When I said that, Chris told me he had the same dream. Not similar. The same. He had dreamed about being in the basement too. That is the kind of thing that makes your skin prickle even before anything else happens. Two people waking at the same moment after dreaming of the same place is unsettling enough on its own. But when that place is the basement of a haunted house and it is the middle of the night, the feeling changes quickly from weird coincidence to something that feels like a summons. We could not ignore it. As scared as we were, and as strange as it all felt, either of us could just roll over and go back to sleep. The question was too big, the coincidence too sharp. Why the basement? Why both of us? Why at exactly the same time? There was a pull to it, The kind that comes when fear and curiosity mix together until they become impossible to resist. So we got up. We went downstairs. Even before we reached the basement door, the house felt different. When we got to the main floor, the temperature dropped noticeably. It was not subtle. It was enough that both of us felt it. Houses cooled down at night, yes, but this felt sharper than normal, more sudden. It was like stepping into a space where the air had shifted all at once. Then we heard the basement door creak. That made both of us stop. We looked at each other immediately. We always shut the basement door before bed. Always. That was not something either of us was confused about. It was just part of the house routine. So hearing the creak before even seeing the door told us something was wrong. We rounded the corner together, already scared, and there it was. The basement door was wide open. Not cracked. Not partly open. Wide open. That moment, standing there looking at that open basement door in the colder air of the main floor, is one of the most vivid parts of the night for me. It felt like the house itself had answered the question we had been too nervous to ask. We had dreamed of the basement. We had both woken up. We had come downstairs. And now the door was standing open for us, as if something had been waiting. We went down. Slowly. Scared enough that every step felt deliberate, every sound mattered, every shadow looked heavier than it should have. The basement already had its own feeling even during the day. At night, with that dream still in our heads and the door standing open on its own, it felt completely different. When we reached the bottom of the stairs, we saw something lying on the floor. At first we could not tell what it was. The shape was too unclear in the dimness down there. It was just there, in the middle of the basement floor, like something deliberately placed in a spot where we could not miss it. Chris turned on the light. And there on the floor was a small pile of daisies. 3 or 4 of them, lying neatly together. And resting on top of them was a small wooden cross. For a second, neither of us said anything. We just stared. It was such a strange sight that it almost did not feel real. Flowers and a little wooden cross in the middle of the basement floor at nearly 3 in the morning, after both of us had dreamed about the basement, and woken up at the same second. It felt symbolic in a way that was impossible to ignore, but at the same time it was so odd and unexpected that my mind could not settle on one clear meaning right away. Chris looked at me. I looked at him. He shook his head and said, F*** this. Then he turned and went back upstairs to bed. That was very much his style. Chris could handle a lot, but there was also a point where he simply wanted no part of it anymore. And honestly, I understood. The whole thing was bizarre and overwhelming. Most people would have done exactly what he did. They would have seen the flowers, the cross, and the basement open at that hour and decided that was enough for one night. But I stayed. I do not know exactly why I stayed, except that I felt like something was still unfolding and I needed to understand it. Maybe I was too deep into the moment already. Maybe the flowers and the cross had made the whole thing feel less threatening and more meaningful. Maybe I felt deep down that this was not the kind of moment you walked away from too quickly. So I pulled up a chair. I sat down in the basement. And I stared at the daisies and the little cross on the floor. I sat there for a long time, just looking at them, thinking, trying to understand what I was seeing and why it had been placed there. The whole basement felt still around me. Not empty exactly, but still. There is a kind of silence that is not peaceful and not frightening either, but waiting. That is how it felt. Like the room itself was holding its breath. I kept staring. Then I noticed movement out of the corner of my eye. I looked up. And there she was. The girl. She had shown herself to me. Not as a feeling. Not as a prank. Not as a sound or a shadow I had to explain away. She was there. Visible. Clear enough that I knew exactly who I was looking at. After everything she had done in the house before, after all the little ways she had made herself known, she had finally become comfortable enough to actually show herself. I was not afraid in that moment. That is one of the strangest and most important parts of this story. You might expect me to say I panicked or ran or screamed. But I did not. I was excited. Truly excited. I smiled at her right away, almost without thinking, because in that moment she did not feel threatening at all. She felt familiar. Gentle. Like someone who had finally decided to step out from behind all the little games and let herself be seen. I asked her if she was leaving us. I remember the question clearly because it came out naturally, like I already knew that was what all of this meant. The daisies. The cross. The quiet week. The dream of the basement. The open door. All of it seemed to point toward one thing. A goodbye. And then, honest to God, she smiled. She lifted her hand and began to wave. Not in some dramatic way. Not like something from a movie. It was simple. Gentle. Clear. A wave. And then she disappeared completely. That moment overwhelmed me more than I can fully explain. I had gone from being deeply unsettled to feeling something close to joy and heartbreak at the same time. I knew in that instant that this was her way of saying goodbye. I knew she was leaving. I knew she was going somewhere better. All the things I had told her before, about needing to be with Jesus, about not staying trapped here, about moving on, suddenly felt connected to this moment in a way that made complete sense inside me. I did not need anyone to explain it. I just knew. After a while, I went back upstairs to Chris's room and crawled back into my sleeping bag. He asked me what had taken so long. I told him nothing, and then I fell asleep almost immediately. There are some things that feel too sacred or too unbelievable to explain in the middle of the night, while they are still warm in your mind. I think that was part of why I said nothing then. I needed the moment to stay mine a little longer before I turned it into words. The next morning, after I woke up, I went back down to the basement. The daisies and the cross were still there. I picked them up carefully and took them outside. I found a little spot in the garden and planted the daisies there. Then I placed the small wooden cross in the dirt right behind them. It felt right to do that. I did not want to just throw those things away or leave them in the basement. They had become part of her goodbye, and I wanted to give them a place that felt respectful and peaceful. As I planted them, I felt sad. Not the same frightened sadness as before, but a quieter kind. The kind that comes when something strange has been part of your life for a while, and even though it caused problems and fear and endless confusion, it also became familiar. In an odd way, that girl had become almost like a friend. She liked to play ball. She pulled funny pranks on my brother. She had a mischievous little presence in the house that we had gotten used to. She had become part of our daily life, part of the story of the home, part of our routines and our conversations and our strange little moments. And now she was gone. I knew it was a good thing. I still know it was a good thing. Where she belonged was not in our house, trapped in whatever way she had been trapped. She needed to be somewhere else, somewhere better, somewhere peaceful. And if what I saw in the basement really was her goodbye, then I believe that is exactly where she went. But knowing something is right does not always stop you from feeling the loss of it. That is what made the whole experience so complicated emotionally. I was happy for her. Relieved for her. Grateful for what I believed had happened. And yet I was also going to miss her. I think that is one of the hardest things for people to understand about certain hauntings. Not all of them feel dark or purely threatening. Some of them settle into your life in ways that are unsettling, yes, but also strangely personal. You start learning the moods, the patterns, the little habits, the personality behind the disruptions. You stop thinking only in terms of fear and start feeling something more complicated. Annoyance, affection, sadness, protectiveness, and concern can all mix together. That is how it had become with her. The fact that she used daisies and a cross matters to me too. Daisies are simple flowers, almost childlike in a way. They feel innocent, soft, gentle, not grand or dramatic. The little wooden cross resting on top of them felt like a direct answer to what I had told her earlier in the week. I had spoken to her about Jesus. I had told her she could be free. Then the house went quiet. Then Chris saw her standing in his doorway. Then we both dreamed of the basement. Then we found the flowers and the cross. Then she appeared and waved goodbye. Maybe someone else would look at those details and still doubt the whole thing. That is fine. But from inside the experience, the pattern felt too clear to ignore. And it was not just the pattern. It was the feeling. The warmth of that final moment. The complete lack of fear when I saw her. The certainty that what was happening was not another prank, not another haunting game, but a final farewell. Some things you simply know while they are happening. Not because you can prove them, but because the meaning arrives all at once and settles in you without resistance. That was one of those moments. I think back to on the week of silence before all this happened. At the time I thought that quiet meant she had already crossed over. But now I think maybe it meant she was changing. Maybe she was getting ready. Maybe she was no longer attached to the little noisy habits she had used before and was moving towards something else. Or maybe she was simply listening, thinking, preparing. I cannot say for sure. But the quiet no longer feels empty in hindsight. It feels meaningful. Like the pause before the last page of a story. Chris's experiences during those nights also make more sense to me now. Him waking to see a little girl in the doorway, uncertain whether he was awake or dreaming, feels like part of that transition too. Maybe she was no longer trying to frighten anyone. Maybe she was only letting him know she was still there, still lingering, but no longer in the same playful or disruptive way as before. Maybe she was moving toward goodbye even then. And the shared dream of the basement? That is still one of the strangest parts. It is hard enough to explain one person dreaming about a place and waking up to find something meaningful there. But for both of us to wake at the same second after dreaming the same dream about the same room makes the whole event feel guided somehow. Not random. Not accidental. The basement seemed to call us there. Or maybe she did. That thought still gives me chills, but not bad ones. More like the chills that come from remembering that the world may hold stranger and gentler things than we know. I also think about Chris and how differently he responded. He was scared, no question about that. But once he saw the flowers and cross, he wanted no part of it, and went straight back to bed. That makes me smile a little even now because it was so very him. He had seen enough. He was not going to sit in the basement staring at ghost flowers waiting for a spirit to appear. That was left to me. And maybe it had to be me. Maybe I was the one she trusted more. Maybe I was the one who had spoken to her, who had tried to help her, who understood her pranks and her loneliness. Maybe that is why she chose to show herself fully to me and not to him. I do not know. But I do know that when she smiled and waved, it felt personal. It felt meant for me. And that is why I kept the moment to myself for a little while, and why even now it remains one of the most meaningful paranormal experiences I have ever had. Not because it was the loudest or the scariest, but because it carried resolution. Most hauntings leave people with fear and questions. This one, in the end, left me with peace and sadness mixed together. That is a rare thing. There is something else that stayed with me too. When I planted the daisies outside with the little cross behind them, it felt like a proper goodbye, not just for her but for the strange chapter she had been part of in our lives. A haunting, especially one that goes on for a while, can become a whole season of your life. It changes routines. It shapes stories. It affects moods. It becomes part of what home feels like. So when it ends, even if the ending is good, it still leaves a little emptiness behind. The house really did become quieter after that. Not just physically quiet, but emotionally different. The little edges of mischief were gone. The sense that something might be playing a prank from the next room disappeared. We were no longer waiting for odd things to happen. That should have been only a relief, and a large part of it was. But there was also a strange tenderness in the absence. She had been with us long enough that the silence felt like the shape of her no longer being there. That is why I say it was tough not having her around. I know that sounds odd. Maybe even ridiculous to some people. But it is honest. She had become part of the house in a way that felt real to us. Not a normal part, not an easy part, but still a part. And when someone or something has been present long enough, You notice the absence when it goes. Still, I would not have wanted her to stay. Not really. Not if the price of staying was being trapped. That is what matters most to me in the end. I believe she left because she was finally able to. I believe the flowers and the cross meant something. I believe the dream meant something. I believe her smile meant something. And I believe that wave was her last message to me before she moved on. A goodbye. A thank you, maybe? Or maybe just a final gentle acknowledgement between us. Whatever it was, I treasure it. I do not think of that last sight of her with fear. I think of it with warmth, sadness, and gratitude. She did not disappear in anger. She did not leave in chaos. She left with a smile. That matters to me so much more than I can explain. And whenever I think of those daisies in the garden with that little wooden cross behind them, I still feel that same bittersweet mix of emotions. Happy for her. A little sad for us. Relieved that she was where she belonged. And quietly thankful that, for a little while, our lives crossed the way they did. When my mother and father had their first child, my older sister Katie, they were overjoyed in the way first-time parents so often are. She was their first baby, their first experience of bringing a child home, their first little person to completely change the rhythm of their lives. And from the very beginning, she was everything they had hoped for. She was healthy, beautiful, and deeply loved. Like so many babies, though, she also came with the exhausting and ordinary realities of new parenthood. There were sleepless nights, sudden cries, half-awake walks down dark hallways, and all the little routines that become part of life when there is an infant in the house. My mother always said those first months with Katie were, in many ways, just like everyone else's first months with a baby. There were feedings in the middle of the night, soft rocking, whispering, humming, and that constant state of being both tired and completely in love. Back then, my parents were still new to everything. They were learning what each cry meant, learning how to comfort her, learning how to settle back down after being pulled out of sleep. My sister had her own room, and at night when she cried, either my mother or my father would get up and go to her. Nothing about those early nights seemed unusual at first. It was the normal pattern of young parenthood. Crying baby, tired parent, dark room, quiet comfort, then hopefully a little more sleep before it all began again. But when Katie was around 6 months old, something happened that changed the way my mother understood those nights forever. One night, my father was away on a business trip. That meant my mother was alone in the house with the baby. Sometime during the night, she was woken again by Katie crying loudly in the next room. There was nothing unusual about that part. It had happened many times before. My mother got out of bed, probably already half expecting the usual routine. She pulled on her robe and started to head down the hall. Then suddenly, the crying stopped. That caught her off guard right away. Any parent knows that when a baby stops crying unexpectedly in the middle of the night, it can be a relief for one split second, but it can also be alarming. Babies do not usually go from screaming to silent for no reason at all, especially not that quickly. My mother was puzzled and, as she later said, a little alarmed too. She hurried down the hall, wanting to make sure nothing was wrong. When she reached the doorway to the baby's room, she saw something she would never forget. There, in the room, was an old woman. The woman was sitting in a rocking chair, softly humming, with baby Katie in her arms. The moonlight coming through the window lit the room in that pale, quiet way moonlight does, and it shone right through the woman. My mother could see the dresser behind her head. So whatever she was seeing, it was not an ordinary person. It was not someone who had somehow slipped into the house. The figure looked solid enough to be recognized clearly as an old woman, yet transparent enough that the furniture behind her was still visible through her. And still, what makes the story so special to me is this. My mother did not feel fear. She did not scream. She did not panic. She did not feel threatened at all. Instead, she felt warm and happy. That part has always mattered to me because it says so much about whatever this presence was. Most people, hearing that there was a ghostly old woman in a baby's room in the middle of the night, expect terror. But that was not my mother's experience. She stood there and felt comfort. She watched the woman holding Katie and humming to her, and the entire room seemed filled with peace. My sister was no longer crying. She was being comforted. And somehow my mother knew, deep down, that this was not something dangerous. She stood there watching quietly until the old woman finally noticed her. The woman looked up at my mother and smiled. Then she raised one finger to her lips in a gentle motion, asking for quiet. My mother smiled back, nodded, and walked softly back to her own room. That is one of the details I love most in the whole story. There was no fear, no need for words, no dramatic reaction. Just that shared little moment between two women in the dark, one living and one not, both focused on the same child. It was almost as if the old woman was saying, in the simplest way possible, "She is all right. Go rest." And my mother understood that. The next night, Katie cried again. This time, instead of climbing out of bed slowly like a tired parent dragging herself into another sleepless moment, my mother got up quickly, almost eagerly. She grabbed her robe and hurried down the hall. Now there was curiosity mixed with her concern. She wanted to know if what she had seen the night before would happen again. And it did. When she got to the baby's room, the same old woman was there once more. This time she was standing beside the cradle, rocking it gently back and forth while soothing my sister. Again she looked peaceful. Again the room felt warm and safe. Again she smiled at my mother, and then turned her attention back to the baby. After that, this strange but beautiful event happened several more times. Sometimes when Katie cried at night, my mother would get up and find the old woman already there, comforting her. It became a quiet mystery in the house, something my mother carried in her heart before she ever spoke much about it. I think part of her was simply accepting what was happening because it never felt threatening. The old woman never did anything frightening. She did not lurk in corners. She did not bring coldness or dread with her. She came only when the baby was upset. She soothed her, calmed her, and left. Eventually, after seeing this happen several times, my mother gathered enough courage and enough curiosity to try to speak to her. One night she stood in the doorway and watched the woman calm my sister for a little while. Then she asked softly, "Who are you?" The old woman gave no sign that she had heard her. She did not turn. She did not react. She just continued tending to the baby. My mother asked again. Still nothing. No answer, no acknowledgement, no shift in expression or posture, nothing that suggested she had even heard the question. That has always fascinated me. It makes me wonder if the woman was able to see my mother, as she clearly had on the first occasions when she smiled and signaled for quiet, but maybe not hear her in the normal way. Or perhaps she heard, but could not answer. Or perhaps whatever she was, whatever side of existence she belonged to, words simply were not part of how she communicated. The truth is, we do not know. My mother never got an answer from her. The identity of the old woman remained a mystery. After a while, the appearances grew less frequent. My mother only saw the old woman a few times after that. She always believed that once Katie began to grow older, once she could walk and talk and no longer needed the same kind of nighttime comfort, the old woman may have felt she was not needed in that way anymore. That explanation always made sense to my mother. The presence seemed purposeful, gentle, maternal, like someone stepping in only when a helpless child needed soothing. But even though my mother stopped seeing the old woman so clearly after those early months, she never felt that the presence was completely gone. That is what makes this story stretch far beyond one baby room in one house. Years passed. Our family moved more than once. Life changed in the ordinary ways families change. Children grew older. The family became larger. New homes came and went. Different rooms, different cities, different routines. But my mother always said that even when she did not actually see the old woman, she still felt that same maternal presence around us. She said that when my older brother cried as a baby, and later when I cried as a baby, she often sensed someone there in the room. She did not necessarily see the figure the way she had with Katie, but she felt that same loving presence. No matter where we lived, she felt that the woman stayed near our family. That part is what has always moved me the most. If the presence had remained tied to that first house only, then perhaps people could say there was something specific about that property. But according to my mother, the feeling followed us. House after house, year after year, there was this sense that someone remained close, someone watching over us in a protective, motherly way. Not haunting us. Not troubling us. Guarding us. I grew up with that story as part of my family's private understanding of the world. And as I got older, something happened that made it feel even more real to me. There have been times in my life, especially in periods of grief, when I have felt as though someone was standing over me, comforting me. It happens most often when I am deeply sad, especially after the death of a friend or family member. I will be crying, lost in that kind of sorrow that feels almost too large to carry, and then I suddenly feel a presence near me. Not threatening. Not startling. Just there. Gentle. Comforting. It leaves me with a warm feeling inside that helps me get through the grief. The sadness does not disappear completely, of course, because grief never works that way. But it softens. It becomes bearable. It becomes held by something. My brother has said the same thing has happened to him too. That matters to me because it means this is not just one person's private emotional interpretation of a hard moment. There is a shared pattern in our family. My mother felt it. I have felt it. My brother has felt it. And all of us, in our own way, connect that warmth and peace with the old woman my mother first saw when Katie was a baby. No one in our family has ever been able to find out exactly who she is. We do not know whether she is some relation from long ago, someone whose blood runs through us in some forgotten branch of the family tree. We do not know if she is someone who once loved children in life and somehow continued that care beyond death. We do not know if she is something like a guardian angel, though that is a word people naturally reach for because of how protective and gentle she seems. We simply do not know. All we know is what she has felt like. She has never brought fear. She has never brought darkness. She has never asked for anything. She has only comforted. That makes her very different from the kinds of ghost stories people usually tell. Most paranormal stories are built around fear, mystery, danger, or shock. This one is built around tenderness. Around a crying baby, a rocking chair, a soft hum in moonlight, and a woman whose presence felt more loving than alarming. That may be one reason the story has stayed so alive in our family. It does not leave behind the kind of trauma most hauntings do. It leaves behind gratitude. I often think about my mother standing there in the doorway that first night. She must have been tired. She must have been expecting just another crying baby moment, especially with my father away on a business trip and the whole burden of the night on her shoulders. Then suddenly she sees an old woman in the room, moonlight shining through her, holding the child. It would have been so easy for the moment to become one of terror if the presence had felt wrong. But instead the room felt warm and safe. That says so much. My mother was a mother herself in that moment, and she recognized something maternal in that presence immediately. Not something dangerous, not something invasive, but something familiar in the deepest emotional sense. Another caretaker. Another watcher. Another loving figure in the room. That is powerful to me. And so is the finger to the lips gesture. That small motion tells me more than words might have. It was gentle, kind, almost playful in a soft way. It carried authority too, but not harshness. It was as if the old woman understood exactly what my mother needed in that moment. Not an explanation. Not a conversation. Just reassurance. Quiet reassurance. She is safe. That is the message that gesture seems to carry to me, and perhaps that is why my mother could go back to bed instead of collapsing in fear. As the years have gone by, I have also thought about the fact that the old woman never answered when my mother asked who she was. Maybe some things are not meant to be known in that direct way. Maybe her identity matters less than her presence. Human beings always want names. We want history, labels, explanations, family connections, proof. We want to understand who someone is before we accept their place in our lives. But perhaps that is a very human way of thinking, and whatever this woman is exists outside of that need. Maybe she has always been simply what she is, a comforter, a guardian, a loving watcher. Maybe knowing her name would not actually add anything more important than what we already know from how she makes us feel. And what we know from that is beautiful. We know she comforts children. We know she brings peace, not fear. We know she stayed with our family across multiple homes. We know her presence can still be felt in moments of deep sadness. We know she does not leave people colder, but warmer. We know that after those moments, grief becomes easier to carry. That may be more important than any name. I also think there is something deeply meaningful in the fact that the experiences continued beyond infancy. It would be easy to treat the first appearances as some isolated miracle around the newborn baby, a one-time story about a special child and an unseen helper. But that is not what happened. The warmth remained around all of us. The old woman, whether seen or only sensed, became part of the emotional life of our family. She appeared most clearly in the beginning when Katie needed her most, but she did not vanish entirely after that. Instead, she remained near, almost like a promise that we were not alone. That idea has helped me more than I can explain. Because everyone goes through grief. Everyone reaches moments of sadness that feel too heavy. And in those moments, to feel as if someone loving is standing near you, trying to comfort you, changes the loneliness of the experience. It does not erase pain. It does not bring back the dead. But it does remind you that sorrow does not always have to be carried in isolation. Sometimes there is presence in the room, even if you cannot see it clearly. My brother says he has felt the same thing when he was grieving. That has always mattered to me because it confirms something private but real in our family life. We do not all imagine comfort in exactly the same way. We do not all respond to grief with the same emotions or the same kind of inner experience. Yet he has felt it too. That same sense of someone standing over him, trying to bring peace. That suggests to me that this old woman, whoever she is not simply a story my mother made meaningful in her own mind long ago. She is part of something that has touched all of us in one way or another. There is also something very moving about the way my family talks about her. We do not speak of her with fear. We speak of her with affection and mystery. There is curiosity, yes. There is wonder. But there is no dread attached to her. In a world where most stories about spirits and apparitions immediately go toward darkness, it means a lot to have one that instead points toward loyalty, comfort, and quiet love. It reminds me that not everything unexplained has to be harmful. Not every presence has bad intentions. Not every brush with the unseen leaves fear behind. Sometimes the unknown can be kind. That is what this story has taught me. And perhaps that is why it has become one of the stories I hold closest. If someone were to ask me what I think the old woman really is, I still could not answer with certainty. Maybe she really is a distant relative, someone from generations past whose love somehow remained tied to our family line. Maybe she is a guardian spirit. Maybe she is exactly what some people would call an angel. Maybe those words overlap more than we realize. I do not know. The truth is that whatever language we choose would still be our attempt to name something we did not create and cannot fully understand. But I do know this. She has always felt like a friend. A quiet friend. A faithful friend. Someone who appears or draws near not to frighten but to help. That sense of constancy is what means the most. My mother says no matter where we live, she always feels the woman is still there, watching over us. That thought has settled into me over the years in a very deep way. It means that home is not only walls and roofs and addresses. Sometimes home includes the unseen kindness that follows you from place to place. It means that when our family moved, we did not leave her behind. She came with us. Or perhaps she had never really belonged to a place at all, only to us. And if that is true, then there is something profoundly beautiful in it. It means the care did not end with a single generation. It means whatever love moved through that moonlit nursery continued across the years. It means that babies, children, and even grieving adults could all still feel held by that same tenderness. I think too about the rocking chair. That image has always stayed with me. The old woman sitting there, softly humming, moonlight passing through her, my baby sister calm in her arms. There is something timeless about that image. It could belong to any century, any house, any family. A rocking chair, a lullaby, a crying child soothed by an older woman's care. Perhaps that is another reason it feels so powerful. It is deeply human. The supernatural enters the story, yes, but it enters through one of the most human scenes imaginable, an older woman comforting a baby in the night. That makes it feel sacred in a very simple way. Not flashy, not dramatic, just sacred. And maybe that is how real care often is, whether in this life or the next. Quiet, steady, unannounced, not asking for recognition or reward, just showing up when it is needed most. That is exactly what she seemed to do for my sister, and maybe later for all of us. I cannot pretend that every strange thing in life is good, or that every unexplained presence should be trusted. Life and death are both too mysterious for that kind of certainty. But I can say, with honesty, that this presence has never brought anything but comfort to my family. In our hardest moments, she has left warmth. In the nursery, she left calm. In grief, she left strength. In sadness, she left the sense that love was still reaching toward us. That is enough for me. I do not need to know her name to feel grateful. I do not need to prove her existence to anyone for her to matter. I do not need every question answered. Sometimes mystery itself becomes part of the gift. So when I think about her now, I do not think of a ghost in the frightening sense. I think of an old woman in moonlight, gently rocking a crying baby. I think of my mother standing quietly in a doorway, smiling instead of screaming. I think of all the years after that, all the different houses, all the moments of sadness when warmth entered the room for no visible reason. I think of my brother feeling the same comfort I have felt. I think of how, through all of it, none of us have ever truly felt abandoned. That is what she has given us. A sense of being watched over. A sense that grief is not the end of love. A sense that kindness may survive in forms we do not understand. A sense that someone has remained with us all along. And maybe, in the end, that is all we really need to know. Whoever she is, however she came to us, whatever name the world would give to her, she has been there. And because of that, my family has always believed one simple thing. No matter what happens in our lives, we are never really alone. We have a friend with us. And she has never left. When I was in my 20s, my life had already started falling apart in ways I had never expected. I was in the middle of getting a divorce from my husband, and everything felt unstable. Marriage, family life, the future I had once imagined for myself, all of it seemed to be breaking apart at the same time. During that difficult period, my children and I moved back in with my mother. It was not an easy move emotionally, even though I was grateful to have somewhere safe to go. Moving back home as an adult, especially with children and in the middle of a divorce, carries a kind of sadness that is hard to explain unless you have lived it. You are thankful for the support, but at the same time you feel the weight of everything that led you there. My mother only had a 2-bedroom house, so there was not a lot of space. Because of that, my children took the extra bedroom, and I moved into the basement. The basement was semi-finished, which meant it was not completely raw and unfinished, but it still did not feel like a proper living space in the same way the upstairs rooms did. It had that basement feeling that many basements have, even when someone tries to make them more comfortable. The air felt a little heavier. The walls felt closer in some strange emotional way. There was always a faint sense that you were below the rest of the house, cut off in a way that made everything quieter and lonelier. Not long after we moved in, my mother had a small bedroom made for me down there in the basement. She was trying to make the situation better for me, and I appreciated that more than I probably said at the time. Still, no matter what she did to improve the basement, it never felt fully comforting to me. It always remained a place I had to adjust myself to rather than a place where I naturally felt safe. I had always been interested in ghosts and strange stories. The paranormal in general fascinated me. I liked hearing stories, reading about hauntings, and thinking about things people could not explain. But there was one area that always frightened me in a much deeper way than ordinary ghost stories ever did. The occult and demons terrified me. I did not like talking about them. I did not like watching shows or movies about them. I could handle ghost stories, weird noises, haunted houses, and unexplained things, but once the subject crossed over into demons, Satan, or anything dark and evil in that way, I wanted no part of it. That fear sat in me deeply. I also noticed something over the years that made my unease about basements worse. In so many horror movies, terrible things seem to happen in basements. I know that sounds almost silly when you say it plainly, because movies are movies, but certain images sink into your mind and stay there. A dark basement, a hidden evil, something lurking below the house, those ideas became tied together in my imagination. Because of that, I avoided those types of movies as much as I could. I did not want that kind of imagery in my head, especially since I was already sleeping in a basement every night. One night, while I was down there in my room, I was reading one of the books in the Omen series. I do not know why I had picked it up, especially considering how much stories about evil and demons unsettled me. Maybe curiosity got the better of me. Maybe I thought I could handle it because it was only a book. But at some point while reading, I became so disturbed by what I was reading that I threw the book across the room. It genuinely creeped me out. I remember reacting strongly enough that I made a firm decision in that moment. I vowed that I would never again read a book like that, and certainly not in my basement room. It felt like I had invited a kind of darkness into the space just by opening those pages, and I wanted nothing more to do with it. I do not remember exactly how long after that this next event happened, but I know it was not the same night. It was not immediate. It was at least a few weeks later, maybe even longer. Enough time had passed that the moment with the book was behind me, but not so much time that my mind had completely forgotten the uneasy feeling it had stirred up in that basement. Then one night I woke up with a start. There are different ways people wake in the night. Sometimes it is slow and sleepy. Sometimes you wake because of a sound. Sometimes you wake and do not know why. But this was none of those. I woke in a state of immediate terror. It was not confusion first and fear second. It was fear from the very first second. The best way I have ever been able to describe it is that I felt as though the devil himself had entered my room. That is what it felt like to me. I know that sounds extreme. I know that many people will hear words like that and immediately look for other explanations. Maybe it was sleep confusion, a nightmare, anxiety, or something else. I understand that. But I can only explain it the way it felt inside me at the time. The sense of evil in that room was overwhelming. It was not ordinary fear, not the nervousness you feel after a bad dream or the jolt you get from waking up in darkness. It felt like pure evil. Heavy, intelligent, and terrifying. I could not actually see anything standing there with my eyes, but in my mind I could somehow visualize him. That was part of what made it so horrible. I felt the presence, and, at the same time, my imagination or my spirit or whatever part of me was reacting to it supplied a form so intense that I still remember the feeling of it more clearly than almost anything else from that time. I cannot explain exactly how long that moment lasted. It may have been short, but it felt enormous while I was inside it. I only know that once I felt the presence leave, I was finally able to move fully and get out of there. I ran upstairs immediately. I woke my mother up and told her I had a bad dream. I did not tell her that I thought I had seen the devil. I was too shaken, too frightened, and honestly too unsure of how she would react. I knew how unbelievable it sounded. Saying I had a bad dream felt safer than trying to describe what I had really felt. Even so, my physical state told its own story. I was shaking so badly that I could not calm down. The fear was still fully in my body. It was obvious that something had deeply disturbed me, whether I explained it properly or not. I remember that I absolutely refused to go back downstairs. There was no chance of it. The basement room felt impossible to return to, not because I was simply nervous, but because some deep part of me knew I could not make myself step back into that space that night. So I decided to sleep on the couch in the living room instead. Once I was there, I found my old Bible. I opened it to the 23rd Psalm and read it out loud. Then I placed it over my heart. I do not know whether that sounds dramatic to other people, but in that moment it was not dramatic to me. It was the only thing I could think to do. I needed comfort. I needed something sacred, familiar, protective. I needed words older and stronger than my fear. Eventually, with the Bible over my heart, I fell asleep. Much later, after reading other people's stories and hearing discussions about certain sleep experiences, I started to wonder if maybe what happened to me could have been something like sleep paralysis. I know people talk about waking with a terrifying presence in the room and feeling convinced that something evil is there. I considered that possibility. But what made me uncertain was that I could move. I did not feel frozen. I did not have the sense of lost time between the bad feeling and the moment I ran out of the room. As far as I can remember, it all happened in one continuous experience. Still, I do not claim to know for sure. Maybe there was some sleep-related explanation I did not understand. Maybe there was not. I honestly do not know. Years passed after that. Life changed, as life always does. I grew older. My faith became much stronger. I eventually became a born-again Christian, and through that journey I came to believe very deeply that there is both good and evil in the world. That belief did not come only from what happened in that basement. It came from many things, from personal experience, from faith, from how I came to understand the world spiritually over time. In my own life, I felt I had seen signs of both light and darkness in ways I could not easily dismiss. At one point, years later, I was talking with my pastor about my fear of Satan. I remember that conversation very clearly because it shaped how I thought afterward. He told me something that stayed with me. He said that Satan is not like he is shown on television and in movies. Not necessarily huge, dramatic, and obvious in the way horror stories present him. Instead, he said Satan is the great deceiver. The danger, in his view, was not some giant monstrous image out of a film, but trickery, deception, and the ability to lead people into ruin through lies and temptation. He warned me to be more careful about that than about the exaggerated images popular culture likes to use. That teaching stayed with me. But unfortunately, I took from it a kind of confidence I should not have taken. On my way home that night after talking with my pastor, I began to taunt the devil in my own mind and words. I was basically telling him that I knew his tricks, that I understood what he did, and that I was wise to him now. Looking back, I can see how foolish that was. At the time, though, I think I felt a little spiritually energized, maybe even a little proud that I had some understanding. I was speaking with a kind of boldness that I now believe was not wise at all. And then that very same night, something happened that marked me in a terrible way. An old boyfriend called me. He was upset and begging to talk. He told me his wife had left him and that he needed someone, a friend, someone to listen to him. He sounded desperate. There are moments in life when people catch you through your compassion, through your history with them, through your willingness to be kind. That is what happened to me. I agreed to meet him and talk. I went because I thought I was helping someone in emotional pain. By the end of that night, I was raped. Then I was told that his wife had not left him at all. She was simply away for a week and would be coming back. That revelation broke something in me. The violence itself was devastating enough, but the deception made it even worse. I had not only been harmed. I had been lied to, manipulated, and lured into that situation under false pretenses. The betrayal sat on top of the trauma in a way that crushed me. I remember feeling completely broken by it, not only physically and emotionally, but spiritually too. In the aftermath, I connected what had happened to my earlier words of taunting. In my own understanding at that time, I felt the joke had been on me. I believed that in my pride I had mocked something evil and underestimated the danger of deception, and then I had been struck through deception itself. I came to see that night as a devastating lesson about how foolish I had been to think I could challenge or outsmart evil. I want to be careful in how I say this, because what happened to me was rape, and the responsibility for that crime belongs to the man who committed it. He made choices. He lied. He manipulated. He assaulted me. That truth matters completely and must not be erased. But within my own spiritual interpretation of the event at the time, I also believed I had learned something deeply painful about arrogance, temptation, and the danger of thinking I was beyond being deceived. That experience left me crushed. It also left me changed. There are some lessons in life that do not come as ideas but as wounds. They do not arrive gently. They arrive through harm, through shock, through grief, and then they settle into your beliefs in ways that may be hard for others to understand. For me, one of those lessons was that I should never speak lightly or boldly against forces I did not fully understand. I came away believing very strongly that taunting evil was not something to be done. Again, I want to be clear, no one ever deserves abuse because of something they said or believed. No one causes another person to commit rape by speaking the wrong words. The man who hurt me was responsible for what he did. Yet in my spiritual life afterward, I still carried the conviction that I had opened myself to danger in a way I did not fully respect at the time. That is why, whenever I talk about this part of my life, I always speak with caution. The basement experience and the later assault became linked in my mind not because they were the same kind of event, but because both involved fear of evil, the reality of vulnerability, and the painful understanding that not everything dark announces itself in obvious ways. Sometimes darkness appears as terror in a room. Sometimes it appears through human lies and cruelty. In both cases, the damage can be deep. If there is anything I would want someone to take from my story, it is not fear for fear's sake. It is caution, humility, awareness. I would tell people to watch what they invite into their minds and hearts. I would tell people not to play games with things that feel spiritually dangerous to them. And I would tell people, most of all, to take deception seriously, whether it comes through ideas, influences, or people. Because sometimes evil does not come looking monstrous. Sometimes it comes looking wounded, familiar, and in need of comfort. And that can be one of the most dangerous forms of all. That basement night stayed with me because of how directly and physically I felt terror. That later night stayed with me because it taught me that evil can work through lies spoken in an ordinary human voice. Both changed me. Both humbled me. And both remain part of how I understand fear, faith, and vulnerability now. One morning, very early, my grandpa woke up to the sound of a dog barking. It was not the kind of barking that stays far away in the background, the kind you hear from outside and ignore because it belongs to somebody else's yard. This barking was close. Close enough to pull him out of sleep and make him open his eyes in confusion. Like most people suddenly woken before sunrise, he probably expected to find nothing more than the dim shape of his room, the quiet stillness of the house, and maybe the fading end of a dream. Instead, when he looked around, he saw something sitting by his bed. It was a dog. But not an ordinary dog. He later said it looked like a Labrador, or at least something very much like one. It had the form of a real dog, but it also had that strange ghostly quality to it, the kind of appearance that makes something look present and unreal at the same time. It was there, clear enough to be recognized, and yet not like any normal animal you would expect to find in a bedroom. And there it was, sitting calmly by his bed, barking at him as if it had every right in the world to be there. Now, what always made me smile a little when I heard this story is how my grandpa reacted. Most people, if they woke up and saw what looked like a ghost dog sitting beside their bed and barking, would probably panic. They would scream, jump, run, wake the whole house, or at least spend the next several minutes trying to understand whether they were awake or dreaming. But my grandpa was not that kind of person. He had a way about him that made him seem steady, almost practical, even in strange situations. So instead of falling apart, he simply looked at the dog and told it to go home. Then he went back to sleep. And just like that, the dog disappeared. You would think that would be the end of it, or at least that it would stay as one of those odd stories that a person tells once with a laugh and never expects to repeat. But it did not end there. The dog came back. For about a week, the same thing kept happening. Early in the morning, my grandpa would wake to the sound of that dog barking. Sometimes, by the time he was fully awake, the dog itself would already be gone, but the barking would still be there, as if the sound had outlasted the shape of the animal. Other times he saw it clearly, sitting there by the bed, barking insistently at him. It was never calm silence. It was always the barking, like the dog was trying very hard to get his attention. That detail matters to me, because when you really think about it, this was not the behavior of something evil or threatening. It was not growling, snarling, attacking, or trying to frighten him. It was barking. Not in a wild, violent way, but in the way a dog does when it is trying to tell you something. Anyone who has lived around dogs knows there are different kinds of barking. There is the bark of warning, the bark of excitement, the bark of panic, the bark of wanting to be let in or let out, and the bark of trying to show you something. This dog, from the way my grandpa described it, was not there to terrify him. It was there because it needed help. At that point, though, my grandpa did not fully understand that yet. He only knew that a ghostly dog had started appearing in his room and waking him up over and over again. After several days of this, he finally decided to talk to my grandma about it. Now, my grandma was not the kind of person who would laugh off a story like that. According to family stories, and according to what people around her believed, she was someone who could see and speak to spirits on a regular basis. Whether you call that a gift, a sensitivity, or something else, that was simply part of how people understood her. Strange things did not shake her the way they might shake others. She listened to them as part of the world, not as something impossible. So when my grandpa went to her and said he kept waking to find this ghost dog barking by the bed, she did not dismiss it. Instead, she gave him very simple advice. She told him that the next time he saw the dog, he should ask it what was the matter. That sounds like such a small thing, but I think that is one of the most beautiful parts of the whole story. A lot of people respond to the unknown with fear, with anger, or with the urge to make it go away as quickly as possible. My grandma's instinct was different. She believed the dog was not there for no reason. She assumed there was a problem, and that if they asked with kindness, maybe the dog would answer. So the next morning, when the dog appeared again and woke my grandpa with its barking, he followed her advice. He sat up in bed, looked at the little ghostly dog, and asked, "What's the matter, little fella?" And then the dog answered. Actually answered. That is the part of the story that always catches people. Up until then, the idea of a ghost dog barking at someone is strange, yes, but people can still hold it in the part of their mind where unexplained things live. But when the dog speaks, the story changes shape completely. It becomes not just a haunting, but a plea. It becomes a story about memory, loyalty, sadness, and unfinished love. The dog told my grandpa why he was there. When the dog had been alive, he belonged to a young girl. She was not just his owner. She was his best friend. He loved her, and she loved him. They played together all the time, and one of the games he liked to play was hiding her toys. That detail has always made the story feel so real to me, because anyone who has ever known a playful dog can picture it instantly. Dogs do that sort of thing. They steal socks, run off with shoes, grab toys, and hide things in ways that seem clever to them and frustrating to everyone else. It is exactly the sort of game a young dog might play with a little girl. Apparently one day he had taken one of her favorite dolls and hidden it out in the nearby woods. He did not mean any harm. It was just part of the game, the same silly playfulness he had probably shown many times before. But then something happened before he could go back and get it. He saw that the little girl was upset because she could not find the doll anywhere. It was one of her favorites, and she was heartbroken that it was gone. The dog intended to go and bring it back to her. That was his plan. He understood that she was sad, and he wanted to fix it. But before he had the chance, he was run over by a truck and killed. That, according to the story, was why his spirit kept coming back. He had unfinished business, but not in the dark or dramatic way ghost stories usually mean that. His unfinished business was simple, pure, loving. He needed help returning a lost doll to the little girl he had loved. He asked my grandpa if he would go into the woods, find the doll, and return it for him. And my grandpa agreed. That says a lot about him too. He did not tell the dog that this was ridiculous. He did not laugh. He did not say no. He simply accepted the task, as though once the little dog had explained himself, the right thing to do was obvious. Maybe that is because the story was so sad and so sweet that no one with a heart could have refused. A dog dies before he can fix the one little wrong thing he did to the child he loves, and now all he wants is help making it right. How could anyone say no to that? The dog then told my grandpa where the doll was hidden. It was under a maple tree in the woods. Now, that may sound simple when told quickly, but remember, this was not just somewhere in the woods. Woods can be large, confusing places, especially when you are looking for one small toy. But the dog gave a clear landmark, a maple tree. So later that same day, my grandpa went out there and looked. And sure enough, just as the ghost dog had said, there it was. A little toy doll, lying under a maple tree. The story says it was the only maple tree for miles in those woods, which somehow makes the whole thing even more perfect. If that detail is true exactly as told, then it means the dog had given him just enough information for the task to be possible. Not vague directions. Not some impossible treasure hunt. Just the truth, waiting where he had left it. My grandpa picked up the doll and brought it back. Then he returned it to the little girl. I have often imagined that moment too. The girl, who had once been upset because her favorite doll was missing, suddenly getting it back. Maybe she did not know exactly how it had been found. Maybe she only knew that it was somehow returned to her. Maybe in her own heart she felt that her dog had not forgotten her after all. We do not always get every detail in a family story, but sometimes the missing parts can be felt even without being explained. That return must have mattered. It must have meant something not only to the dog's spirit, but to the girl too. The next morning, the dog came back one last time. But this time he was not barking. That detail is so important, because it tells you the problem was solved even before a word was spoken. The barking had stopped because he no longer needed to cry out for help. He had come only to see the task through to its end. My grandpa looked at him, and told him that he had done what was asked. He had found the doll and given it back to the little girl. The dog thanked him. Then he disappeared. And after that day, he was never seen again. That is the whole story, and every time I think about it, it still moves me. Out of all the stories people tell about ghosts, hauntings, and spirits, so many are filled with fear, anger, confusion, or danger. But this story feels completely different. It has sadness in it, yes. It has death in it, yes. But above all, it has loyalty. It has love. It has the kind of innocent devotion only a dog can have. That little ghost dog did not come back to scare anyone. He came back because he had loved a little girl, and he could not rest knowing she was still sad because of something he had done. That is what makes the story feel so sweet to me. And I think that is why I have told it to so many of my friends over the years. My grandpa cannot tell it himself, especially now, so in a way I have become the one who carries it forward. I share it because it says something I think people need to remember. Not all ghost stories are bad. Not every spirit comes with darkness. Sometimes the dead return not because they want to frighten the living, but because love, duty, and unfinished kindness are stronger than whatever separates one world from the next. I also think there is something beautiful in the advice my grandma gave. Ask it what was the matter. That is such a human and compassionate response. She did not assume the worst. She did not say to chase it away, to fear it, or to ignore it. She assumed that the spirit had a reason for coming, and that if someone would only listen, the reason might reveal itself. In this case, she was right. The little dog was not there to haunt. He was there to ask for help. And because someone listened, he was able to move on. That idea has stayed with me. It makes me think about how much fear shapes the way people respond to strange things. If my grandpa had only screamed at the dog to leave every morning, maybe the story would have stayed a nuisance, something strange and unexplained that kept returning. But because he eventually treated the dog not as a threat, but almost like a confused little creature trying to communicate, everything changed. The haunting became a conversation. The conversation became a request. The request became a kindness. And the kindness brought peace. There is also something very touching about the dog's choice of messenger. Why my grandpa? Maybe because he was the one willing to listen. Maybe because he was not terrified enough to miss the point. Maybe because the dog somehow sensed that this was someone kind enough to help. Or maybe, as happens in so many stories, the answer is simply that some people are more open than others, more available to the strange ways the world sometimes opens up. Whatever the reason, my grandpa became part of something much larger than himself in that moment. He became the bridge between a dead dog and a grieving little girl. He made possible a final act of love that the dog could no longer complete on his own. That is a beautiful role for a person to play in any story, but especially in one involving the dead. He did not fight or solve a mystery or defeat an evil force. He simply helped a loyal little soul finish one last loving task. And then, just as gently as he had come, the dog was gone. Sometimes I think the quietness of that ending is what makes it so powerful. There was no explosion of light. No dramatic farewell. No huge revelation. Just a thank you, a disappearance. And silence after a week of barking. That feels exactly right for a dog. A task finished. A final grateful look. Then peace. Another part of the story that has always stayed with me is the image of that doll under the maple tree. There is something almost symbolic about it. A child's favorite toy, hidden in the woods under a tree, waiting there through grief and confusion until someone comes along to return it. The doll becomes more than a toy in that moment. It becomes proof that the dog's story was real. It becomes proof that the love was real. It becomes proof that the haunting was not random, but purposeful. Without the doll, the whole tale might have remained only a strange conversation with a spirit. But the doll made it concrete. It gave the story a physical heart. And the fact that the maple tree was the only one around for miles, if that detail is exactly right, adds to the feeling that something beyond simple chance was involved. It is almost as if the world itself arranged the path clearly once someone was willing to walk it. I think too about the little girl in the story, the dog's best friend. We do not hear much from her directly, but in some ways she is at the center of everything. The dog loved her enough to come back after death over a missing toy. That says something about who she must have been to him. Children and dogs often love each other in the purest way possible. There are no complicated motives there. A dog becomes part of the child's world completely. A companion, a playmate, a comfort, a loyal witness to childhood itself. And in return, a child's love can become a dog's whole world. So when I imagine the dog's spirit unable to rest because she was upset, I do not find that unbelievable in an emotional sense. It feels perfectly in character for a loving dog. That is why I always say the story is sweet. It is sad too, of course. The dog died suddenly and violently, before he could make things right. That part is painful. But the story does not stay there. It does not leave us with tragedy alone. It gives us redemption. It gives us completion. It gives us a little ghost dog who refused to leave unfinished love behind. And in a strange way, it gives us a lesson. Not every ghost comes to scare. Not every haunting is a warning or a curse. Sometimes a spirit returns because something gentle still needs doing. I think people forget that too easily because most of the stories that spread far and wide are the frightening ones. Fear makes good storytelling. Fear grabs attention. But if the world of spirits is real in any sense, then surely it would contain more than anger and terror. Surely it would also contain devotion, grief, tenderness, confusion, longing, and loyalty. This story feels like proof of that possibility. It reminds me that if there is a world beyond the one we can touch, maybe love travels there too. My grandpa being disabled and unable to tell the story himself is part of why I always feel protective of it. Stories like this can disappear if no one carries them forward. They can get lost in the family, reduced to fragments or forgotten altogether. I do not want that to happen with this one. It deserves to be told in full because it is more than just an odd family ghost tale. It says something true and beautiful about love and responsibility. Even if someone listening does not believe in ghosts at all, I still think there is something worth keeping here. At the very least, there is the image of a dog whose loyalty was so deep that even death did not stop him from trying to fix one last mistake. That image is worth holding on to. And yes, I have told many of my friends this story. Some smile. Some get emotional. Some find it comforting. Some are surprised because they expected something frightening. But almost everyone reacts to the kindness in it. That is what makes it memorable. Not the ghost itself, but the reason for the ghost. I also think the ending matters because it is so final. The dog never came back after thanking my grandpa. That tells us the task really was completed. It was not a restless haunting that simply paused and then continued. It ended. That clean ending makes the whole story feel even more sincere, more complete. The little dog had only one reason to be there. Once that reason was fulfilled, he was gone. There is peace in that. Sometimes I wonder what the dog looked like in that last moment. If he seemed calmer. If his eyes looked different without the urgency of the barking. If the room felt lighter once he had thanked my grandpa. Those little details are not always included when the story is told, but I imagine them anyway. I imagine a small spirit finally at ease, no longer frantic, no longer trying to get a human's attention. Just grateful. And I imagine my grandpa, probably accepting the whole thing in his own matter-of-fact way, as if helping ghost dogs return dolls was just another thing a person might find themselves doing in life. That makes me smile too. Some of the best parts of family stories are the personalities inside them. My grandpa not being overly shaken. My grandma calmly suggesting he asked the dog what was wrong. The quiet understanding with which the task was accepted. Those things tell you as much about the family as the haunting itself does. They show a kind of groundedness around the supernatural that feels very different from the panic most people imagine. If anything, that is another lesson I take from the story. Sometimes listening matters more than fear. Sometimes asking a question matters more than running away. Sometimes the strange thing knocking at the edge of your life is not there to harm you, but to ask for something. And sometimes helping it is the right thing to do. Of course, I do not mean that everyone should go around trying to talk to every ghost story they hear about. Life is not that simple, and not every unknown thing should be approached lightly. But in this case, compassion turned out to be exactly the right response. It solved everything. It brought peace to the dog and, I imagine, peace to the little girl too, even if she never knew exactly how the doll was recovered. I like that there is no bitterness in the ending. The dog is not punished for hiding the doll. The little girl is not left grieving forever. My grandpa is not traumatized by the experience. The haunting does not drag on. Instead, the story gives everyone what they need. The dog gets to make amends. The girl gets her doll back. My grandpa gets to help. And the world becomes a little softer for having allowed that to happen. That may be why this story has stayed close to my heart more than many others. Because it leaves behind warmth. When I think of it now, I do not think first of ghosts or death. I think first of love. I think of the strange way love can keep trying, keep reaching, keep asking to finish what it started. I think of the loyalty of animals. I think of the gentle wisdom in my grandma's advice. I think of the idea that sometimes what seems scary from a distance turns out to be something deeply moving once understood. And yes, I still think that little dog was very nice. Maybe that sounds simple, but it is true. He was not a monster, not a frightening apparition, not a warning from beyond. He was just a good dog who wanted to make sure his little girl was not sad because of him. There is something pure in that, something almost holy in its own small way. I cannot hear this story without feeling tenderness for him. So whenever people say all ghosts are bad, or that hauntings must always mean danger, I think of this story. I think of the barking lab by my grandpa's bed. I think of the hidden doll under the maple tree. I think of that final thank you and disappearance. And I remember that the unseen world, if it exists, may not be all darkness at all. It may also contain unfinished kindness, persistent loyalty, and little souls who only want to do right by the people they loved. That is why I share this story whenever I can. Because it is sweet. Because it is strange. Because my grandpa cannot tell it himself. And because, in its own quiet way, it reminds people that not everything beyond our understanding is meant to hurt us. Sometimes, if you are patient enough to listen, all a ghost wants is help. And sometimes, once you help it, it can finally go home. I'm 19 years old, and I am a strong believer in Christ. But even with that faith, I have been struggling with some personal demons for a long time now. I do not mean that lightly. I mean that there are things inside me, fears and darkness and thoughts I have been fighting for a while, things I do not always know how to explain properly to other people. I was not always religious. I did not grow up seeing the world the way I see it now. I have my own reasons for turning toward faith, and those reasons matter deeply to me. They shaped who I became and how I understand the things that happen around me now. Because of that, I have always had a strange relationship with stories about ghosts, spirits, and things people cannot explain. On one hand, I never fully dismissed them the way some people do. I always felt there were things in this world that go beyond what we can easily see and understand. But at the same time, I stayed skeptical. It was easy to be skeptical when none of it had ever really happened to me. I could listen to other people tell their stories and wonder about them, maybe believe some parts and doubt others, but it still stayed outside of my own life. It belonged to other people. It was not my experience. That changed recently. For a little while now, I have been feeling different in a way I cannot ignore. Darker, maybe? Not evil, not exactly, but like a shadow has been hanging over me. I have had this constant feeling that something is going to happen, and not something good. Something bad. Something heavy. It is hard to explain because it is not just ordinary worry. It feels more specific than that, more like a warning I cannot quite understand. I have always had a strange gift when it comes to people and situations. I feel things deeply. I can often tell what someone is feeling even when they say nothing. Sometimes I get a strong sense of what is about to happen before it happens. I do not mean that I can predict the future in some dramatic way. It is more like a deep intuition, a sensitivity that has followed me most of my life. Because of that, when I start feeling that something bad is coming, I pay attention. Lately that feeling has been getting stronger. The first really terrifying thing happened the other night. I was in my room, lying in bed, trying to go to sleep. It was late. Very late. I think it was sometime after 3 o'clock in the morning. The whole house was quiet in the way houses only are at that hour, when everyone else is asleep and the normal daytime sounds are completely gone. There is something different about the world after 3 a.m. Even if nothing strange is happening, it already feels like a vulnerable time. The darkness seems deeper. The silence feels heavier. You are more aware of every little sound and every shift in the room around you. I was just lying there, trying to settle down, when I started hearing something moving in my room. At first I was not fully sure what I was hearing. It sounded like scraping, or dragging, like something was being pulled slowly across the floor. It was not a quick little noise that you could dismiss right away. It happened in intervals, maybe every 10 seconds or so. Scrape. Silence. Then again. And each time, it sounded closer. That was the part that really got to me. If it had stayed in one place, maybe I could have convinced myself it was the house shifting or something outside. But it kept sounding like it was moving toward me. I stayed completely still. I was scared, really scared, but I did not want to move. Something in me understood, or at least believed, that this was not some normal physical threat. I did not think there was a person in my room. I did not think it was an animal I could simply jump up and chase away. I cannot explain why I felt that so strongly, but I did. I knew whatever this was, it was not ordinary. It kept getting closer to the bed until it sounded like it was almost right underneath me. That is when my fear really started climbing. I remember lying there listening and feeling my whole body tense up. My mind was racing, but at the same time I was trying hard not to panic. It is a strange thing when part of you is terrified and another part of you is trying very hard to stay calm because you feel like panic will only make it worse. That is where I was. I stayed there, listening to that scraping sound move closer and closer, and I kept hoping it would stop on its own. Then suddenly the poster right beside my head blew off the wall. I do not mean it slipped or slowly fell or loosened from one corner. It basically blew off the wall near my head. That was enough. I jumped up right away. I could not stay still anymore after that. The fear had become too physical, too real. I got up, prayed a little, tried to settle myself down, and eventually went back to sleep. But even after I slept, the feeling stayed with me. The room did not feel normal anymore after that. For a few days, nothing else happened. No sounds. No more things falling. No obvious signs that anything was still there. But the bad feeling did not leave me. That dark sense that something was coming stayed right where it was, sitting in the back of my mind, making everything feel a little heavier than normal. Then last night happened. I got home late again, and I was having trouble sleeping. That had become normal lately too. I would lie there and feel tired, but my body would not fully relax. My mind would stay too active. The room would feel too still. I finally started drifting off somewhere around 4 o'clock in the morning. At some point, I slipped into a vivid dream about my job. It did not seem scary at first. In the dream, everything was normal. I was just there, caught inside something ordinary enough that I did not even question it. Then everything changed. Bam! Something hit me in the face. Not a little poke. Not some soft brushing feeling that could be explained away as part of the dream. Something hit me hard enough to wake me instantly. I want to be careful describing it, because the weird thing is that it was not exactly painful. It did not feel like being punched in a normal physical way where one part of your face hurts sharply afterward. It was more like a forceful impact spread across the whole front of my face and head. It had strength behind it. Enough strength that it shocked me completely awake. For the first few moments after it happened, I just lay there stunned. I had been deep in a dream, so my mind needed time to catch up. I had that awful confused feeling where you know something happened but your brain is still climbing out of sleep. Then as I became more awake, the reality of it hit me harder. Something had hit me. I was sure of that. I did not know what. I did not know how. I did not know why. But it had happened. I lay there for maybe 20 more minutes, too scared to move. I know that might sound strange to some people, but when something happens in the dark and you do not understand it, moving suddenly does not always feel like the right answer. I did not know what was in the room. I did not know what had touched me. I did not know if whatever it was would happen again the second I shifted or sat up or turned on the light. So I stayed there, breathing hard, staring into the dark, trying to think. After a while I started praying again. At that point, prayer was the only thing that made sense to me. I did not know what else to do. I was not going to start searching under the bed or around the room in that state. I prayed and tried to calm my breathing. Then I tried to go back to sleep, which was not easy at all. It is hard enough to sleep when you are anxious. It is almost impossible when something has just hit you in the face, and you have no explanation for it. Still, eventually, I started drifting off again. By now, I had been lying there for about an hour in total, and it was starting to get light outside. That helped a little. The closer morning came, the safer I felt. It is strange how daylight changes fear. Even when nothing about the room itself has changed, once the darkness begins lifting, part of your brain starts believing that whatever was happening has less power. I fell asleep again. Then I had another dream. This time I was in a restaurant. Again, it was vivid, detailed, and normal enough at first. Then in the dream I began coughing and choking. It happened so suddenly that I snapped out of the dream almost instantly. And that was when everything became far worse than before. The moment I woke up, I realized I could not move. I was paralyzed. Not weak. Not just tired. Completely unable to move. My heart rate shot up so fast that I could feel it pounding through my whole body. Panic started trying to take over immediately, but there was more happening than just panic. There was a sense, a very strong one, that something was trying to control me. And not just trying. Succeeding. My ears were ringing. The room felt wrong. And then the hallucination started. I need to say clearly that I was not dreaming at that point, at least not in the way I understood it. I was awake. I was aware. I knew I was in my room. I knew what was happening around me. But at the same time, what I was seeing and feeling was completely unnatural. Whatever had hold of me forcefully moved my head toward the right. I did not decide to look there. My head was moved. On the wall I had a poster with a few girls on it, but in that moment it changed. It was no longer a normal poster. It looked like a hand. A controlling, sinister hand. I cannot explain exactly how that transformation happened in my mind or in my sight, only that in the moment it was utterly real to me. That was when I started truly freaking out. I was trying to breathe. Trying to move. Trying to break free of whatever was on me or in me or controlling me. My body would not obey me. My mind was awake and screaming, but my body was trapped. And the trapped feeling was almost worse than the terrifying images, because it made everything feel more invasive. I was not only afraid. I was being overpowered. I tried to stay calm at first. I really did. Somewhere in my mind I remembered that panicking might make it worse. But staying calm becomes very difficult when you feel like you are under attack and losing control of your own body at the same time. I prayed again, as best I could inside my head and with whatever little voice I had. It seemed to back off. For about a minute, I thought it was over. I was wrong. It came at me again. Stronger this time. Harder than before. The pressure, the control, the whole terrifying force of it returned. My blankets actually fell off the bed. That made it feel even more real physically. It was not just inside my head. Things in the room were moving too, or at least it felt that way to me. I kicked my feet a little and kept praying. Speaking was incredibly hard. I could barely get words out. When I did manage to make sound, all I could really mumble was, "God help me." Then it stopped again. Only briefly. That was the pattern. It would attack, then back off, then return. Not once or twice. 5 or 6 times. Each time there was maybe a minute in between. During those breaks I felt completely drained, like the strength had been pulled right out of me. I could not jump up right away. I could barely gather myself before it happened again. I would lie there trying to catch my breath, trying to move more fully, trying to prepare, and then it would start all over. During those attacks, shadows seemed to move all around my walls. That part is hard to explain too, but it felt like the whole room had become unstable. Nothing was resting the way it should have. The shadows were active, alive, shifting in ways that normal darkness does not. I kept praying through it all, over and over, because that was the only thing I could hold on to. On what I think was the 6th time, something else happened. My door opened. At first I thought it was my mom. For one split second, hope came into the room with that thought. I thought maybe she had heard something and had come to check on me. I tried to speak to her. I managed to force out something like, "Mom, help, I can't move." There was no answer. Then the door shut. That was one of the worst moments of the whole night, because the tiny hope I had was pulled away just as quickly as it came. It was not my mom. Or if it was, she did not respond. But later I realized my mother never checked on me at all that morning, which only made the memory stranger and more disturbing. After the door shut, I felt something grab my leg. That pushed me even closer to full panic than anything before it. Up to that point I had been dealing with paralysis, pressure, movement, visions, shadows, and force. But the grab on my leg made it feel fully physical. It felt like something real had a hold of me. I started freaking out worse than ever. Then the door opened again, and I heard something move toward my bed. I also heard something under my bed. I tried to scream for my mom, but I could not get the words out. My mouth would not work right. My voice would not come. I think it attacked one more time after that before it finally left. Then it was over. It was morning by then, around 7:30 a.m., and I had not slept since. What made everything more confusing was that once it was over, I no longer felt the same level of fear. I actually felt strangely calm. Not happy, not normal, but calm in a way that almost felt unnatural after so much terror. I knew, or believed, that whatever had been there was gone for the moment. I could feel the difference. The room felt empty again, or at least not actively hostile. But the calm did not come with understanding. It came with confusion. I was left with this huge, horrible experience, and no clear idea what had happened to me. That is where I am with it. I have never had anything like this happen before. I have had bad feelings. I have had darkness in my thoughts. I have had strong intuition. But nothing like this. Nothing that physically present. Nothing that aggressive. Nothing that made me feel so helpless and so attacked at the same time. Part of me keeps trying to explain it logically. Was it some kind of sleep issue? A nightmare spilling into wakefulness? Something psychological? But the problem is that in the middle of it all, it did not feel like a dream. It felt like I was fully aware. I knew the room. I knew the bed. I knew the wall. I knew the door. I knew when I was praying. I knew I could not move. I knew I was terrified. It did not feel blurry in the way dreams do. It felt sharp and violent and immediate. And yet, because I am trying to make sense of it, I still go back and forth. Maybe the first event, with the scraping in the poster, could be explained somehow. Maybe the thing hitting my face while I was dreaming could somehow have been part of the strange space between dreaming and waking. But all the repeated paralysis, the attacks, the shadows, the door, the feeling of being controlled, the grab on my leg, all of that together feels too big for me to dismiss easily. What makes it even worse is that I had already been feeling dark before any of this happened. That sense that something was coming had already been with me. So now my mind naturally connects the two. It makes me wonder if whatever happened in my room was connected to that heavy feeling I had been carrying for days. It makes me wonder whether I sensed it before it arrived, or whether my own emotional and spiritual state somehow left me more vulnerable. Because of my faith, I cannot help thinking about this spiritually too. I believe in Christ. I believe prayer matters. I believe there is both good and evil in this world. So when I went through something like this, my first instinct was naturally to pray and call on God. And the strange thing is that prayer really did seem to matter. Every time I prayed, it seemed to back off, even if only temporarily. That makes it harder for me to believe this was only random. At the same time, I know fear can shape experiences in powerful ways too. Faith, fear, psychology, sleep, all of that can get tangled together in a moment like this. That is part of why I still feel so confused. I also cannot ignore how alone I felt through it. That may be one of the worst parts. The room felt cut off from the rest of the world. I tried to call for my mom and could barely make a sound. The door opening and closing only made that loneliness worse because for 1 second I believed help had arrived, and then it had not. I was left there in the same room, in the same body I could not control, with the same presence pressing in on me. That kind of helplessness changes the way you feel about a place afterward. It changes the room itself. Now when I think about lying down in that bed again, I cannot imagine doing it the same way I used to. Because once something has happened there, the room no longer feels innocent. It becomes the place where it happened. The place where the scraping came closer. The place where something hit me in the face. The place where I could not move. The place where shadows moved and the door opened and something grabbed my leg. That is hard to shake off, even after daylight comes. And still, I am trying not to give in completely to fear. That is important to me. I do not want to let panic define what happened. I do not want to immediately hand this experience over to the darkest interpretation without thinking. But I also do not want to lie to myself and pretend it was nothing when it felt like far more than nothing. So I am stuck in this strange place between faith, fear, reason, and not knowing. I know what I felt. I know what I heard. I know what I saw. I know how helpless I was. I know how real it all seemed. And I know that prayer was the only thing that gave me any sense of resistance at all. Maybe one day I will understand it better. Maybe there is some explanation I will eventually find, one that fits all the details and gives me peace of mind. Or maybe this will remain one of those experiences that sits outside full explanation, something I lived through and will never completely make sense of. All I know right now is that it happened. And I have never experienced anything like it before. My grandfather, the man I always called Papa, died on August 19, 1999. Even now, after all these years, that date still sits in my heart with a special kind of heaviness. Some dates just stay with you forever, no matter how much time passes. They become part of the way you measure your life, almost like invisible lines dividing the years into before and after. Papa had been on dialysis for 4 long years before he passed. His body had been through so much by then, and all of us who loved him had been living for a long time with the quiet fear that we might lose him at any moment. In the end, he died in the hospital from heart failure. 2 days earlier, on Tuesday, August 17th, he had told the doctor that he did not have more than about 2 days left to live. And somehow, in the way some people seem to know these things deep down, he was exactly right. That still amazes me when I think back on it. There are moments in life when people seem to know something they should not be able to know, and no matter how many logical explanations a person tries to come up with, the mystery of it remains. Papa knew. He did not guess. He knew. And sure enough, 2 days later he was gone. Losing him hurt in all the ways losing someone you deeply love always hurts. It left a hole in our family, in our routines, in our hearts. But as painful as it was to lose him, at the time many of us thought we might lose my grandmother, Granny, not long after. That was not because she was sick then, not in the way she later would be, but because of how completely her life had been tied to his for so long. She had taken care of him from the day he got sick, and for 4 years that had been her world. She had watched over him, helped him, worried about him, and shaped every day around what he needed. Their marriage had lasted more than 56 years. Think about that. More than half a century of life together. That kind of love becomes a world of its own. It becomes routine, habit, devotion, memory, and identity all at once. So when he died, we truly believed her grief might carry her away not long after. But she proved all of us wrong. She kept going. She carried the weight of that loss and kept living, even though I know part of her heart had gone with him. Years passed after Papa died. Time moved the way it always does, even when people are not ready for it to. Life went on, though not in some easy or simple way. Family routines changed. The world kept turning. People kept showing up where they needed to show up, doing what had to be done. We all missed him, but missing someone becomes a kind of background ache after enough years. It never fully disappears, but it settles into the fabric of life. That is what happened with Papa. He remained deeply loved, deeply remembered, but the daily emergency of grief softened into memory. Then 2006 came, and with it came another blow that none of us were ready for. On August 15, 2006, Granny was diagnosed with lung, bone, and stomach cancer. Even writing those words still feels like reliving that shock a little. Cancer in one place is terrible enough. Cancer in 3 places all at once felt almost unbearable to hear. It was one of those diagnoses that changes the atmosphere around the family immediately. Before the doctor even finishes speaking, everything shifts. Suddenly every plan feels uncertain. Every ordinary day becomes precious. Every hour seems to carry more weight than before. We all knew right away that this was serious, but at that point there was still some part of us trying to hold on to treatment, hope, options, anything. The following Wednesday, she had a porta-cath put in so that she could begin chemotherapy. We were all moving forward with the process because that is what families do when the people they love are sick. You keep moving. You follow appointments. You listen to doctors. You hold on to whatever next step is available. But then that Friday, only days later, she got even worse news. They found that she had stage 4 brain cancer too. By then, the whole thing felt almost too much to absorb. It was as if the diagnosis itself kept unfolding in darker and darker layers. After finding out about the brain cancer, Granny made her decision. She chose not to do chemotherapy or radiation. Instead, she decided she would live out the rest of her days however God saw fit. That choice told me a lot about who she was. It was not a choice of giving up. It was a choice of facing reality with the kind of dignity and faith she had always carried in her life. She was not running from anything. She simply understood what was in front of her and chose peace over suffering for the sake of treatments she no longer wanted. I think people who have never watched someone make that kind of decision do not always understand the strength it takes. It is easy to talk in theories about fighting and treatment and hope. It is much harder to sit where she sat, inside a failing body, and decide how you want the last part of your life to be lived. She chose to trust God, and she chose to spend the rest of her time in the simplest, most human way possible, surrounded by the people who loved her. At that time, my parents were living with my grandparents. They had moved in back when Papa first got sick, and they had remained there all those years. My own children and I lived only about 8 miles away, so we were already down there a lot before Granny got cancer. It was not the kind of family where people stayed far apart, or only visited on holidays. We were connected. We were around each other often. But once she was diagnosed, often changed into every day. We went down there daily because every day suddenly mattered in a different way. When someone you love is dying, time stops being ordinary. A normal visit becomes precious. A simple conversation becomes something you remember word for word. You do not say, "I'll come by sometime this week." You go now. You go every day. You sit, you talk, you bring the kids, you hold on to whatever pieces of normal life are still possible. 2 weeks before Granny died, I was down there visiting like I had been every day. We were sitting together on the front porch, just the two of us. I can still picture that moment so clearly. There is something about porches at times like that. They are halfway between inside and outside, between privacy and openness, between the house and the world. They often become places for conversations that matter. We were sitting there, and she looked at me in that way people do when they are about to tell you something unexpected. Then she said, "Guess who came to visit me today?" At first, I thought she meant one of those ordinary visits that become special when someone is sick. I started trying to guess who might have stopped by. Maybe someone who had not been around in a while. Maybe some old friend or family member. I guessed, and after each wrong answer I kept trying to think of someone else. Finally, when I ran out of ideas, I said I did not know and asked her who it was. Her answer was simple. "Papa." The second she said it, something in me did not reject it. I did not laugh. I did not tell her she must have imagined it. I did not even really doubt her. Maybe that sounds strange to some people, but in that moment it felt possible to me in a way that ordinary life usually does not allow. I believed that it very well could have happened. So instead of challenging her, I asked her when it happened and what exactly had taken place. She told me that she had gotten out of bed that morning and gone into the kitchen to fix herself some toast to take with her medicine. That image stays with me because it is so ordinary. Even in the middle of cancer, even near the end of life, people still move through these little human routines. Medicine. Toast. Sitting back down in bed to watch television. It is the simplicity of it that makes what happened next feel even more extraordinary. She said she had just come back to her bedroom and sat down on the bed when he appeared at the window. "Papa." Right there. He appeared at the window and then began to walk over toward her. Of course it startled her. How could it not? This was the man she had loved for more than 56 years. The man she had cared for through sickness. The man she had already mourned for 7 years. The man whose absence had shaped the rest of her life after 1999. And now there he was, appearing at the window of her room and walking toward her as though the boundary between the living and the dead was not as fixed as the rest of us believe. She told me that she started to cry. I can imagine that so easily because I think I would have done the same. When love and grief and wonder all hit at once, tears are often the first language the body has. She told me he simply said that he was coming to get her soon. That was all. She asked him when, and all he said in return was, "Soon." Then he disappeared. Just like that. Gone again. She told me she sat there for about an hour afterward, crying and asking him to come back just one more time. That part of the story breaks my heart every time I think of it. There is something so deeply human in that response. Not fear. Not confusion. Just longing. She had him back for a moment after 7 years, and it still was not enough. How could it ever be enough? One brief appearance, one soft message, one word like, "Soon," and then he was gone again. Of course she wanted him to come back. Of course she sat there crying. I think anyone who has ever loved someone for that many years understands that instantly. 56 years of marriage does not vanish into tidy closure just because one person dies. Love keeps reaching. It keeps wanting one more conversation, one more look, one more minute. After she told me that story, I carried it inside me in a serious way. It did not feel like some odd thing Granny had said because she was sick. It felt important. It felt true. And in a strange way, though it saddened me, it also gave me a kind of peace. Because if Papa had really come to her, then it meant she would not be going alone whenever the time came. It meant he was waiting. It meant love had remained active somewhere beyond what we could see. Then Friday, October 13th, came. My children and I went down there to visit as usual. Granny was slower than she had been before, but she was still coherent. She knew us. She spoke with us. She was weak, yes, but still present in the ways that matter most when you are trying to hold on to someone. We visited, talked, and stayed there with her. Then it came time for us to leave. As we were getting ready to go, she asked me to wait just 30 more minutes. That sentence has lived inside me ever since. Just 30 more minutes. I told her I could not. I do not even remember all the reasons now. I am sure at the time they sounded practical and normal, the kind of reasons people always have. I had the kids. We would come back first thing Saturday. It was only 30 minutes. What difference could it make? That is how life tricks us. It wraps the most important moments in ordinary excuses so that we do not recognize them until it is too late. I told her we would be back the next morning. And we left. When we returned on Saturday, everything had changed. She was no longer coherent. She could only keep her eyes open for maybe 30 seconds at a time. The window had closed so quickly that it still shocks me to think about it. One day she is speaking to us and asking me to stay a little longer. The next day she is slipping away from the world in front of us, no longer able to hold on to consciousness in the same way. It was one of those hard, unmistakable moments when a family collectively realizes that the end is very near. She died at 10:24 on Sunday, October 15th. And even now, every time I say or think those words, I return to that Friday when she asked me for 30 more minutes. That regret has never fully left me. It probably never will. Because no matter how many reasonable explanations I can offer myself, no matter how much I remind myself that I did not know what was about to happen, part of me will always ache over the fact that I said no. If I had known, I would have stayed. I would have sat there all night if I had to. I would have given anything for 30 more minutes. But of course we only learn the value of those last requests after they are gone. My mother was there when Granny took her final breath. She later told me something that has stayed with me almost as deeply as Granny's story about Papa at the window. Right before she died, Granny smiled and waved. One of my mother's sisters was there too, and she asked, "Did you see her wave at us?" My mother answered with words I have never forgotten. She said, "She wasn't waving at us. She was waving at the ones we couldn't see, the ones who came to get her." That answer still gives me chills in the gentlest way. Because my mother understood what it meant immediately. She knew. Granny was not waving blindly into the room. She was greeting someone. And I believe with all my heart that Papa was one of the ones who came for her, because he had already told her he would. He had appeared at her window 2 weeks before, and told her he was coming to get her soon. Soon turned out to mean exactly what he said. There is something terribly sad and deeply comforting in that at the same time. Sad because we lost her. Comforting because she was not alone. I believe Papa kept his word. I believe he came for her. I believe the smile and the wave were for him and for whatever others from the other side had come with him. That belief does not take away the grief. Nothing can do that. But it changes the shape of it. It adds tenderness to the sorrow. It makes death feel less like a cold ending and more like a reunion that we are not allowed to fully witness. I have thought many times about what Granny must have felt in those final seconds. Did she see him clearly the way she had at the window? Did she feel peace before she left? Did she recognize him instantly? Did the room around her begin to feel less like a room and more like a crossing place between worlds? No one living can answer those questions fully, but the smile and the wave tell me enough. They tell me that she saw something beautiful, something welcoming, something worthy of that final expression. And still, for all the comfort I find in that, there is one part of the story that hurts me deeply. The 30 minutes. I will regret until the day I die that I did not stay just 30 more minutes when she asked me to. That regret has become one of the hardest lessons of my life. It taught me, in the most painful way possible, not to take the people you love for granted. We all think there will be another visit, another conversation, another weekend, another ordinary day. We build our choices around that assumption without even realizing it. Then suddenly the window closes, and all the normal reasons we had for not staying longer seem unbearably small. If I had known what was about to happen, I would have stayed. I would have stayed not only 30 minutes, but as long as she wanted. I think that is why this memory still lives in me with such force. It is not only a story about death and visitation. It is also a story about time. About the way time hides its importance from us until afterward. About how the last meaningful moments rarely announce themselves as last moments, while we are inside them. They look ordinary. They sound ordinary. A request to stay 30 more minutes. A promise to come back in the morning. A conversation on the porch. A piece of toast with medicine. Small things. But inside those small things, life is often making its greatest turns. What happened with Papa and Granny changed the way I love people. It changed the way I hear requests. It changed the way I think about goodbye. It taught me to cherish every single moment because there truly is no such thing as a guaranteed next time. People say that all the time, but sometimes it takes real loss before the truth of it sinks in completely. I learned it the hard way. And I also learned something else. Love does not seem to end where the body does. I know not everyone believes stories like this. Some people hear them and immediately think of sickness, grief, hallucination, wishful thinking, or the mind trying to make death easier to bear. I understand that. I really do. But I cannot hear Granny's voice in my memory telling me Papa came to visit her, and then hear my mother describe her smile and wave at the end, and not believe there was something more taking place. The story feels too complete, too gentle, too full of the exact kind of love that defined their marriage. Papa came to her because he promised he would. Granny recognized him because love recognizes love. And when the time came, she waved goodbye to us and hello to the ones who came for her. That is what I believe. I still miss both of them. I still think of Papa's quiet certainty when he told the doctor he had only 2 more days. I still think of Granny surviving 7 years after him, proving us all wrong in the strongest and most graceful way, carrying on after more than 56 years of marriage. I still think of her sitting on that porch with me, telling me he had come to see her. I still hear the calmness in that story, the way she said he told her. Soon. I still feel the ache of Friday, October 13th, and her request for just 30 more minutes. I still picture Sunday morning and that final smile, that final wave. And whenever I think of all of it together, I come away with 2 truths. The first is that love lasts longer than we understand. The second is that time with the people you love is never small, even when it looks ordinary. So now, when I think of the lesson they left me, it is this: do not wait. Do not rush away too quickly. Do not assume another visit will come just because it always has before. Stay the extra 30 minutes when you can. Sit on the porch. Listen to the story. Hold the hand. Make the call. Show up. Love people while they are still here to receive it. Because one day all of us will have a Friday we wish we had lived differently, and all of us will understand too late that the moment asking for a little more time was one of the holiest moments we were ever given.